The cattle industry on the Clarence. The beginnings, the progress, and the players in the livestock and related industries in the Clarence River. By Mick Moy. Acknowledgements. 1. Introduction. 2. Chapter 1. The first steps of the infant settlement. Chapter 2. Dairying, the family sustaining industry. Chapter 3. Auctioneers, regional selling centres, the Hawthorne era, the pastoral house decline, and pig sales. Chapter 4. Slaughtering and meat processing, Ramornie Works, South Grafton Abattoir, changes in ownership, personalities, operators. Chapter 5. Cattle dealers. Chapter 6. The droving era. Chapter 7. Inside the selling ring. Chapter 8. The beef recession of the mid-70s. Chapter 9. Horse sales. Visiting horse traders. Chapter 10. 50 years of change. The advent of motorised transport and the feminine touch. Chapter 11. Dummying land. Chapter 12. Over the bridge to Sale. Butchers' cattle on the north side. Chapter 13. Slaughter sheds. Chapter 14. The Emerson dynasty. Cattle ticks, tick dodgers, and the producers' revolt. Clarence River Stock Owners League Board of Inquiry. Tick staff for the 40s and beyond. Chapter 16. New sale yards, live weight selling. Chapter 17. Personalities, past and present. Chapter 18. Station managers over the years. Aussie West management methods. Bugle bar managers. Chapter 19. Sketches and photographs of characters of today and yesteryear. Chapter 20. Will all be ruined, says Hanrahan. Acknowledgements. In the necessary research of documents in newspapers, I, that is Mick Morley, received complete cooperation and courtesy from personnel of the Clarence River Historical Society, and in particular from Jim and Joan Allerton. I acknowledge with thanks to all those friends who entrusted treasured photographs and documents to me for inclusion into this work. Thanks are due to my daughter Adele, who faithfully and expertly typed up the original manuscripts, and my brother John for his involvement in the artwork and photographic reproduction. David Mullivaney and Bill Duncan of the printing and binding departments of the Department of Corrective Services at Grafton Corrective Centre, whose help and cooperation are greatly appreciated. My thanks are due to my good friend John Moorhead, OAM, whose editorial expertise encouragement and advice was absolutely fundamental to the production of this book. Mick Morley. Introduction. The directors of Moy and Darby Proprietary Limited have suggested that I compile a historical survey of the livestock industries in the Clarence Valley from the latter part of the 1880s to contemporary times. After embarking on this initial process of research some 3 years ago, I began to realise the huge dimension of this task, particularly one unskilled and editorial with unskilled and editorial experience. So many times have I have lamented the failure to confront this task, even 20 or 30 years ago, when so many pioneers were still alive to provide first-hand data. Nevertheless, by probing the memory of old hands and by examining and exploring the archives of the Daily Examiner and other newspapers of the periods, a general picture has taken shape from which this book has emerged. To all those good friends who provided memories of times, places and personalities, and to those who entrusted me to photographs and documents of long ago, offer my grateful thanks. Although this work attempts necessarily to record the history of livestock industries, it seemed necessary to include the various components that the whole picture is portrayed incorporating pastoral development and the role of the dairying industry, abattoir droving, motorised transport, and the auctioneering, stock and station agency businesses. The chronological sequences are interspersed with references to many of the grand personalities, some prominent and powerful, others fondly remembered for sheer hard work, outrageous humour, and for being characters in their time. The most eminent historian, Thomas Baldwin, who produced the Baldwin Lecture, comments on this work with these few words. In the early settlement of the civilization in the Clarence Valley is veiled with considerable mystery. There are conflicting accounts of the facts, accounts which I am not able to fully and clearly unravel. Nevertheless, this work by Baldwin is probably the most comprehensive historical record of the Clarence Valley, upon which I relied heavily in establishing the background data for this book. The next photo is a picture of the old Abbott Street sale yards, an annual sale in the mid-50s. Chapter 1. The first steps of the infant settlement. Richard Craig was the first white man to discover the Clarence River. It is generally agreed that he made his escape from the penal settlement at Moreton Bay with 6 others, and that he lived with the blacks for nearly 7 years, during which time he was continuously working his way towards the south. About 1834-5, he fell in with a government stockman at Port Macquarie and informed him of the whereabouts of 3 government working bullocks. For this information, a reward in form of some mitigation of the sentence was granted. His glowing accounts of abundant cedar scrubs and the pastoral qualities of the Big River Valley created a good deal of interest and influenced Mr. Thomas Small of Kissing Point, Parramatta, to dispatch the 52-ton sailing vessel Susan with a team of sawyers aboard to harvest the cedar. This party, under the direction of John Small, a brother to Thomas, landed in 1837 at Woodford Island, which became the original headquarters of a dynasty that was to have most significant future on the settlement of the valley. Almost at the time, a Frenchman, Francis Giard, sent a vessel to the Taree, a 48-ton brigantine with square sails on her foremast, on a similar mission. Headquarters were first set up at Tynedale, but later moved up to Waterview to satisfy Giard's instruction to secure grazing run. As far as can be determined, this was the first run that had been taken in the district. However, in early 1839, considerable interest was aroused in Sydney, where the existing strong desire to push out into new country and it's reported that Mr. Giard lifted the lid on members of the Australian Club, including the Milne brothers, Mr. Dobie, G.H. Grouse, and the Ogilvies. The result was the government was pressured into sending a party with Captain Perry, the then Deputy Surveyor General, to its head to investigate the comparatively unknown region. The vessel chartered for the trip was the steamer King William. On entering the mouth of the Big River, she was piloted by Boyle, who was formerly master of the Susan, who proceeded upriver to Eatansville. From this point, both excursions were made to the head of navigation, which is now Copmanhurst. They obviously liked what they saw, and decisions which followed this excursion were implemented with seemingly extraordinary haste, evidenced by immediate development of basic industry, the growth of population, and the establishment of infrastructure supporting the infant settlement. In the same year, 1839, His Excellency Governor George Gipps declared on November 14 that the Big River would be called henceforth the Clarence. At this time, the northern side of the river was referred to as the settlement, and the southern side of the river was called South Grafton, but known as Woolport. The latter reflects the original function of receiving, storing and dispatching wool from the New England or the Tableland areas and beyond, as well as from the fledgling wool producing areas. of the surrounding properties of the local areas. In 1841, the large brig Ulswater, loaded with wool, went to the wharf at Woolport for London. John Small bought the first horned cattle for Woodford Island holding, while a steady stream of settlers were inching their way to the Clarence, encountering and surmounting enormous difficulties of wild terrain. Sheep, cattle, horses being introduced at a steady pace, and in 1840 a big mob arrived into small Swan Creek property after walking from Yanko. Cedar was being harvested as a top priority, so intensely in fact that in 1842 the best had been cut from the Clarence and Richmond Valley was being invested as an alternate source. In the 30s and in the 40s, huge station properties were established through the Clarence Valley, including Waterview, Swan Creek, Woodford Island, Pillar Valley, Matildale, Retreat, Glenoroe, Tulumi, Somervale, Kangi, Gordonbrook, Ramornie, Ugalbar, Southgate, Woolport, whole of the parish of Marlow to the east of Alamy Creek, a large peninsula later to be called the city of Grafton, Ashby and Broadwater, Bushy Park, South Grafton to the Orara River. These holdings, with others which may have escaped these inquiries, divided the whole valley into huge domains. It must be understood that the title under which these lands were originally acquired was held as a license to occupy, and in the rapidity of the ownership changed indicates that economic viability was difficult to attain. All forms of agriculture enterprise were exploited: sheep, wool, wheat, corn, timber and dairying. Despite real attempts to establish a beef industry, this languished because of insignificant domestic demand. Beef was sometimes traded for cedar and other commodities until 1850. A boiling down works came to be in operation in Gordon Brook. Fat sheep and cattle were rendered down to produce tallow. This is contained in wooden casks, carted to the riverside at Smith's Flat and conveyed to Grafton by Tom the Boatman. Mr. Edward Ogilvy of Ugalbar did no boiling down on his station, finding it cheaper to drive his tallow on the hoof and deep into water and do the boiling there. This soon came up and became the practice, and before long this enterprise was based in Grafton, where in 1844 Mr. Joseph Sharp was doing a thriving business and the beef became rather a lucrative commodity. A good bullock would yield 2 pounds or to 10 shillings, 3 pounds for its tallow, comparing quite favourably with cedar, which was fetching 3 to 4 shillings per 100 feet, squared into flitches and with no sap or unsound. Boiling down works were established in order in various other localities, including a large plant at Levenstrath in the 1880s. Wool continued as an important element in the agricultural production, while grain contributed to the economy of the district. which continued to develop through the migration from Sydney region. The regular trade by steam-powered vessels to metropolis markets and the provision of all infrastructure elements providing goods and services to the expanding population. By 1840, the only sailing vessel remained in operations were the Susan, the Sally Bessie and the Jane. The voyage to Sydney was wharf to wharf, was a matter of 40 hours, and by 1866 this is being provided by the North Coast Steam Navigation Company. Stage by stage, the elements of community structure were being put in place. First, the first infant to be baptised in the new settlement was the daughter of Samuel Avery, later to become Miss Harry Smith. This ceremony took place in Gordon Brook Station, where the Averys were employed. In 1842, the Reverend John McConnell was the pastor of the Church of England parish, whose parish included Church of England parish, while the Catholics in 1849 were ministered by Father Powell, whose parish included the Clarence and Richmond districts. The Reverend John Gibson raised a Presbyterian flag in 1850 so that the Christian communities were adequately cared for. Of course, the basic nature of man and his demands must also be met, so that first store on the north side, located near the junction of what is now Turf Street and Fitzroy Street, was a public house owned by the young and wild character after whom the establishment was known, Bentley's. It opened its door in 1841. The quote from the official history: "Even after the public house was licensed, bulk of the grog was sold on the sly. The sly not in secret but unlicensed in more ways than one. It was not uncommon to see a cask of rum rolled out and a hole made in it, the head of it, and the spirit bailed into a pankin full. Men came raving mad, hopelessly drunk, and they were liable to be affected. The person who refused to drink at such an orgy as this was abused in the most ruthless manner, even to the extent of personal violence, ending in an all-round fight. Schools and public halls, shops, trading stores, churches and hotels all appeared as a response to the needs of the infant settlement. The numbers of livestock continuously increased as mobs of cattle and sheep arrived by road and boat. Inevitably, the horse population grew to accommodate the need of drafts and ploughing, ponies for riding and bloodstock for breeding and racing. On December 13, 1850, the first government land sale was held, and among all the transactions, it was noted that Mr. Edward G. Chone purchased portions 9, 10 and 11 of the parish of Ulmarra, upon which in 1869 he built the first sugar mill in the region. This proved to be a disastrous venture, with shareholders and directors who were guarantors losing heavily. Amongst the financial casualties was William Small, who was left a poor man. Crown sales and selections opened to the district to agricultural development. when the Robinson Land Act of 1862 brought joy to the land-starved little people and saw the partial demise of the loosely held station properties which were at the hands of the squatters. The legislation allowed for a conditional purchase before survey of 40 to 320 acres at £1 per acre. A lease could be taken on a further 320 acres of adjacent land. The terms were first payments of 50 cents per acre, which were with the balance over 3 years. The conditions were on-farm residence for 6 months, the building of a house, the clearing of and cultivation of land for the erection of fences. Thoroughbred racing commenced as fierce competition between stations Gordon Brook, Ramornie, Eagle Bar and Newbold. These contests involved the staff of the same extent as owners in the quest for honour and supremacy. The sport became legitimate in 1859 when the Clarence River Jockey Club was formed. The rules laid down by that authority became applied to all meetings throughout the valley for many years to come. The Grafton Public School opened its doors in 1859 and the Grafton District Hospital in 1861. The main elements of the social and economic structures of the infant township has thus been laid the settlement of lands throughout the entire river systems and begun, albeit scattered for isolated fashion. In 1862 was nevertheless a frontier town, as illustrated by the comments of Honora Buckley, who died in 1938 at the age of 101 years. She and her sister came to Australia from Ireland in 1862 in a sailing vessel, the Ocean Empress, from Sydney, and then from Sydney, the then Miss Crowley travelled by coastal vessel to Grafton, and her comments paint a clear picture of the basic conditions of life at that time. In 1862, as we travelled into the Clarence, it was evident that all the passengers were it was evident to all the passengers that a terrific flood must have swept through the country just prior to their arrival, because thick dry mud was hanging on the branches of all the trees and the riverbank. Grafton itself was a wilderness. Only Prince Street would be termed a thoroughfare, the rest of the streets being mud tracks through thick scrub. The almost daily departure of steam-powered vessels made the Clarence a very busy waterway, with increasing volumes of produce being carried to metropolitan markets, while anxiously awaiting supplies and mail provided an abundant backloading passenger traffic. Also flourished as men of business, politicians and public servants found cause to visit the vigorous new settlement. In the 60s and 70s, there was a rapid growth in the livestock industries, particularly following the continuing process of the Crown land availability. Horse breeding at this time was well established, Beef cattle numbers had grown significantly. Sheep was still regarded as potentially viable. Gold fever abounded through the upper reaches of the rivers. Solifino and Lionsville were well established as apparently profitable. Evidence of the amount of gold from the various diggings is the reference to the gold escort service with barracks located at the corner of Victoria and Villiers Street. The beef industry was gradually emerging from the boiling down of tallow, staged to sound export and domestic enterprise. Clark Irving, whose name appears often in the history of the 50s and 60s, was obviously a man of remarkable diversity and pioneered the meat preserving industry. He exported salt meat to Mauritius in 1861 from his meat works at Broadwater. His original contribution to the new industry was 5,000 head, from which the beef was cured by an imported process. Clark Irving was also the first parliamentary representative for the electorate of the Clarence, a grazier whose properties included Tomkey Station. The person responsible for starting the Clarence and Richmond Examiner, a large shareholder and director of the Clarence and Richmond Steam Navigation Company, later to become North Coast Steam Navigation Company, first president of the Clarence River Jockey Club, and the convener of a meeting in Sydney, which resulted in the formation of the Diocese of Grafton and Armidale, to which he donated £2,000. He died in 1865 while in England after a short life, which he compressed enormous achievement. The boiling down operations, which had commenced in 1850 at Gordonbrook, had later established in Grafton and had enjoyed a boom in 1854 as a result of the Crimean War and the consequent rise in the tallow prices. So C.G. Tyndale of Ramornie could record in his writings, "I have given up all thought of preserved meat establishment. At the present time our cattle clear £4 per head." So the Tyndalls swung back the tallow extraction process, adding a tannery and also a piggery, which absorbed the residue of boiled carcasses. Another reverse change is the direction came in 1859 when Tyndall wrote, "Boiling down, I fancy, has come to an end." So Ramornie by the late 60s was producing preserved meat and meat essence in tins. The enterprise was formed in the Australian Meat Company, and Ramornie and villages growing employment opportunities in diverse industries and services, including timber mill, butchers, carpenters, abattoirs, and byproducts. Chapter 2. Dairying. Dairying emerged about this time as the predominant rural industry in the Clarence Valley and proceeded to expand at an ever-increasing pace until the industry exercised enormous social, cultural and economic influence over the Clarence region. It was destined to flourish for generations in decline and virtually expire over 120 years after the first consignment of butter was loaded from Woodford Island in 1842. Bill of lading disclosed that this consignment was conveyed to Sydney on the SS Tamar, and the eventual proceeds to the producer £1 19 shillings and 8 pence. The butter was heavily salted and put into firkins, which were casks containing 56 pounds. The butter making process was basic, with girls used as the labour component. Milk was carried in large pails called piggins, which were made of silky oak. It was a difficult matter to keep these clean, especially around the hoops. By means of broad wooden yoke fitting comfortably across the shoulders of a girl who could carry up to 2 piggins, a very strong girl could put a piggin on her head. The cream was obtained by settling the wide shallow dishes. The churning was done by girl power. Butter and cheese was in staple, if not demand, in the growing metropolitan populace. However, there was a sound export demand which gave the industry a basic price platform. Redundant cedar cutters, seamen, a wide variety of section of immigrants, especially from the British Isles, saw dairying as a chance to get a little place of our own. Mitigation of farming families and flood-stricken Hunter Valley. Migration of farming families from the flood-stricken Hunter Valley joined the rush to become farmers and in a brand new environment. Small areas through the river were taken over by those who collectively bore the title of cowcockies, while those who secured good farms on fertile alluvial flats in the Clarence achieved a degree of prosperity. Many will embrace their life of time of struggle with scant rewards in the poorer soil and the isolated higher country within 40 to 50 miles of radius of Grafton. The poor living conditions, the unremitting hard work, the struggle against bad seasons and poor prices have also been subject to vigorous and humorous novels such as Steel Run on our selection series. Nevertheless, dairying was an attractive proposition because by its nature it was family sustaining, and while some monetary reward was essential, living requisites of food and shelter could maintain a family within the farm itself, with the exception of flour, sugar and tea. Farming communities framed their own sporting and recreational activities, and eventually small townships and villages came into being to service their needs. Several farmers became community leaders as shire councillors. Some gained even higher political status. Many farming families survived and prospered through several generations. Families were generally large and education mostly a problem, but it occurs necessity conquers the hurdles of distance and circumstance. In the later stages of the last century, with the impetus to dairying was strong in the the basic product was cream from which butter and cheese was manufactured. As farm production increased in several isolated farming areas, creameries and cheese factories were established so that the burden of distance was somewhat relieved. One of the first such cheese factories was by William Goodyear in 1884 at Matiladale on portion 4 between Turkavia and Pillar Valley. This failed to achieve worthwhile profitability as it was soon abandoned. Fledgling industry was making scant progress on the quest for economic viability in those circumstances. The price for farm produce was erratic and meagre, within little incentive for expansion. Price stability was the element required to infuse confidence into the struggling farmers and to end many meetings were held and continuous agitation was employed. The first big breakthrough was achieved in Ulmarra. A petition demanding the right for a dairy cooperative was circulated in 1884, and after unanimous support by all of the community and the culmination of the effort was opening of the first butter factory in the Clarence River Pioneer Dairy Company Limited by Mrs. Glisson, Mayoress of Ulmarra, March 19, 1892. Similarly, concerns quickly followed with the erection of factories at Alamy Creek, South Grafton, Brushgrove, McLean, Copmanhurst, Palmers Island and Caramba. The Brushgrove factory amalgamated with Ulmarra, South Grafton, wound up for some years being run as a private propriety, but the industry received a stimulus when the New South Wales Fresh Food and Ice Food and Ice Company erected a large factory in Grafton. Creameries were established in outside localities including Lawrence, Whiteman, Chatsworth and Cruz Crossing, and feeders to the butter-making factory in Grafton. It had found, however, that the separation of the farms was a more convenient method, and the creameries were closed. Eventually, a New South Wales Fresh Food and Ice Company relinquished the field to the cooperatives and dairying industry and to the new era of stability and growth leading into the 20th century. The first separator was marketed in 1888. By the turn of the century, machine-made butter emerged as a great breakthrough of the times. The lifestyle of those pioneered farmers in the period of the beginning of the Second World War is indicated by this brief insight into the domestic working aspects of the typical isolated farming families. Thomas Winter of the Gorge. Thomas Winter took up a selection of the Gorge when he was 18 years old. He worked at the Kangi copper mine, saving from his meagre pay to invest in cattle to stock his selection. When 27 years old, he sold 7 bullocks to finance his marriage to Jane Marsh, a cook at Gordon Brook, and set up a humble home. The following year, he started dairying with 25 cows of mixed breeding background and also started a family which eventually became 4 boys and 4 girls, a potential labour force. The incredible strength and dedication of the farming wife is illustrated by the epic performance of Jane Winter, who with his infant children carried the whole workload for 10 months in her husband's absence. Tom had undertaken a job which involved rafting or floating a consignment of hundreds of logs from the gorge to Grafton. These had been felled in Gilmore Forest above the gorge and comprised mainly of cedar, pine and white ash. The only assistance received by Jane was that provided by 16 years old Aboriginal youth, Norman Lardner, who yarded the cows for milking and attended to various chores around the house. The family still recalls to this young man with gratitude and affection. Upon his return and with some cash in hand, Tom with his young workforce attacked the task of developing with axe and sweat, clearing acre after acre and establishing crop and pasture. The cream check paid the fixed overheads, and the products of the farm provided sustenance for basic foodstuffs. There was always great excitement when one of the boys would return home with a red wallaby. The meat was used for cooking tasty rissoles. Wild duck and abundant fish contributed to the healthy, uncomplicated diet. The cream from the dairying enterprise was at first conveyed to Grafton factory by rowing boat downstream to Gordon Brook, dragged up a steep bank and a track to which the carrier took delivery. When this system was abandoned, the can of cream was loaded to a pack horse and the weight counterbalanced by bags of rock or sand to prevent the horse overbalancing during the journey over the steep mountain to Fineflower, where the carrier, the late Jack Hamilton, took it to Grafton. The rough passage mostly caused the cream to curdle, and this was often the reason for secondary grading and reduced returns. The Winter family eventually phased out the dairying to establish a good quality beef herd. This was taken by many pioneer dairy farmers who thought successive generations made contributions to the establishment of beef industry in the Clarence Valley. Indeed, many of the top-ranking Hereford and Angus herds had genetic origins in dairy-bred females and beef sires. Dairy farmers as a whole were always inclined to bemoan their wretched vulnerability to seasons and the fluctuating commodity prices. Shire councils and all statutory authorities, including governments. It seemed inevitable when farmers came in contact at a sale, funeral, meeting or cricket match, the subjects of discussion would range over the many various ways their industry was facing ruination. George Medley Coles, a local well-known character of the 1920s, 30s, 40s era. George Coles seemingly relieved all his frustration in this letter to the editor of the Daily Examiner in the 1930s. The writer had endured the depression as a volatile and aggressive fellow who claimed success at boxing and carried several medals on which he can prove it. Some doubted the origin of these medals, and soon the name Medley Coals was derisively applied. His letter. Sir, young man, don't go on the land until you get 41 or so for your butter. These are the pests you have to put up with. Shire tax, cattle tax, dog tax, income tax, bad roads, hailstorms, floods, droughts, wells go dry, cyclone hot winds, lightning, dust, frost, summer temperatures 110 degrees, winter temperatures 32 degrees, no water for irrigation, only 50 miles of big salt river, black beetles, cutworms, caterpillars, mosquitoes that kill the pigs and drop milk production, stinging flies, ticks, spot flies, weevils, moths in the potatoes, fruit flies, monopetla beetles that eat the silks of the corn, also fruit from the trees, ladybirds that eat the pumpkins and the melons, lucerne flea, abortion, pick-eye, mammatus, foot rot, milk fever in the cows, blackleg and scores in calves, and 3-day sickness in cows, bushfires that burn the fences down, crows that eat corn and pick holes in the melons, silver eyes that eat the grapes, testing cows for the TB and the tick eradication, both 60 years of failure, white ants that eat the fences and barns, aphids that ruin the rose trees, foxes that kill the fowls, flying foxes that eat the peaches nutgrass, wild gooseberries stinking Roger ergo wireweed that spoils the lucerne, rust in the corn, scotchin and star thistles, Nugora burrs, lantanas and wild tobacco, also summer grass that chokes out the young lucerne, mistletoe in the fruit trees, rats, mice, tormented with ducks and kangaroo shooters, also bulls that break the fences. The man on the land works 80 hours a week. It is the backbone of this country, but half the farmers don't earn a basic wage. George Cole. Author's note. I recall quite clearly the clearance sale at Milanera near Halfway Creek, by which George finally severed his connections with the industry, which he seemingly both loved and despised. In this sale, this sale was held in the mid-1940s. The auctioneer being Les Hawthorne, with me as his clerk. The sundry items arrayed in 5 rows each, about 50 metres, and included every conceivable type of tool, spare part, sundry item which represented a lifetime in accumulation. George gave a loud and detailed comment on practically every single item that 3.5 hours of selling were expended. I am quite clear that no item fetched more than 10 shillings. The practice of Les Hawthorne that day was unbelievable. If still alive, George no doubt would have found space in his letter to include fireweed, parramatta grass and buffalo fly. Chapter 3. Auctioneers. From the period commencing of 1870 to the need for an efficient means of selling and buying land and livestock was evident in the developing rural industry of the Clarence Valley. The Robertson Land Act had provided hundreds of settlers with properties and transferable titles, and a selling mechanism for real estate was required. Similarly, now vigorous growth of dairying and the steady but definite expansion of beef grazing industry called for the establishment of a marketing system for the disposal of surplus stock and the acquisition of herd replacements. Itinerant buyers in each search of horses for army remounts for export to India required a contact facility to locate, inspect and deliver the livestock and to effect financial settlements. Farmers sending fat cattle and pigs to Sydney markets needed a contact with their metropolitan agencies to act under selling instructions to provide market information to producers. All these functions became the stock in trade of the auctioneers who set up the business to service Grafton and isolated rural communities throughout the valley. Grafton, South Grafton, Elmira, Brushgrove, Maclean, Lawrence were the first to have organised markets and regular livestock sales. It must be recognised that in this period leading up to the end of the century, very little progress has been made in road making or bridge work, so that there was very little social or commercial intercourse between isolated communities. In 1884, the auctioneering structure was well established, as it can be seen by the notice published in 1884 setting a minimum commission rates. The Trade Practices Commission of today would have been very interested. My search of newspapers covering the latter part of the last century indicates that one of the most public auctions of the livestock occurred in McGruin's yard in South Grafton in January 1875. The auctioneer was J.H. Munro of Colonnade, Prince Street, Grafton, and he advertised the yarding of 100 cows and springers. He also offered a private sale of 1,400 stock bullocks, 500 mixed steers, 100 stud bulls, plus draft horses, etc., etc. The following photo is a copy of agreement entered into amongst the auctioneers of the Clarence Valley. It seems that Munro dominated the livestock scene that at that time was thus. Baldwin held sway in real estate in Grafton. William Small Jr. had become prominent as a grazier, horse breeder and auctioneer, while Henry Morris was emerging as a potent force in the real estate business. Sale yards. The South Grafton cattle sales of this period were held at venues described as McGruin's yards, and as time moved on, Tully's, Rolls, Schaefer's, and others. The fact that yardings consisted of 2,000 or more cattle at various times produced the intriguing question as to where such facilities were located. The answer to the problem eventually emerged. All of the various proprietary names referred to the one site, that is the property adjacent to the Royal Hotel in Abbott Street. The land was originally secured from the Crown in 1873 by Francis McGruin, father of Francis Edward McGruin, from whose lands it passed into those of Tully, Smith, Joseph Rolls, Schaefer, Russell, and finally into public ownership by the South Grafton Municipal Council. Francis Edward McGruin, whose participation as an auctioneer with later in his work played an important role in the agency industry. His surviving children, Joseph, Peter, and Joan, widow of Basil Cullen, and all residents of Grafton. It is worthy of comment that practically all sale yards of those early days were established either by the publicans or on land adjacent to the hotels. While it may be true that the services provided at such establishments were of some consideration, the reasons were probably more related to the provision of amenities such as toilets, telephones, meals, accommodation, and general convenience of having a place to leave messages and, of course, to relax after a hard day's work. As regards to South Grafton sale yards, the one venue in Abbott Street was used continuously from 1875 to 1970. In 1922, the council built new facilities, and in 1930, council rebuilt and extended the yards to accommodate up to 2,000 head of cattle. The contract was granted to Jeff Flattery, who included provision for a covered selling ring, seating accommodation, and auctioneers' offices. Despite some controversy, council abandoned the site in 1970 when new modern facilities were established on the Armadale Road near the Abattoir. The historic volume of sales in the Abbott Street car yard can be gauged by the report to South Grafton Council in August 1938. It showed that in the 8-month period of that year, 29,000 cattle and 500 horses were sold. Ulmarra has always been the centre of a rich, productive rural district embracing the fertile frontages of the Clarence and Coldstream river systems. Parts of Cowper and Swan Creek. If it was there that regular livestock markets and district from periodic special sales were first established. Earlier in his work, I recorded that the opening of the Clarence River Pioneer Dairy Company Limited in 1892, the first on the valley within this passage, but a few years dairying had achieved a robust and vigorous growth rate, so that the setting up of livestock markets became a necessity. This need was responded by John J. Hugh, who was licensee of the Exchange Hotel in 1884-5. Sale yards were erected at the rear of the hotel, and the Clarence and Richmond Examiner of January 21, 1898, J.J. Hugh and Sons announced monthly sales, the first to be held in January 29. The advertisement boldly claimed that amongst the stock offered will be a lot of horses, the best ever offered on the Clarence River, belonging to Henry Collett. He also operated a branch of his business at Brush Grove from 1897. This section of the business was a partnership, Hugh and Morris. The following picture is a receipt for $500 and a picture of J.J. Hugh. Hugh was indeed a prominent member of the Ulmarra district. His signature appears on a petition in 1884 to the government to allow the forming of a cooperative dairy company. At the grand opening function of the company, which he was a director in March 1892, he made a long speech which was greeted with loud applause. The exchange sale yards attracted several auctioneering firms to enter the field, including McFarlane, Bailey and Pole, Bailey and Brennan, C.I. Bailey and Samuel Mulweeney, William Small, Carlton and Tibbs, later to be called Carlton and Carlton, W.B. Campbell and Edgeworthy and Roby. Several of the above-mentioned firms competed in two or more selling centres simultaneously. I will deal with the most predominant of these later in this work. The field was certainly crowded, as local Ulmarra firms had to meet competition from established Grafton and Lower River agents. A glance at the invoices of the period shows cows fetching from £1 to £3, from which the agent subjected commission at the rate of 2.5%, demonstrates the tightness of the profit margin. Needless to say, there were several financial casualties in the pioneer agency industry. Another prominent figure was W.B. Campbell, who was one of the auctioneers competing at the exchange yards, established his own selling yards in the area now covered by the Pacific Highway at Hospital Lane. He later brought out the exchange and closed the facility so that W.B. Campbell for some time controlled the sale yard scene. He was not an auctioneer but relied on Tom Carlton as his salesman. Darrell Carlton, well-known auctioneer and dealer in Grafton in the 1950s and 60s, and still active in the industry, is his son Tom Carlton, who left Ulmarra in the 20s to engage in farming in Gympie. Albert G. Bailey was the next to move. In 1920 he built a set of sale yards on his property at the corner of Coldstream Street and Deep Creek Road. He was not an auctioneer concentrating on valuations, private sales and property. He collected dues and stock sold in his yards by other agents, including Carlton and Carlton, C.I. Bailey and W.J. Hawthorne and Sons, and later Russell and Carlton and Dalgety Co. Limited. The Ulmarra Municipal Council later leased these yards from Bailey and charged agents a fee to operate there. AG was a long-serving alderman and mayor of Ulmarra. Ulmarra was an important sales centre with regular weekly cattle and pig sales. During the war years, 1939 to 1940, the sales numbers fell away as the centralised market in Grafton catered for nearly all the requirements of the valley. However, there was still some residual activity in the old Bailey sale yards. In 1951 to 2, Dalgety and Co. absorbed Russell and Carlton about that time, and Ulmarra's cattle sale, which stood part of that firm's activity, lingered on for a short period. These sale yards have now been demolished. Many pioneer farmers and graziers in the Ulmarra region were prominent participators of the sale yard scene over about half a century of colourful history. Names which come quickly to mind include Gus Carlton, W.B. Fitzgerald, Tom McGrath, Geo Chard, B.J. Moran, C.A. Pat Bailey, Tom Jeffries, Mark Finlayson, Jim Carlton, Bob Carlton, Geo. Collett, Napier Ward, Tom Wyatt, Joe Fitzgerald, Len Bailey, James Connor, Ern Connor, and Fred Blackadder. Drovers and sale yard staff: Harry Bennett's, Trotting, Tom McMahon, Newt Small, John McElweeny, Alf Arundale, Eric Jeffries, Peter McLennan, Arthur Morris, and Alfred Small, who was something of a legend drover who operated a horse buggy with 3 dogs and never a saddle. He frequently punted up 100 bullets at Cowper to Brushgrove without any help. He would, I am told, load the first punt and place the dog at the forward flap during the crossing. This dog would disembark and take up a position and hold these bullets, plus subsequent punt loads, until the crossing was complete. Local buyers and sellers created significant competition to sustain an active market in the first few years of Ulmarra sales. In the 1920s, as general mobility improved, outside buyers from other parts of the Clarence and sometimes from metropolitan and Hunter Valley areas competed at the sales. The most prominent of these were Ernie Markham, who's represented Franz Cred, and Vic Irwin, who became a legendary figure throughout the Clarence, representing W.F. Buffier of Maitland. The Buffier families supported the cattle sales in the region by purchasing vast numbers of stall cattle and dairy heifers over a period of 40 years. After Vic Irwin's passing, Stan Livermore, a grand character of whom I have more to relate, continued to operate for Buffier for many years. C.I. Bailey. The summarised history of auctioneering in Ulmarra would not be complete without reference to the longest enduring participant, the late C.I. Bailey. A jovial, hearty fellow with love for good fellowship and a taste for a beer or two, he entered the field of agency in partnership with another great character of the time, San Mulwini, who had similar tastes. The partnership commenced operations about the early 20s were encountered the stress of low prices and irregular payment for purchases, bringing about his eventual demise. CI was widely known, then embarked on an arrangement with the up-and-coming Hawthorne firm comprising of Les and Claude Hawthorne. He would arrange the yarding and promote the sale and perform the auctioneering, while the Hawthorns provide the clerical and financial services, as well as helping at the sale yards. The conjunctional arrangement endured until the early 30s and eventually succumbed to philosophical difference between the parties. CI made a trip to Singleton in the early 30s, where his relations lived. While there, he was shocked to see bobby calves, which were fetching a few shillings at Ulmarra Grafton, selling under competition for £2 or £3 in Singleton sales. Immediately upon returning, he persuaded Hawthorns to join him in establishing calf sales to increase the value of these important farm products. Almost as soon as this innovation was announced, the letter was received by each agent from Tancred Brothers, who by means of their ownership of the abattoir had a mutual monopoly on the prices. The letter indicated that these calf sales were to be held. Tancreds would withdraw their competition from all cattle sales and held at the participating agents. A mysterious threat indeed. Hawthorns manipulated and withdrew. Hawthorns capitulated and withdrew. CI went alone, using slabs of timber to enclose the cattle pens and contain calves. On the day of the first pig and calf sale, he defied the power of the Tancreds and read aloud to all assembled the contents of the letter. The threat of boycott was never carried out. In 1928, CI ventured south to Nowra to have a personal appraisal of a newly introduced breed of cattle stock called Friesians and Holsteins. These big-framed black and white cattle impressed him, and he purchased 11 cows, 1 heifer, 1 bull, and brought them home on his own farm at Deep Creek. These cattle aroused quite a degree of local interest, and the progeny quickly sold, and the breed flourished. On this trip, CI encountered for the first time kikuyu grass. He filled 2 corn bags with cuttings, and upon his return planted these on his farm, on a farm owned by his friend A.E.V. Jones, Vic, the father of Ted. The day that this lay dormant the same months until following the flood the same year, the grass became active and eventually propagated over wide areas. After the sale of Hawthorns to Goldsborough, Mort & Co. Limited in 1937, C.I. Bailey vigorously embarked on stock selling activities on his own right. In 1938, he had weekly cattle sales at Ulmarra, weekly calf sales at Grafton Showground and Ulmarra, as well as periodic cattle sales at Junction Hill, sometimes in conjunction with William Russell. His pace quickened to the extent that he became formidable competition to his high-profile opposition. Yardies of 150 horses and 200 cattle at Elmira were growing to support calf sales, created a surge of activity. Among his prestigious sales was the clearance sale account of H.P. Bailey in February 22, 1937, in conjunction with J.J. Shee and A.G. Bailey. This comprised of quality dairy herd and 25 thoroughbred horses. Then, on the 3rd of June 1939, an announcement appeared in the Examiner denying rumours of his business being sold. However, an announcement on September 1 in the same year signified that ill health had forced him to sell out to Russell and Carlton. He has been diagnosed as diabetic, and thereby hangs a tale. While living in Woolleye in unhappy and forced retirement, C.I. encountered a remarkable old man, William Jones, who presented himself as a non-qualified, though practicing herbalist. He convinced C.I. that he could cure his condition using a concoction based on the extract of pink periwinkles, a weed like a plant common in most coastal settlements. The happy ending to this story is that the patient found himself restored to abundant good health on the 2nd of April 1940, 9 months after retirement. C.I. Bailey announced he would resume auctioneering by joining with Harry Baggerty and Sons and Russell and Carlton as a three-pronged assault on the big timers, Goldsborough Morton Coal Limited, in the South Grafton Sale Yards. C.I. Bailey's restoration was not only enduring, and although he carried it on as a freelance agent, valuer and consultant for several years, and in fact conducted cattle sales in Elmira up until 1950, he eventually went the way of old auctioneers to the sale yards in the sky. Elmira is now a sleepy little town, a village which somehow retains the dignity of past importance. A large iron tub, partly entombed in the soft soil of the river bank, is a sad memorial of a failed sugar mill long ago. The building which used to be the second pub, now residential flats. The two buildings which functions as general stores, the site of the blacksmith shop, tea room, auctioneer's shop, butcher shop, dozens of reminders of days of past glory, of the good old days. McLean. Munro and Smith, a partnership comprising E.D. Munro and A.A. Smith, seems to have been one of the first established agency businesses in Maclean, operating from about the turn of the century. In 1908, Francis Colin McFadden, who had experience in agency field in Armidale, hung up his shingle and almost immediately commenced regular cattle sales in a small set of sale yards near the Argyle Hotel. At that time there was dairy farms on most every property from Aluka to the north side of the Clarence to Brushgrove, and similarly from Yamba to the fringe of Maclean. No doubt this provided a solid base for operating agency businesses, and before long the potential of the area attracted attention from Mr. S.A.J. Small from Woodford Island, one of the founding family of the Clarence. He built his own sale yards almost adjacent to the existing facility. Now McLean had 3 firms operating as auctioneers, real estate agents and valuers. This position endured for several years. J.H. Jack McFadden, son of F.C. McFadden, took over from his father in the early 20s and developed a close relationship with Small, for whom he conducted auction sales, as Small was not an auctioneer. Jack recalled that several others entered the field in the McLean area, including Farquhar Maxwell, C.G. Want, and a Mr. McNamara, and McKay and McKee, and these did not last long. Jack developed a very sound business based on McLean, and during his 30s he attained leadership in stock and clearance. Sales. He also was expert in valuations, which assisted in the development of property sales. In 1938, he established calf sales in McLean, and in the early 40s held cattle sales in Palmer's Island, Chatsworth, Harwood, Tynedale and other centres, generally utilising the dip yards as venues. Jack McFadden was happy to help young auctioneers get onto their feet. He continued his busy involvement in livestock agency businesses into the 40s, and centralised markets and motorised transportation of cattle spelt the end of small selling centres. Then he concentrated on the clearance sales in his beloved McLean, and lived in happy retirement there until his death in 1993. He recalled the obvious pleasure his association with his auctioneers of his era, including C.I. Bailey, Darrell Carlton, Les Hawthorne. He also spoke of reverence in his regard for his old friend and business competitor, S.A.J. Small. Jack was an excellent salesman with a good clear voice, a keen sense of humour and knowledge of value. Mervyn Smith came to the scene in the early 40s, acquiring a firm of Munro and Smith. The new agency traded as Mervyn, Smith and Sons, and apart from contributing livestock sales and clearance sales in the McLean area, it also spread its wings into Lawrence, where it built a new set of sale yards. In the early 1960s, this firm also made a brief appearance in the South Grafton sale yards. The principal, Mervyn Smith, was a prominent figure in the lower Clarence River and participated with great energy and purpose in the commercial affairs of McLean. He served for many years as alderman in the McLean Municipal Council, and had the distinction of being the last mayor when Harwood Shire merged with McLean to become McLean Shire Council in 1956. He was also the inaugural president of the new Shire. Lawrence River Side Village was an important shipping centre in the early days. James Fay began an agency business in Copmanhurst in 1906, at which time this Upper Clarence Township was booming. Gold, timber, dairying and beef provided a sound base for population of some 2,000 people, with river trade an important element in the economy. His activities embraced the conduct of clearance sales, valuations, and private sales of stock and properties until 1919. He built a set of sale yards in the centre of the town. He formed a strong business relationship with the Hawthorns of Grafton, with whom he conducted regular cattle sales until 1940. James Fay became one of the best known characters of the Copmanhurst region and was noted for his open house hospitality at his gracious homestead on the river beaches near the village. W.A. Sewell. W.A. Sewell was indeed a prominent Grafton personality from the early 20s to 1941. He was a man of strong personality with a sense of business and reputation for personal integrity. He was for a time the state parliamentarian for the Clarence and a leader in the business and social life of the district. His involvement in the livestock selling industry was originally concentrated on Junction Hill, where he established his own sale yards and held regular cattle sales and, at the time, pig sales. For several years in the period of 1928 to 32, he conducted cattle sales in Grafton Showground in conjunction with Thomas E. Ben. In addition to this significant involvement in livestock, Bill Sewell was prominent in the sales of real estate. He features in transaction of some of the historic holdings in the district, among them of Caramana and Harry Baggerty in 1931. Acting for the Perpetual Trustee Company and in conjunction with Goldsborough, Mort and Co., Mr. Sewell sold Yattendon in 1939 and in 1940 Ramornie and Newbold, 18,788 acres. Both sales account of Tynedale Estate. The name of W.A. Sewell seems to have faded into history about 1941. Francis Edward McGruin, a son of Francis McGruin, who in 1873 was the owner of the Royal Hotel in Ryan Street, South Grafton, and the adjacent sale yards. Francis Edward spent his early working life in a hotel trade. His entry into the agency profession and through his 7 years of employment by John H. Munro, who was probably the first livestock engineer to appear on the Grafton scene. As mentioned earlier in this work, Munro conducted cattle sales at McGruin's yards in South Grafton on January 18, 1875. The appearance of this advertisement in the Daily Examiner of November 17, 1910 heralded McGruin's entry into the livestock selling business at the age of 43 years. Public notice. Having applied for an auctioneer's district licence, it's my intention to start a business as an auctioneer. My 7 years' experience with the late John Munro should equip me to render satisfactory service to clients. F.E. McGruin. He hung up his shingles in Spring Street in South Grafton, and the business made steady progress in auction sales and cattle and horses. In 1911, a conjunctional sale with W.J. Hawthorne and Sons involved 150 horses. By 1917, he handled yards of up to 400 cattle, conducted a 2 days horse sale. By 1922, he became associated with Carlton and Carlton in monster 3-day horse sales. In 1928, W.J. Hawthorne and Sons decided to establish pig selling facilities at the site near Railway Line corner of Mackay and Cambridge Streets in South Grafton. The design and construction were placed in the hands of McGruin, who was the first auctioneer to operate there. His association with Hawthorne continued into early 30s. Apart altogether from his role as auctioneer, Francis Edward McGruin lived a remarkably diversified life. In 1906, he built and for some years operated the Pier Hotel in Coffs Harbour. Before his departure from Grafton in that year, a smoke concert in his honour attracted an enormous array of leading citizens from both Grafton and South Grafton. Laudatory tributes and presentations were made by speakers representing the South Grafton Rowing Club, South Grafton Jockey Club, of which he was the secretary, and the citizens of South Grafton, whom he had served well as alderman on the council. Francis McGruin was quite a character. He packed a remarkable diversity into his action-filled life and made significant contributions to the community and the auctioneering profession, which he made the main mission in his life. He died in 1946 at the age of 79. William Small. The name Small has an intimate association with the very settlement of the Clarence, and with its establishment of livestock industries, as well as almost all commercial development of the early days. William Small Sr. was the owner of Swans Creek Station, based on the bank of Swan Creek and encompassing 40,000 acres with a grazing capacity of 12,000 cattle. He is credited with the introduction of water hyacinth for beautification purposes, but of this he can well be forgiven for the light of his enormous contribution to the cattle breeding industry and his development for exceptional draft horses. As recorded elsewhere in this work, William Small Sr., aged in 1905, died in 1905, aged 77 years, a poor man, his finances and health impaired by the collapse of the sugar mill at Ulmarra. The following picture is a picture of William Small. William Small Jr. emerged as a prominent high-profile grazier and auctioneer who, for a relatively short period, dominated the livestock agency scene. He traded as Small and Small. He owned and operated sale yards at Clarence, but his auctioneering interests extended to livestock selling at other centres, including South Grafton. I, being Mick Moy, have been unable to uncover detailed history of his commercial career, except that he possessed a big voice and a strong personality and excellent knowledge of livestock and values. He possessed a rare mathematical ability and could intersperse accurate calculations to the average price paid by a particular buyer for his purchases on that average would be offered if the bid on the pen currently being sold. Folklore or fact. The Clarence sale yards were well supported by cattle producers in the southern side of the river, from Nimboida, Buckarumby to Glenugie and the Coast Range. Derby Street Punt also conveyed considerable numbers from the northern side, so that the period of 1900 to 1906, Clarence was perhaps the biggest market in the valley. In the period and for the only brief duration, he was part of a partnership with W.J. Hawthorne, trading as Small and Hawthorne. Also at this time, he was the town clerk of Grafton City Council under the Mayor, Sam C. He obviously was an outstanding practitioner in livestock agency field, with an impressive history of big yardings of up to 2,500 cattle, horse sales and property transactions. It seems that he abandoned Clarence as selling headquarters in 1906 and thereafter centralised his main operations at Albert Street sale yards in Grafton. William Small Jr. died in 1910 and at the age of 49 years. His personal standing in the community can be accessed by the monument erected by his friends to perpetuate his memory. This monument originally stood at the junction of Skinner Street and Spring Street, South Grafton, but was later removed to the boulevard in Through Street, where it still stands 84 years after his death. A picture of the monument to William Small. Harry Badgurry and Sons. Harry Badgurry was a partner in the Sydney-based stock and station agency business of Badgurry Brothers, which encompassed himself and his brother George as principals and included brothers Alan and Mick on the board. This firm, founded in 1908, grew and flourished into the 1920s. But as time passed, the organisation was dismantled as each went his separate way, leaving Harry to inherit the King of Homebush crown, a title borne by his father, Henry S. Badgurry. The Badgurry brothers sold out of Goldsborough and Mort & Co. Limited in 1929, and Harry worked in that company until he decided to retire and take up a new career in dairying. He chose Grafton as a new home and in 1931 purchased Caramana from the Tyndall estate through the agency of W.A. Zuriel. Harry's son Douglas and Stuart were his workforce, and the family set about the business of establishing a herd, piggery and farming enterprise on this new domain. The depth of the depression was reaching almost simultaneously with the launching of this venture, and the price for the butter reached an all-time low of 6 3/4 pence per pound, averaging 9 pence for the year, with all farm commodity prices similarly affected. The next few years were times of extreme difficulty, but with plenty of hard work and careful management of the Badgurys, survived. The Baguris survived and eventually prospered. D.H. Baguri Douglas became involved in the management of Karamana, and by 1936 had also taken the initial step into the producer organisation field by joining the board of Grafton Co-op Dairy Co. Limited. At that time, dairying had probably reached its peak in terms of the number of farmers involved, 1,700 of whom 700 supplied the Clarence Pioneer Dairy Company at Elmira, 600 supplied the Grafton factory, and a further 400 directly their creamium to Foley Brothers factory at Lower Southgate. In the later days, Doug Badguri took his place in leadership positions such as producer-orientated organised such as Graziers Association and the Primary Producers Union, as well as the Parents and Citizens Association, and most significantly the Clarence Pastoral and Agricultural Society, varying on a family tradition of real love of the showgrounds. After the term of 50 years as a committee man and steward of the CP&A Society, including 11 years as president, he inevitably followed his grandfather and uncles and became a member of the board of the Royal Agricultural Society, a position he filled with great distinction from 1958 to 1979. He still remains honorary vice president of RAS. Meanwhile, Harry Baggerity was active in retirement after spending some time as buyer for the Tancreds. He eventually decided to resume his life in long involvement with auctioneering. The advertisement in the Daily Examiner proclaimed the opening on April 1, 1939 of a new stock and property agency in South Grafton to be known as Harry Baguri and Sons Proprietary Limited, successor to J.J. Shee. The announcement indicated that Stuart Baguri would be involved in the business, thereby presenting four generations of the family to embrace the stock agency profession. The Baguri initiative was obviously a challenge to the dominant position of Goldsborough, Mort and Co., which under the joint management of Les and Claude Hawthorne was well entrenched with flourishing business based on South Grafton Municipal Sale Yards, of which that company was the sole tenant. Baguris immediately adopted the strategic plan of weekly cattle yards at Elmira, at which centre P.C. Pat Bailey was appointed representative. Regular sales at the Railway Hotel and periodic sales at Boyder. Therefore, in this strategy, however, the aim was to break the monopoly held by the Goldsboroughs in South Grafton Sale Yards, the real hub of the cattle industry in the Clarence Valley. Central to this ambition was the establishment of a market day, and Harry exerted pressure on council and within the state government circles to create a level playing field upon which all agents could compete. In February 1940, he won his case and South Grafton Council resolved to fix Tuesdays of each week as market day. On February 7th of that year, Bagheri's announcement in the press that, as a result of Council's decision, they would participate in Tuesday markets as of March the 12th next, later deferred to April 2. It would not be hard to visualise the deep concern of the Goldbros camp as they reviewed their position. So far, the initiative of Bagheri's had achieved success, and now a real threat existed as a probable loss of their market dominance. After no doubt studying all the options, the Hawthorne brothers reacted to the challenge with a press advertisement on March 9th, 1940. As from the 13th of March onward, our weekly sales will be conducted on Wednesday. It would seem that this tactic was to deny the opposition to strong buying support which Goldburrows had built on the strength of the large yardings. In other words, Goldburrows sought to isolate Bagheri's, forcing them to generate their own buyer strength. The major program shift in Grafton caused adjustments to be made in the district sales to avoid clashing with the stage, and the stage was now set for a battle for survival. Russell and Carl, William and Basil decided to try out in the big time, and C.I. Bailey threw his hat in the ring, so that they were now 3 participants on Tuesdays, with the Goldburrows occupying Wednesday. At this point, it's interesting to note that publicising the result of the inaugural market day sale, Harry Bagheri quoted a good sale with the bullocks making £12.10, 8 cows £8, £9 shillings, with cows and calves to £8.15 shillings. The early splash, however, soon became a ripple. By May 20, 1940, a few weeks from the beginning, Bagheri's were sole survivor of the Tuesday group. In the middle of that year, the Bagheris had virtually retreated from South Grafton sale yards. Russell and Carlton were provided strong competition for the Bagheris in the Railway, Amara and Lawrence sale yards. Throughout 1941, Bagheris were active in regional cattle sales, including yards in excess of 100 head and Nimboida up to 600 to 700 head, and railway, hotel and steady volume in both Elmira and Lawrence. Among clearance sales conducted by them was the account of B.T. Crook of Carmina, Bayugal on the 6th of May 1941. As if to signal the end of the turbulent period of confrontation, Goldbros announced on September 27, 1941, that their sales would revert to Tuesdays. On January 17, 1942, Harry Bagheri and Sons announced, owing to council leasing of municipal sale yards, we have decided to discontinue the holding of auction sales of stock. The Goldburrows had in fact persuaded the council that it would be advantageous to the council to have a certain known income without the costs and concerns of management. Hence the sale yards were a subject of lease to the gold boroughs, which despite the challenge from Dalgety and Co. from 1948 to 57 remained a significant element in their commercial strength. W.J. Hawthorne and Sons. The historical survey of the auctioneering profession would indeed be devoid of credibility if reference was not made to the Hawthorne era, which was easily the longest enduring of all its contemporaries and probably the most colourful of performance personalities. The reality is that there were never more than 3 major players in the long-running drama: William Joseph, Chandos Leslie John Les, and Claude Stewart, with many supporters and players providing elements and expertise. From 1883, when the auctioneer's licence was bestowed on William Joseph Hawthorne, to 1851, when his youngest son Claude was forced into retirement with an illness which claimed his life 14 years later. The name of Hawthorne became synonymous with livestock agency throughout the northern rivers of New South Wales, indeed throughout north-eastern Australia. Throughout Eastern Australia. It must be made clear that this business did not achieve instant success, nor was it to avoid debilitating effects of recessions, depressions, drought, wildly fluctuating beef prices, even extreme financial stress, nor should the myth of monopolistic market growth, which seemed to have been gathered some credence, be allowed to become perpetuated. In reality, the reality is that the Hawthorns and their successors in businesses, the gold boroughs of Mort and Co. Limited, were involved in fierce, unremitting, and at times acrimonious competition for every year of their existence, excepting the period of 1942 to 48. In fact, history proves that although they had attained shared leadership with Carlton, Edgeworthy and Roby and J.J. Shear in the 20s, outright leadership was not achieved until the middle of the late 30s. Even then, their position was challenged until 1941, when they became sole survivors. W.J. Hawthorne, 1851 to 1935, was a remarkable man who compressed an enormous amount of varied achievements into a lifetime of extraordinary diversity. At 21, he was a blacksmith servicing some of 300 teamsters engaged in the carrying train between South Grafton and the Tablelands. His advertisement in the Examiner of January 15, 1875 drew attention to the fact that he had annexed the price of his own trade section at 874 Clarence Agricultural Show. He had become involved in auctioneering business for a time, merged his interests with J.S. Jr. to traders Hawthorne and Small. In 1878, W.J. Hawthorne became the owner of Karamana later to become the property of Tyndall family and eventually the Baggettys. He disposed of this choice holding to acquire an Orara River farm, which he called Chandos, and named the name he later conferred to his oldest son. Chandos was his poor country, especially compared to the alluvial river flats of Karamana, and it must surely have been an economic-based decision to make a retrograde step. Nevertheless, he introduced the first Jersey cattle to the district and attained a degree of success and sufficient to win the award for Best Managed Dairy on the North Coast, over 100 acres. He also won the medal awarding the CP and A Society for the winner of the greatest number of district-bred cattle classes. This was in 1891. The year was the inaugural Hawthorne annual cattle and horse sale and in the yards and Spring Street, South Grafton. This sale was to become the best known store cattle feature sale in Eastern Australia and endured for 77 years. He was blacksmith, dairy farmer, alderman, mayor of Grafton, both South Grafton councils, town clerk, shire clerk, both Orara and Nimboida Shires, stud horse and pony breeder, committee man and trustee of the South Grafton Racecourse, member of the Land Board for 18 years, Justice of the Peace, show patron and exhibitor, and held a seat on the licensing court. The following picture is that of J.W. Hawthorne and Christina Hawthorne, nee Betson. W.J. Hawthorne married Christina Beatson in 1879, and this union produced a family of 9. 4 sons and 5 daughters. Of the 4 sons, Chandos, Les and Claude were to attain prominence and success as auctioneers, stock and station agents in the finest traditions of the profession. It was in 1910 that W.J. having experienced the floods and the depression of the 90s, decided that he had failed to produce a worthwhile income. In fact, he was forced into various enterprises to sustain his family, and he had experienced disappointment and failure. He always cherished the love of local government, and at this stage resolved to make his career occupation. Having secured the position of Nimboida Shire clerk, he advised to his 2 elders, both Les and Cecil, to follow in the same course. He offered to find them each a clerical position in one or the other local government offices. Les, with the greatest deference for his paternal advice, declined and sought permission to continue the business. He resigned from the Clarion newspaper and gained his license, hung up his shingle, and on a small upstairs office which he rented from the Clarion, and entered the fray. Just 1 month after opening his store, he counted his money to find a net income of 24 shillings. His father again exerted pressure on him to close down and secure a job. Again, he declined. The business struggled with hopes of somewhat buoyed by the subsequent rise in beef prices during the 14 to 18 war. In 1916, the younger brother Claude joined the business, by which then was trading as W.J. Hawthorne and Sons. In 1918, a Sydney sawmiller firm entered into the contract with the Hawthorns and bought pine logs as a measurement basis, arranged shipping to Sydney, and rendered an account on dispatch at an area near Tattersalls Hotel, diagonally opposite the Walkers Hotel, as was the point at which teamsters delivered their logs to the Hawthorns. This arrangement endured for some years and yielded significant profits. In 1 year, the profit on pine reached £800, a fortune for that era. Nevertheless, this provided financial impetus for the young firm, which entered the 20s with hard-earned experience and improved financial base. Nevertheless, the turbulent 20s, with enormous variations in beef prices and the intense competition in the agency field, provided difficult circumstances to build and consolidate the business. In 1922, the Hawthorns were certainly gaining strength. The second annual sale involved 4,000 cattle and 5,000 horses. Weekly participation in the cattle market, plus the pig sales inaugurated by their father in 1906, were the basis of the business, which now is sharing the market leadership with Carlton and Carlton, Edgeworthy and Roby, and J.J. Shee. The competition for the patronage of producers was fierce, with regular markets established at Maclean, Ulmarra, Brushgrove, Lawrence and Junction Hill. Mares Farrell, Craik and Company of Tabulum opened a branch at Parugal in 1922 under the management of Howard McCallum. For a few years later, W.A. Zuil and Thorse E. Ben established regular cattle sales at Grafton Showground. Additionally, smaller agents including F.E. McGruin and Donald Maxwell were exerting some pressure so that the competition was constant. These circumstances welded the Hawthorne brothers to a keen and efficient marketing team. The following photo is that of Carl McCallum. In the early 20s, they engaged a clerk by the name of Carl McCallum, who became the administrator of the office. His copperplate handwriting and exceptional mathematical skills were a legend. He became a prominent member of the firm, remaining with the Hawthorns until retirement. In no small measure, he contributed to the overall professionalism of the team, which gradually achieved a position of dominance as the 20s gave way to the Great Depression and the early mid 30s. Carl McCallum was the epitome of a confidential, precise and absolutely efficient senior clerk. Office manager. He served the Hawthorns and later the Goldsboro, Mort and Co. Limited with great dedication and skill. I'll always remember him as my first boss when I joined that firm in 1942. William Milton Atkins, Billy, joined the firm in 1933 as the sales clerk, a position of vital importance in faithfully recording every transcription at each auction sale. His duties also covered the maintenance of client relationship, both vendor and buyers. Billy had a bright and open personality and was also always seen to be either whistling as he pedalled his bike around South Grafton or seemingly greeting clients and friends. He came from a family steeped in the turf and dearly loved the sport. He served as a jockey, trainer and later the secretary of the South Grafton Jockey Club, and ultimately joint secretary of that club and the Clarence River Jockey Club. One of the best known personalities of the district, Billy Atkins enjoyed a reputation for absolute personal integrity. He later was elected the alderman of the Grafton City Council and eventually appointed branch manager of Goldsboro Mort. Billy Atkins joined the AIF in 1942 and after being tutored by him for about 3 weeks, I inherited his position as sales clerk. Alyssa Gordon, later to become wife of Colin Gregor of McLean, joined the Hawthorn Company almost at the same time as Billy Atkins and brought with her exceptional skills in typing and general clerical processes. Alyssa was the most important unit in the office structure and developed a close relationship with clients with the Hawthorn clan. AJ Bert Kelly started his working life at 15 years of age in 1918. He became a general hand at the Hawthorn home in Rhine Street. His job covered a huge range of duties from milking cows, cutting firewood, feeding and grooming horses by the dozen, droving and message boy. As time passed, he became a prominent member of the team, droving cattle from paddocks to Waterview to the sale yards, and being responsible for the orderly flow of cattle through the selling ring. His responsibility in the sale yards increased at same rate as his specialised abilities, and by the 30s he was under Claude Hawthorn, the boss of the sale yards. Bert Kelly had a remarkable knowledge of cattle and a great memory of brands and earmarks. The following picture is a picture of Bert Kelly. He had enormous responsibilities, especially during the 3 days of annual sales, when up to 5,000 head were sold, and also during the week sales of autumn period, at which over 1,000 head were sold. Bert was a character freely spoken, sometimes prone to exaggerated and outrageous language, and also capable of ignoring the authority of Claude Hawthorn. He was known to threaten to resign or tear up his tattered notebook, which is in reality only he could decipher. He was the only drover I ever encountered who used a fox terrier as a cattle dog, and with exceptional success. When I encountered Bert Kelly, he had almost graduated from droving to a position of sale yards boss. He later was engaged as buyer for GM Scott and Sons and for a number of local butchers. His combined buying strength power was significant, and linked with his normal sale yard duties, he was a rather powerful market influence. Bert reared a large family in a humble dwelling in Rhine Street. Of his sons who followed him to the sale yard scene, 2 became permanent fixtures. Leslie Clarence Dooley spent many of his years in charge of deliveries, and later as livestock manager at the abattoir. Ronald Edward Neddy also held the same position in the sale yards, and later to become representative of Midco abattoirs as buyer. The youngest son, Tiny, is active in cattle dealing in the mid-coast area. The Hawthorn team from top to bottom was the best in the terms of specialised activities which I have encountered. The brief pen pictures of staff give some indication of the expertise which was utilised in an integrated and efficient manner. The basic strength leading to successful operation of the business lay with the leadership of the Hawthorn brothers, Les and Claude. Les, Shandos Leslie John Hawthorn, was the oldest of 2, and by far his main contribution to the firm was the role of auctioneer. He also in his early years travelled extensively in Tabulum, Casino, Wollongong and Ratbell districts on cattle buying missions. In his mid-years he attended some office routine and typed out advertisements and chartered to clients. But right to the day of his retirement in 1947, he was first and foremost a salesman. A picture of C.L.J. Les Hawthorn. As I first sat at the desk in the sale rostrum in 1942, I was entranced by the presence, style and particular voice of this man. He seemed a different personality as he proclaimed, "Sale-o," briefly summarised the conditions of sale and called for an opening bid on the first lot. If the sale endured until the sun was setting over the common swamp, the voice had not diminished in volume or clarity. The durability of his voice was sound source of wonderment to those who frequented the Abbott Street sale yards. There are many who can attest to the many performances in which Les Hawthorn sold cattle for 3 full days, on 2 consecutive days, horses by the hundreds at the annual sale. In considering or comparing such performances, it must be taken into consideration that he did not use amplification and defied sound of rain on the roof or the handicap of adverse winds. Yet I cannot recall his voice ever portraying any sign of hoarseness or strain. If I appeared to be extravagant in my impression of Mr. Les as I always addressed him, it is because I encountered many auctioneers in almost every major selling centre on the eastern states in the 50 years since I became his clerk and later his protege, but I have never heard a practitioner of the art of auctioning approach the completeness of his skills. Apart from his business career, which embraced over 50 years, Les Hawthorne was involved in the horse racing industry as committee man on both South Grafton Jockey Club, of which he was president for some years, and Clarence River Jockey Club. He played golf, found time for a little fishing at Yamba, developed extensive pastoral interests at Kangaroo Creek and South Grafton, and he was the alderman of the South Grafton Municipal Council and deputy mayor for a time. The name of Claude Stewart Hawthorne had the same high standing in the beef cattle agency business as his brother Les. He was another remarkable man, quite different in style and personality to his brother, and also in skills he possessed and utilised in the business. Claude was physically bigger than his brother, and under stress was inclined to be excited and vocal. His responsibilities in the business were enormous, and he did explode sometimes. The strains on him provide more than a reasonable excuse. Claude Hawthorne was the hub of the business in the sense of client contact. Stock movements to sale and from sale to widespread destinations. He engaged drovers on behalf of owners, plotted and checked each stage, and used reserves for overnight camps. He worried with his clients when floods complicated stock movements, when markets lost strength, when there was an outbreak of ticks. He would be a friend and an advisor to a huge clientele and who relied heavily on his judgment. After all, in the 30s and 40s, cattlemen seldom came to town except on specific missions, and Claude Hawthorne was their contact with the business end of their enterprises at the markets. The following is a picture of C.S. Claude Hawthorne. It has often been said that an agent's main tool of trade is the telephone, and Claude spent almost every evening, sometimes until midnight, in contact with his clients. He was the local contact with the rich and powerful interests of who owned the large cattle stations, the Morrisseys of Yugelbar, the Fields of Gordon Brook, the Grahams of Hanging Rock. His clientele was spread over the whole valley, and he was totally dedicated to serving their needs. Strangely, Claude kept notes. Claude rarely kept notes. Sometimes he'd commit to a piece of paper in his vest pocket, but I do not recall him ever using a diary. In retrospect, I can understand and appreciate the enormity of the task he set himself and the virtual impossibility of giving satisfaction to all, while the vast majority of the producers acclaimed him as a near genius in relating his marketing sense and knowledge. There was always an element who resented him for the power he exercised over the marketing scene. It can thus be seen the combination of unique qualities and abilities of the brothers Les and Claude Hawthorne produced a livestock selling team of outstanding ability, each contributing to the success of the other and to the enterprise they jointly controlled. On sale day, the cooperation between these two was uncanny. A glance from Claude as he conferred with a vendor client in the sale ring would be intercepted by Les in the rostrum with complete understanding and to the total meaning. They were a perfect combination. Emerging from depression with a superb staff operating smoothly and efficiently, the Hawthorne organisation soon overpowered the opposition to become a veritable monopoly in the major cattle sale market at South Grafton. The pig and calf sales were flourishing here, and again the Hawthorns dominated the scene. Goldsboro, Mort and Company Limited. In September 1, 1937, the Hawthorns sold their business to Goldsboro, Mort and Co. Limited, an old pastoral company for whom they had acted as agent. Les and Claude remained as joint manager, and Clarence barely noted the change apart, of course, from the name. The rise in stock prices caused by the war in 1939-5 gave impetus on the business, which grew into new heights in stock sales and general turnover. In this period there were significant staff movements, as Bill Atkins and Alyssa Gordon were enlisted for their services. I joined the staff as a junior clerk and later a trainee auctioneer. During these years, the workload was heavy in the business and the office understaffed, but the machine rolls on with business further expanding. It was 1946, shortly after the first of a series of Clarence River floods, that a major rift between Hawthorne brothers caused great embarrassment and divided loyalties amongst clients and friends. This caused a disaffection were not really serious, but the bitterness intensified until the position came unreconcilable. The Hawthorne family, traditionally one of those of close relationship, was divided by the loyalty of staff under challenge from day-to-day atmosphere was barely tolerable. This situation endured for some months, as Les indicated his intention to resign. The company engaged a replacement auctioneer, Mr. A.D. Des Hill, an experienced Victorian who immediately made a favourable impression on the clients, and the situation reverted to near normal. The office was moved at this time from the old cramped building in Through Street, now elevated, to the near existing doctor's surgery. The new location is in Clarence Chambers on the corner of Skinner and Through Street in a brand new brick building. In the new regime, Claude found it harder to relate to a new salesman whose style was quite different from that of his estranged brother. Tensions between the two were obvious still, until, following a verbal clash, Hill was summarily dismissed in May of 1947, pending another appointment. I became stand-in auctioneer, and this was a period of tension because I was properly identified as being very close to Les, and in fact publicly reinforced this by making a speech at the complimentary dinner attended by Les Hawthorne on the eve of his retirement. This function held on June 18, 1948, and referred to in the Daily Examiner as one of the largest gatherings seen in South Grafton. It was attended by all the civic leaders in the South Valley together with full representation of the business rural communities. The relationship with Claude over the period was strained by my position with the company, which was ruptured when I decided to accept a transfer to Forbes branch and was replaced under suspension, which meant that I had no permanent status. However, for the later part of 1947, I was in fact the only salesman on staff, so that my situation was somewhat confusing. In 1948, the annual staff approached Goldburrows while rightly considering it appropriate to provide a senior auctioneer as lead salesman for the Arducious. In 1948, the annual sale approached. Goldburrows were quite rightly considered it appropriate to provide a senior auctioneer as lead salesman for this arduous week. Alan H. MacArthur was the choice, a top auctioneer thoroughly experienced in the conduct of big sales. In the pre-war years of 1937, 8 and 9, he had conducted sales at Armadale of up to 2,000 head of hand-picked Herefords from the established breeders of the New England. MacArthur had no difficulty adapting to the local system of his selling and won immediate favour with the clients of the company. His performance influenced the company to appoint him permanently to Grafton as auctioneer deputy manager to Claude Hawthorne. The following picture is a picture of Alan MacArthur. Dalgety and Company Limited. Meanwhile, the situation in Grafton, involving the withdrawal of one half of the renowned Hawthorne team, created more than a little interest within the agency industry, and in particular the head of Dalgety and Company Proprietary Limited in Sydney. It was decided to investigate if possibilities existed to enter into active operation at Grafton. For this purpose, 2 veteran stock department officials were delegated to provide a report. Gil Strawn, head of the stock department on Sydney, and Cliff Alford, legendary auctioneer and manager of the Tennantville branch of the company. Accordingly, these two gentlemen arrived and secured accommodation at the Crown Hotel. Apparently, their only local contact was J.J.T. Jack Moorhead, who had established a connection with Dalgety's in extensive cattle dealing activities some years before. Through him, and through no doubt because of advice provided by him, I was invited to meet the delegation at their hotel. I recall quite clearly the formal instructions, then the insurance that they sought received that I was in fact under suspension for rejecting a transfer. They talked in several terms of the prospects of Dalgetty's entering the area and asked me if I would be interested should such a decision be made. My reaction was an enthusiastic affirmative. After all, I was 22 years old and with no real future in gold boroughs and extremely ambitious. I was requested to maintain confidentiality and await probable invitation from Mr. Barrett, General Manager for New South Wales, to visit Sydney for further discussions. Following a 2 weeks indoctrination period in Sydney office, I returned to open South Grafton branch on August 4, 1948, in a small office in Spring Street, near the Post Office Hotel. The next few years were charged with considerable tensions as the gold boroughs fought back to limit the incursion of this hitherto monopoly position. The two powerful pastoral companies became locked into a confrontation which involved clients, staff, and indeed affected the relationship between the respective head offices. The gold bros were able to maintain a lease of the yards, which forced Dalgetty to conduct their weekly cattle market on Wednesdays rather than on market day situation on Tuesday. The lease endured until 1957, despite the strenuous efforts to have it rescinded, and thus a major advantage was conferred on Gold Boroughs, Mort and Co. The competition between the two companies was intense, and within a few years Claude Hawthorne had succumbed to the pressure and suffered a coronary collapse. This forced him into retirement, and 14 years later claimed his life. The Hawthorne era was effectively at an end. With Alan MacArthur in charge of gold boroughs, leading a team including Bill Atkins, Eric Maxwell, Rod Alford, Murdy McFarlane and John Barrett, the battle lines were drawn. Carrying the Dalgetty flag were myself, Basil Carlton, Bede Carlton and Darrell Carlton. A most significant change by this time became evident in the style and philosophy of the agents. The idea of only one store gave cattle sale gave a regular periodic special sales, the first of which was in 1949 spring sale conducted by Dalgetty's. Outside buyers were induced to participate, and buyers such as Tom Norman and Don Langham extended their operation to include Grafton sales. Another important development was the encouragement and financial support accorded to cattle dealers to attend saddle sales in the Richmond, Upper Clarence and New England and surrounding centres. This produced increased flow of store cattle, which attracted a stronger interest on the part of buyers. The overall result projected Grafton into a new dimension of prominence and produced significant growth in the industry. In this period, local dealers emerged. Consequently, they were responsible for introducing many thousands of cattle. Some of the most prominent of these were Roy Hawthorne, Gordon Harrison, Dale Harrison, Stan Livermore, Murdy McFarlane, Les Butcher, with outside dealers including Pud Walters of Kyogle, Norman MacLeod of Glen contributing to this consistent flow of store cattle to Grafton. Goldsboro Mort and Company Limited continued to use Hawthorne name as the prefix for each annual sale, but otherwise the colourful days of the Hawthorne era passed into history. Under management of Alan MacArthur and Goldburrows responded to the composition by Dalgety, and the ensuing keen struggle for supremacy boosted sale yards turnover to the highest point in history. When MacArthur left the local scene in 1953 to continue his career in Victoria and eventually returned to his hometown of Armidale, his replacement was Tom Tiles, whose tenure was brief. He was followed by Bill Atkins, Bill Halden, John Barlett, Kevin Clark, and ultimately Malcolm McLeod, whose final job was to lower the flag in 1975. The pastoral house decline. Within the period of 1953 to 57, enormous changes had occurred in the pastoral scene, involving the large pastoral houses of course their branch structures. The old wooden wool houses were under pressure to maintain viability in conditions of rising operational costs. It had become increasingly obvious that the services being provided to clients were beyond the limits of a profitable operation. Competition between some 15 major firms was intense, and shareholders both in Britain and Australia were disturbed by the poor performance in terms of dividends. It happened suddenly in 1965. Dalgety & Co., the New Zealand Loan and Mercantile Agency Limited, announced the merger, and Dalgety New Zealand Limited was born. Elders Goldsboro followed the lead, and the two conglomerates became dominant in the industry. Then, what can be described as a corporate cannibalism ensured that these two giants devoured one another. Such proud old institutions such as Winchcombes, Pitt and Son, and Baggery, Australian Mercantile Land and Financial Co., Farmers and Graziers, Shute Bell, Baggery and Lumbee Limited, etc., etc. The changes in style of management were dramatic, as the old-fashioned philosophy swept aside in the quest for a profitable operation. In the Dalgety organisation, I absorbed the shock for some months, but at the end of 1965, the decision to quit was taken with some trepidation, and on Decimal Currency Day, February 14, 1966, Moy and Derby lined up against Elders GM and Dalgety NZL in Grafton and Dorrigo. Dalgety NZL withdrew from the area in 1966, and PD Darrell Carlton, who was the manager of that company, launched into business in his own account. These three became known as the Four when Charlie McGuinness returned to Grafton his hometown and hung up his shingle to enter the fray. Charlie had joined Goldsboro in Grafton branch in 1947 and was successful in various branches, eventually becoming manager of the Gundagai office. John Bartlett formed a partnership with Ted Vaughan in early 1971, and upon Vaughan's retirement, Bartlett and Ross Alford became members of a business which endured for some years. Moyen Darby, Peter McCrowan and Primac comprised a full field of active livestock agents currently operating in Grafton, and Primac, a public corporation, seems to have reversed the trend starting nearly 30 years ago by developing branch structure throughout Queensland with some intrusion into northeastern New South Wales. The only remnants of the old pastoral house are Elders and Dalgetty's, both in a battered condition with diminishing prospects of survival. Having spent a little over 50 years in the agency industry, I am unable to say with total conviction that no other business provides its clients with anything like the service and attention of the livestock auctioneer in this valley and elsewhere. This agent auctioneer has nothing to sell except service. His stock in trade is expertise, and his success is in his accordance with personal contact. He maintains his clients. He must study market prices and trends, seasonal influence and every element of the complex marketing chain so that he can provide advice and direction. He must be available at all times and his telephone must be attended all hours. I am not exaggerating when I recall having a discussion with a farmer client about pig prices while I was up to my waist in surf at Gamba. It is indeed a career which demands a lot of terms of time and dedication, yet it provides enormous satisfaction for relationships and friendships, which sometimes embrace up to 4 generations of family clients. In retrospect, I cannot conceive any career which has widely diversified activity and provides job satisfaction in abundance. The standard of profession is high, and the beef producers in this valley are well serviced by competent and dedicated agents. Earlier in this work, I placed Les Hawthorne in a class of his own as a livestock auctioneer. This does not preclude the mentioning of other outstanding performers for whom I hold great admiration and fond memories. I refer to those who are either retired or deceased. It would be unfair to draw comparisons to men who are still active in this field. The next photo is a photo of the elders, the GM team in the Abbott Street sale yards during the 1965 annual sale. Lance Nicholas and Kevin Clark of Casino, Dick Freeman, Dorrigo, and Alan MacArthur, Grafton, were all men of great skill, and I rate them secondary to my old master, Les Hawthorne. This photo was the Elders GM team in the Abbott Street sale yards during the 1965 annual sale. From left to right is Rod Alford, Bill Holden, manager, Alec Crack, head office, Bob Walker, Warren Burns, David Hegarty, John Bartlett, and Murdy McFarlane. Pig sales. As the dairying industry continued the pattern of growth in early days of this century, so did the pig population. Pig provided a means of disposal for skim milk, corn husks, surplus corn, and household waste, and supplementary source of farm income. In those days, the only real market for pig was in Sydney, and the process of disposal involved walking the herd to the wharves. Local butchering establishments absorbed a small percentage, but most went to sale to the big city agent or were sold through buyers who operated on behalf of city processors. In 1906, an advertisement appeared in the local press proclaiming that, at the request of several constituents, I have decided to establish pig sale yards in New Street, South Grafton, commencing from August 17, 1906, signed W.J. Hawthorne. This seemed to have been the only established sale yards, although several buyers and agents were active on behalf of Sydney interests in the period leading up to the establishment of a rail link to Grafton in 1925 and the opening of the abattoir in South Grafton in 1930. By 1928, a new set of yards was established by Hawthorne's near the railway trucking yards at the junction of Federation and Cambridge Streets. In the same year, the Shiress established selling facilities further down the line in Mackay Street, where fortnightly sales were held. Shiress gave way to T.W. Power, who, in addition to maintaining the pig sales, also involved himself in conducting a weekly mart in a barn adjacent to the Australian Hotel in Through Street. The mart later was called operated by Bede Carlton. Those two selling points, with modifications and extensions to embrace calf sales, endured for many years until the 1960s. The selling centre was moved to the abattoir, then in 1973 to a section of the new sale yards on Armadale Road. The pig auction activities were abandoned in the mid-70s as regulations were introduced to prohibit sales of sore pigs. The partial demise of dairy also shifted the production points of pigs from farms to professional piggeries. Calf sales, although surviving for a time, were eventually abandoned as supplies became inadequate to retain buyer interest. Auctioneer's licensing procedure. To secure a license about the turn of the century was necessary only to obtain a certificate from a local justice of the peace as to good character, and to send this certificate with the sum of £1 to the Treasury of New South Wales, from whence the licence was then issued. In my own case, in 1943, I was required only to confront the local sergeant of the police, who accepted my application fee of 10 shillings and sixpence, required me to state that I had no criminal behaviour recorded the colour of my eyes, and forwarded the form of chief secretary, and 2 weeks later I held the licence. The earliest licences I can discover were those issued to William Small Jr. in 1882 and W.J. Hawthorne in 1883. Chapter 4. Slaughtering and Processing of Livestock. In the preamble to this work, reference was made to the boiling down for tallow for stage which Operation Cattle were converted into cash, from which Operation Cattle were converted into cash. In 1861, salt meat produced at Clark Irving's Broadwater Meat Works was being exported, and in 1863, Charles Grant Tyndall opened the Ramornie Meat Works, or as it was officially entitled, the Australian Meat Company. These developments were indicative of the rapidly growing livestock industry. Not only the establishment and expansion of beef herds, but also the flow of cull cows, calves and pigs, residual over the ever-increasing number of dairy herds throughout the valley. Ramornie Meat Works. Although some venturesome wholesale beef trade to Sydney was operating in the 1890s, the centre of beef processing was Ramornie. The killing season there extended from March to September, during which about 19,000 head were slaughtered. In addition to locally produced cattle, large mobs came from Tyndall's Queensland properties. The main products of Ramornie were beef extract and canned beef. Both of these gained high acclaim in international markets, typically in Italy and France. The Indian Army was a large customer for the extract, which contained deep soldered tins and 1 foot deep. The recipe for producing extract was thus: extract was made in tanks, each holding the carcass of 6 head of cattle. These tanks were 7 or 8 feet long and 4 or 5 feet wide. The cattle were slaughtered, skinned and hung up on bulks and drained for some hours. Then they were eviscerated, disemboweled, taken down, boned, and chopped into small pieces, which were boiled in the tank for half an hour, resulting in juice being the world famous Ramornie extract. In 1890, Ramornie won the large French contract, which necessitated a 24-hour operation to supply. Overseas demand for its products continued beyond the turn of the century into the period of the First World War. The armed services, both Australian and British, absorbed most total production over those years. Additionally, leading steamship companies and several Arctic expeditions were customers for both tin meat and extract. Nothing was wasted at the works. Even the hair from the tails was sold, and in one 6-month season 2 tons of hair found a market. Another byproduct, butterine, was made by putting a fat through a mincing machine and then melting it but not boiling it. A delicious dripping-like substance was the result. It was sold for £80 per tonne. Apart from the the commercial benefits which flowed from the enterprise of Charles Grant Tyndall and his family, there was also a community created which was contented which was a contented workforce living in idyllic conditions. All workers were accommodated free rent cottages with the rights to run a horse and a cow. The village had several streets, a church, a school, attended at one stage by 100 children, store, 2 hotels, a recreational facility. Apart from a wage which varied from £1 to £2 per week, a ration of meat, flour, sugar and tea was provided. In the event of a death of the breadwinner, the dependents were generously cared for and included in several known cases of the continuation of wage to the widow for the time she survived the decease. Dances, concerts, races and sports and visiting circuses all contributed to the happiness and contentment of Ramornie village residents. Tyndall must have been a kind and generous man, as been awarded such respect and affection of the village community. Young Bob Caldwell, who was born, educated and employed at Ramornie, seems to have summed up the carefree atmosphere that prevailed when he referred to that perfect understanding, teamwork between master and man, or rather between friend and friend. The Australian Meat Co. sold out to Kensington Preserving Company, who continued for a short time to produce compressed cooked beef. The new company encountered some industrial trouble and ultimately succumbed to the recession in 1922. The village literally died. The cottages sold for £50 and were rebuilt in Grafton. Bachelors' quarters became cattle stalls, and the showground roofing iron from the church was sold for £0.50 per sheet, and the tallow wood floor from the hall went to Jack Adgery. Ramornie village has been reverted to an open grazing country with only a few skeletal remains of the meatworks. Travellers heading west to the tablelands may be reminded of the remote history of the village when observing the memorial on the right-hand side of the Guida Highway, commemorating those who served in the Great War of 1914 to 1918. South Grafton Abattoir. The abattoir at South Grafton was always operated on the current site of Armadale Road, approximately 2.5 kilometres from the crossroads in Bent Street. It began as a pig processing plant established by the Fresh Food and Ice Cream Company around 1920. By 1922, the year in which the Coast Railway was completed, a firm trading as O'Keefe Brothers, Nat and Sill, made an attempt to establish a canning business on the site made vacant by the withdrawal of the Fresh Food and Ice Cream Company. This new enterprise traded under the OK brand, but it also failed from the premises. Primitive as it was, lay dormant for some years apart from the slaughtering of a few cattle per week to supply a local butchery operated by George Starkey. Eventually, the ownership of the property came into the hands of the Zeech family. The Tancred brothers. In the latter part of the 20s, the Tancred name appeared in the district when the firm began processing calves in the Grafton Co-op Dairy Co. pig slaughtering premises in Victoria Street, and later relocated site in the railway siding area in Western Turf Street. About the same time, TA Field Proprietary Limited also had an arrangement with the Clarence River Pioneer Dairy Company at its Elmira factory to kill and process calves. This calf trade involves the carcasses retaining the skins were removed on arrival in Sydney, thus retaining the bloom of visual freshness. Tancred Brothers Proprietary Limited was an established meat wholesale business with offices in Rozelle and a prominent profile in the Homebush Meat Hall. The principals were the five brothers, Harry, Owen, Bunn, George, Arnold and Jim. They were of New Zealand origin, and under Harry's leadership they were becoming a powerful influence on the meat industry. No doubt influenced by good trading results in Bobby's calves from Clarence and being aware of potential of Grafton to provide increasing volumes of beef, veal and pork, Harry Tancred committed his company to building and operating an abattoir. He acquired the site from Zeech's interests and in 1932 a new enterprise was in operation. The Great Depression had reached its deepest point at the same time. Being a most astute businessman, Harry Tancred was no doubt fully cognizant of the virtual monopoly of his investment would confer to him. Grafton was the only New South Wales meat producing plant north of Newcastle that the huge area coming from within the commercial influence of the Grafton Abattoir extended from the Tweed to the Macleay and west to the Range. The absence of competition was to last until Casino opened a service works in 1939 and Midco at Maxwell in 1941. Tancreds brought several of their expert staff from Sydney, each a specialist. The slaughter foreman Sam Davis arrived accompanied by a man whose name was also introduced. When any argument arose as to the best and fastest slaughterman in the district, Frank McDonald, Harry Tancred brought Doug Proctor as his personal deputy and later installed him as manager. The general staff were recruited from local sources, and this provided a significant upswing in the local economy at a time of chronic unemployment. Tancred's work on plant was at a furious pace when compared to contemporary times. 5.5 long days per week, Wednesday afternoons and Sundays being the only days for rest. This program was designed to allow for calves which were slaughtered on Saturday to arrive in fresh condition by rail in Sydney in time for the early morning sale in Homebush Meat Hall on Monday. Many a Saturday afternoon, while men were eagerly contemplating a finish to their work, and the prospects of a Saturday night at the pitches were a dance. The late arrival of the railway van loaded with calves would disrupt their nocturnal arrangements. Buyers were stationed throughout the buying area. Kilty Rose on Macleay, Jim Tancred at Lismore, while local agents were appointed at points of the Clarence district. Some of these later become prominent identities in their own right, including Harold Jackson and Stan Livermore. Presiding over all this buying and policy was Ernie Markham, who was the responsible owner to Harry Tancred. Mobs of adult cattle for slaughter endlessly wound their way to Grafton from north and south, with drovers including such legendary characters as Harry Bennett's and Billy Penn, constantly on the move. As motor transport entered upon the scene, calves from outside the centres were collected on farm, transported to railhead and conveyed to the abattoir, where a special siding was provided. Stations and larger grazing interests in the Upper Clarence and Richmond districts provided large volumes of fat cattle, particularly in the autumn of each year. Bobby calves were becoming more plentiful as the dairying industry expanded. It can be thus seen that the Tankreds were superbly organised to fully exploit the strength of their position. They had assembled a competent workforce and expanded their productive capacity to the limit. At peak performance periods, over 1,600 calves were slaughtered a day, while up to 1,000 porkers each week were processed to meet the Christmas demand. Of course, pigs and calves were additional to the constant flow of adult cattle. Tankreds were doing very well, and the large workforce cherished the wonderful benefits of being employed during the times where jobs were scarce. The abattoir was the part of the economic structure of the district, probably the largest employer of the times. As far as the men themselves were concerned, they seemed to demonstrate a particular pride in belonging to the establishment, which was referred to as the Tankreds, the works, or the meat works. There were no bludgers amongst them. Each took his share of the load. They demonstrated loyalty to one another, which would expend to physical retribution if any perceived insult or injury. Son followed father, brother followed brother, into what was for many years one of the hardest, most unpleasant working conditions that can be imaginable. They were tough men involved in specialised trade, but they were also good citizens and family men, seemingly with a vital participating interest in sport, and mostly inclined to discuss their philosophies of life over a few at the hotel of their choice on Saturday nights. Many started work at the abattoirs as boys just out of primary school, who made this their trade for a lifetime employment goal. Some studied to become meat inspectors. Indeed, one eventually achieved the position of manager of the abattoir. That man is Jack McCooey, whose employment at the abattoir spanned 43 years, in 1933 to 76, and from whom I received considerable data. Grafton Co-op Dairy Limited in takeover bid. In the early months of 1937, rumours swept the Clarence Valley that Tankreds was selling out of the abattoir. A confirming announcement soon disclosed that Grafton Co-op Dairy Limited was the buyer, and that the changeover would occur on July 1, 1937. The question was why? Why would such a lucrative monopoly be sold when livestock industry was emerging from the Great Depression with obvious growth potential? It became known that the Tancreds had committed themselves to building and operating an abattoir at Burke to capture the unserviced area of Western New South Wales and adjacent Queensland districts. The need for the additional capital was to fund this enterprise seemed to be the logical answer. Perhaps the Tancreds, being no doubt aware of producer pressure to establish abattoirs in Maxwell and Casino, could foresee that the golden years of monopoly may be challenged. In the negotiations leading to the contract of sale, Harry Tancred was successful in including an agreement which provided that any slaughtering capacity surplus to the requirements of the purchaser shall be offered exclusively to the vendor. In other words, he received the cash benefit of the sale and maintained monopolistic hold of the huge percentage of the processing capacity of the abattoir. In terms of sale provided, and the dairy company was paid to pay a deposit, with the balance secured by mortgage over the land and buildings to be paid over 3 years. A study of the minute books of Grafton Co-op Dairy Company Limited, covering the period leading to the decision to purchase the abattoir, revealed that many stakeholders and suppliers were unhappy with the manner in which they were committed, allegedly without consultation. At a special general meeting of members held on April 12, 1937, under the chairmanship of W.T. Robinson, these feelings were aired in a series of questions which obviously failed to produce satisfactory answers. The amendment to postpone the meeting for a fortnight to enable a wider involvement of shareholders was ruled out of order by the chairman, Mr. W.T. Robinson, who refused to submit a motion that his ruling be disagreed with. The acquisition of the abattoir seemed to be a promised expansion of bacon and ham trading with metropolitan area, greater storage capacity and generally wider base of diversified income structure for the dairy company. The vote 95 for and 36 against produced the required 2/3 majority, and the deal was now a reality with the possession given and taken on the 1st of July 1937. The dairy company inherited Mr. J.P. Peter Jensen as manager, and he became first casualty when summarily dismissed in 1938. He was replaced by Doug Proctor, who had worked as a manager under Harry Tancred, and again that capacity when the Burke Abattoir commenced operation, and again in that capacity when the Burke Abattoir commenced operations. He later left Grafton to manage Tancred's Tenterfield Abattoir, being replaced in 1941 by Bill E. Lamb. Within 12 months of acquiring ownership, the directors of the dairy company were worried. The dominating presence of Chairman W.T. Robinson was removed by his resignation on the 27th of February 1939. He cited differences between him and other members of the board and the secretary as reasons for his withdrawal. His decision is to go His decision to go was welcomed by at least 3 directors: W.N. Hughes, I.C. Diet, and S. Husson, who spoke of his unreasonable attitude. A Supreme Court action by the Tancreds was instituted, which the board intended to defend. Mr. A.H. Wilson thought the board should pay Tancred off. The sooner you get shot off them, the better. The details of the legal action referred do not appear in any surviving records, but it seems clear that Tancreds were attempting to reinforce their exclusive right to any killing space surplus to that by the dairying company. The actions by the Tancreds failed, and this ultimately ushered a new era of prosperity for the beef industry in the Clarence region. In the 47th annual meeting of the shareholders held in February 27, 1940, further evidence of misgivings were ventilated. Mr. Jensen, in his role as shareholder, asked the chairman, "Do you think that the £1,699 was fair profit on the abattoir in view of the figures available for earlier in the year?" The chairman responded that earlier figures were not correct and there was a loss, not a profit. He said there was a variation of £4,000. Then he referred to a huge amount of claims against the company by operators. Things were certainly not going well. It seemed certain that the board was already out of its depth in managing a service abattoir with all its complexities and additional capital demand. Under the management of Bell Elam, the abattoir, because of the availability of processing space, attracted a patronage of many metropolitan-based meat wholesalers and retailers whose competition in sale yards established a solid base for all classes of livestock. Several national and multinational companies soon established regular weekly kills, and some had resident managers buyers accommodated in offices adjacent to the abattoir, including Riverstone Meat Company, Sydney Meat Preserving Company, and Thos Brothwick and Sons. Other buyers arrived by train each sale day to purchase their requirements, returning that evening or in some cases continuing on a circuit of sales. In the 1944 to 45 period, it was becoming increasingly apparent that the dairy company could not continue to operate the abattoir, especially as government standards of hygiene were being strictly applied to the considerable costs involved. In fact, it appeared to some people involved in the industry that the facility would sooner or later be sold. This conviction activated Claude Hawthorne, who was one of the Hawthorne brothers, had a vested interest in maintaining an open, competitive market. He really feared that Riverstone Meat Co. was becoming poised to make a move towards acquiring the abattoir and creating another monopoly similar to that of Tancred era. Mr. F.N. Murphy, sawmiller and grazier, allied himself to Hawthorne in a bid to organise a producer-based cooperative to assure the operation of the abattoir. These two high-profile representatives of the beef industry were appointed trustees of a fund of which glaciers were urged to contribute share capital. They were also authorised to negotiate with the board of dairy company on the question of acquisition of the abattoir. Even though the compelling need to maintain an open market was obvious, the flow of share capital was very low. It must be recognised, however, that cattle prices were low, with bullocks at £18 and cows at £4 per head being indicative of the market at that time. An option to purchase the abattoir for £32,000 was secured, appropriate legal requirements compiled, and eventually a public meeting attended by 70 stock owners in South Grafton Municipal Council chambers was held on 11th of September 1946. Clarence River Co-op Meat Society Limited. The decision to proceed with the purchase was taken. The name Clarence River Co-op Meat Society Limited was adopted and a provisional board elected comprising of F.N. Murphy, C.S. Hawthorne, Eric Richardson, Ventry Kelly, D. War, E.A. Burt Thompson, Eli May, Don Page, W.M. Bill Atkins, and Bill Elam continued as manager. In 1972, the name of the company was changed to Grafton Abattoir Co-op Limited. The normal capital of the society was £50,000, of which only a portion was subscribed for that. From the inception, the cash shortage inhibited normal progress, structural repairs, extensions, new and replacement plant, ever-increasing costs, all necessity to maintain the standards demanded by health authorities constantly drained cash resources. In the 60s, when all the new overseas markets were open to Australian beef, the abattoir standards throughout Australia had to conform with the United States demands or imperil this valuable trade. Throughout the 34 years period since acquisition of the abattoir from the dairy companies, several attempts have been made to broaden the income base. In 1951, a poultry abattoir adjacent to the same structure was established under the arrangement involving Cliff Wallach. Within 12 months it had been closed. By far the most radical and venturesome decision was taken in the 70s to become involved in domestic and international meat trading. Beef, sheep, goats were purchased, processed and sold to diversified world markets. This highly specialised trade imposed enormous physical and monetary pressures. All this extra burden was additional to the services of several major meat company clients, with whom in some cases the board was in competition. The continuing demands of the Department of Primary Industry to upgrade facilities to meet export standards then become most intolerable. Despite the achievement of significant trading profits ranging from $250,000 to nearly $500,000, such results were dissipated by costs in capital outlay. The beef collapse in the period of 1974 to 1978 caused a sudden drop in the export orders and an almost cessation of trade with Japan. This involved heavy losses in stock on hand and financial crippling to all participating elements in the beef industry, including abattoirs. Profitability was unattainable from both trading and servicing activities, and the board became convinced that the time had come to sell the facility while it was still in a position to discharge all debts and return capital to shareholders with a profit on their investment. Whatever judgment history shall hand down on the board members, management and staff of this volatile period, 1946 to 80, must be recorded that the immense benefits of the industry and the Clarence Valley were conferred by the provision of an open competitive market for livestock covering the most revolutionary and important period. An abattoir had to be contended. The abattoir had to contend at various times with an inadequate capital base, an old plant requiring constant repair and replacement, and the adverse effects of tick quarantine boundaries, which restricted the area of influence diverted to Casino and Byron Bay. It is appropriate to recognise the chairman and directors of who guided the destiny of the abattoir within the period. The chairmen are F.N. Murphy, George Maxwell, W.G. McCoy, W.J.J. Kelly, R.A. Roberts, Dr. W.T. Costello, N.O. Austin, and W.J. McLennan. The directors are J.C. Reid, Sid Houston, A.E. Cartmeal, D.A. Page, Eli May, F. Maxwell, Brian Murphy, Noel Munns, F. Kinghorn, S. Roy Hawthorne. Managers: W. E. Lamb, Cess Richards, Len Goldsmith, Jack McCooley, R. Walker. Secretaries: B.C. Green, P. Beresford, Arthur Moran, and R. Walker. When the decision to sell was eventually taken, interest was displayed by the highly successful Northern Meat Co-op country of Casino and others, but ultimately the board settled for the offer made by Gilbertson family of Victoria, who took over control in 1980. The wheel had completed the full circle, and the abattoir was in hands of a proprietary company. Abattoir personalities. It is recorded earlier in this section that Tancred's imported certain key personnel to their new plant in Grafton, including Frank Mackey MacDonald as head slaughterman and old Sam Davis as slaughter floor foreman. The old was applied because most of the local staff was so young, while he was in his late 30s. These were the star performers of the Tancred team, and in bringing them to Grafton, Harry Tancred imposed them the task of passing on their skills to the new recruits, thus upgrading the whole work performance. The regard he gave these people was indicated by the wages they received: £10 per week, and an enormous wage of the day. Mackie and old Sam were not old master tradesmen, but obviously excellent tutors, and under their teaching, especially their example, younger men gained skill and confidence, but especially they absorbed a pride in their work and a status within the workforce. Among those who graduated to the ranks of gun slaughtermen were Vince McLennan, Ivan Hudson, Sammy Carroll, Lester James, McCoy, and the Freeman brothers, Peter and Ivan, and later Jack Williams and Joe McGrawan. Dick, another of the Freeman clan, joined the staff after being a prisoner of war. He became Union delegate for many years and renowned as fair and reasonable in his position. Harry Rhodes, also a POW, assumed his job on returning as engineer driver, completed 46 years service. Lester James McCoy was the bearer of a quaint nickname, La-di-da, which was the bearer of a quaint nickname, La-di-da, which reflected his style and character. The son of W.G. Billy McCoy, the grazier had prominent local government personality. Lardy was physically neat, good-looking, well-dressed, and possessed social graces. He was a top tradesman, boxer, and with speed and style in general, a glamour figure, especially in the eyes of younger element of the workforce. Cecil Clive Bubbles Inman went straight from primary school to Tancred's. His father and grandfather had been slaughtermen, so he had naturally gravitated to the occupation. He was indeed a remarkable character with a natural and instinctive wit, a great entertainer. Bubbles was an incredible whistler and possessing a good singing voice. He in his glory when holding court in a pub, the centre of laughter, and long surrounded by his friends. The story is told, in fact accepted as folklore truth, that Bubbles and his friends, including Ken Walters the boxer, were enjoying an evening of conviviality at the Railway Hotel, otherwise known as the 5 Mile. This was a favourite venue to those not prepared to accept the 6 o'clock closing laws, as it was relatively safe from police raids because of the distance from town and the fact that approaching traffic was generally visible. One night the police avoided the surveillance and suddenly their presence was the signal for mass exodus of patrons into the surrounding darkness. Boxer and Bubbles in their condition could not sprint to freedom, so they crawled into the poultry shed at the rear of the hotel. The police with their torches flashing were in the yard, and thinking they heard something strange coming from the head house, the sergeant called out, "Is anyone there?" And the reply in a muted falsetto voice, "Only us chooks." Harvey Days, a serious type, became former lumper, an occupation requiring the expert use of strength to carry carcasses of beef in quarters weighing 45 to 90 kilograms from the chiller to the refrigerated railway wagons. He demanded perfection in the performance of his team, and he gave 46 years of exceptional service to the abattoir. Cyclone Johnny Walker was a star cyclist of the pre-war era, and his consistent success was the old bitumen track in McKittrick Park, made him something of a local hero. He was a jumper at the works, which was a fondness for his bed, with a consequent tendency to be late for work. He was a lumper at the works, with a fondness for his bed, with a consequent tendency to be late for work. Taff Essex and Bill Ponty. Andrews regularly provided entertainment and lunch and smoker breaks with exaggerated tales with their previous droving experience. Danny Griffin, whom the nickname Griffo was obviously applied, was another of these great characters. A versatile and dedicated worker, he possessed an amazing talent for relating outrageous tales. He was always on time despite travelling from the western area by means of a trusty bush bike. Always except one occasion where, of course, is installed as part of the folklore of the abattoir era. After pushing his bike homewards in a hot westerly day, Griffo stopped at the Imperial Hotel for a couple of beers and dwelt a little longer than he had planned. Eventually he resumed his journey with some difficulty in controlling his bike. At the rear of his yard there was an opening to a shed with a ramp which always traversed before demounting and positioning the bike for the following morning. His condition had directional sense, which was most confused as he wound his way up. With relief, he identified the ramp, and with a super effort he progressed into the darkness, fell off and passed out. On awakening, he first noted that someone had affixed a door to the shed, and also the door was locked. Panic set in and he yelled and kicked and eventually attracted the attention of a complete stranger who informed poor Griffo that he was in fact in a furniture removalist van in Casino, a perfectly reasonable excuse for being late. The driver explained the obvious. Griffo, seeing the ramp, could never in his condition have known that it belonged to a van which had just delivered a load of furniture to a near neighbour of Griffo and returned to home. Of course, there are many who, by virtue of their long and distinguished service, or because of their characters or their times, are worthy of mention. It is a sad fact that the total recognition is always impossible. Naturally, the number of abattoirs staff won acclaim for sporting achievements over the years. Among those are Bruce Bouillon McLennan, who started at the bottom and extracting tripe and worked his way up to become meat inspector. Bruce excelled in rugby league as a strong, mobile forward and won selection in the English touring side and also against the Australian side in a pre-match before the England campaign. Smokey Baker was the Australian buck jumping championship, won the Australian buck jumping championship in the Sydney Royal RAS. George Mill was Australian surfing champion. The Abattoir Sydney cricket team and the rugby league team always perform well at local competitions. I'm indebted to Jack McCooey and Peter McGrawn, former Abattoirs employees, who provided background to these historical and personal aspects. Jack McCrory commenced his career as beef lumper in 1933, just 1 year after the abattoir opened for business. His duties enlarged to include all forms of labour, intensive work such as fencing and mixing concrete, until he became the first freezer hand when Tancred's built a hard freezer. Jack worked all day in these low temperature conditions with beef respites and smoko and lunch times. He called with some satisfaction that the Tancreds pay him £5 per week, in his position a most generous income in those days. He transferred to Burke for a short period in 1938 to assist the early stages of the new abattoir. Back in South Grafton in the early war years, an emphasis then was to produce food for the Allied war effort. He recalls a major consignment of 600 bacon pigs produced under near panic conditions, loaded by rail to Sydney, then transshipped by vessel to the Wellington Star for shipment to England. The Germans sank the ship off the coast of Dover. Jack and his men felt a sense of personal loss. With 26 members of the staff, Jack was second at Riverstone Meat Company in Sydney, and their program of work involved 12-hour shifts over the period of 3 months. Returning to home base in 1954, he became work supervisor for 18 years, becoming manager, a position he held until retirement in 1976. The following picture is a picture of Jack McCooey. Peter McGruin spent nearly all his working life at the abattoir, commencing on the floor. He gradually advanced his position to become meat inspector. He typified the spirit and the camaraderie of those who were at the abattoir fold. Well educated and articulate, Peter had also provided a sound and penetrating contribution to the lunchtime agenda, particularly on the political issues of the day. Operating clients of the abattoirs from 1937 to 1980. Buyers and representatives. Riverstone Meat Company, Wilson Meat, Brisbane, Gay & Co, Clarence River Meat Company, E.J. Ashcroft Proprietary Limited, G.M. Scott and Son, T.A. Field Proprietary Limited, Voss and Playfair and Sons. Voss, Brothwick and Sons, Asia Limited, Morex Meat Company, H. Halrayran Proprietary Limited, G.H. Elliott Proprietary Limited, Sylvester Brothers Proprietary Limited, Carter Preserves Proprietary Limited, Peel River Meat Proprietary Limited, V.G. O'Gorman, Sydney Meat Preserving Company Limited, Woolworths, C.R. Pioneering Dairy Company, Fanon and Scallion, Finch Meat Company, W. Edge, Casco Meats, Grafton Co-op Dairy Company, Harry Walker, Wallsend, Clarence Meat Exports, Tancred Brothers Proprietary Limited. Other major meat companies which regularly purchase cattle in Grafton for processing at Casino and Byron Bay and Gosford included A.W. Anderson Proprietary Limited, Swift Australia Proprietary Limited, W.I. Dunn Casino Proprietary Limited, F.J. Walker Limited, J.A.S. Watson and Sons, Chas David Proprietary Limited. Chapter 5. Cattle Dealers. If a man is described as a cattle dealer, it can conjure up a picture of a sharp, quick-witted gentleman who is capable of taking advantage of the ill-informed battler. While not prepared to absolve all dealers, I have known from occasional lapses in sharp practices, I have high regard for the necessary role that they always have played in the livestock industry. Further, I am prepared to pay tribute to many fine characters who filled this role with great integrity and proved an essential commercial link between the isolated cocky and his economic requirements. The farmer in the latter parts of the last century, and indeed right up to the advent of motorised transport of livestock, had extremely limited options as regards to the disposal of cattle. He may have had a single fat cow or an infertile bull, or very few odds and ends of unproductive cattle. He certainly had to have need of income, and no dealer mounted his horse and accompanied him by his dogs had, most importantly with his cash in his pocket, was a welcome sight as he approached the farm. A deal struck, payment made, and possession taken, and onwards went the dealer as night approached, and he was in command of a mob of all types of cattle. The dealer was a seller if a margin of profit appeared, so that he sorted out his purchases. The disposal was organised. The cattle were loaded into boats for Sydney markets, and some resold at regional sales, some retained for fattening or breeding. Gus Carlson Sr. was such a man. He would leave home before dawn and return to the dusk with his purchases. George Chard, grandfather of Warwick and Dallas, would buy and sell continuously for every very slender profit margin. For even a very slender profit margin. In the 30s and 40s, he would ride up from Elmira to South Grafton, sale, purchase all types of cattle in which he would foresee a margin, and retail the stock to farmers on the way home. He was a gentle, smiling man of absolute integrity. Harold Jackson was the dealer for Cowper, Brushgrove, Woodford Island District. Frank Want, Murdy McFarlane and Les Butcher would service the Lawrence District, while Tom Barnier and Cyril Ferguson combined to cover Southgate Road, Great Marlow, Carrs Creek area. In the mid-30s through the late 40s, the Orara Valley was serviced by 3 dairy farmers come dealers: D.C. Dougal McPherson, Sid Houston and Alf O'Neill. Dougal and Sid were neighbours on the Talawuchika Creek Road, and serious falling out, no doubt, arising from a conflict in dealing activities. This added colour to a this added colour and sometimes a little extra for the seller in the area. Alf O'Neill operated from Karangi, and he at one time stood for Parliament and retained the political inclination for all his life. Claire Gillett and Jim McIntyre were in the Tyringham Ebor district, and Jim Bennett was the Dorrigo district dealer. Throughout the same period, most mobs of mixed cattle, sometimes of 500 head or more, walked the trail from Glen Innes to Grafton. Jack Kilner, Norman MacLeod, Ted Brayshaw, Percy Crinsell, and Lou Perriott all exploited the absence of established markets on the tablelands, and many thousands of cattle each year were handled by these men down the hill to Grafton. Chapter 6. The Droving Era. In my wild erratic fancy, vision come of me of Clancy, gone a-groving down the Cooper where the western drovers go. As the stock are slowly stringing, Clancy rides behind them singing, for the drover's life has pleasures that the townfolk never know. And the bush has its friends to meet him, and their friendly voices greet him, in the murmur of the breezes and the river on its bars. He sees the vision splendid of a sunlit plains extended, and the light of the wondrous glory of the everlasting stars. Banjo Paterson, in his classic poem Clancy of the Overflow, portrays the drover's life as one of carefree and close intimacy with nature at her best, far removed from the noisy, dirty and sinful cities. Banjo, more than anyone else, seems to have been the bushman's bard, and many of those with minimum exposure to poetry can recite the stirring verses of the man from Snowy River and the story of Clancy. In the research of early days of the beef industry, including the very important role of drovers, I encountered many a wry smile when I quoted Clancy with reference to the drover's life has pleasures which the townsfolk will never know. Old-timers who now are the last survivors of the droving era can produce vivid recollections of different conditions to those enjoyed by Clancy. They refer to periods of incessant rain, wet and miserable camp conditions, especially at night, the virtual impossibility of starting a fire so that food is scarce and unpalatable, and the wet clothes and boots which seem to become part of the body itself. Add this to the problems of tired, footsore dogs and the restless herd. The vision of Clancy singing and admiring sunlit plains and starlit skies seems to pale. In the period embracing 1890s to the completion of the rail link to statewide system in 1922, trading in cattle outside buyers was largely dependent on drovers. Fat cattle before the completion of the rail link were transported to Sydney Market by boats, both sail and steam, but larger mobs of fats and stores were delivered on hoof to the railway terminals at Glen Innes, later to Wauchope and Maxville. Within Clarence Valley there was a constant livestock movements over relatively short distances, but the long-distance treks became more frequent as the number and quality of Clarence River cattle and horses became known over the wider areas of eastern Australia, attracting interest of buyers. These does not seem to be any documentary evidence to the earliest drovers of the valley, but memories of some elderly surviving sons and grandsons of those involved have yielded a fairly clear picture. Sam Keneally, now 88 years old, clearly recalls his first big adventures of life when, as a youngster of 13 or 14 years, accompanied by his father, Mick Kearney, on long droving expeditions, Mick established his family home on a farm at the head of the coal stream near the village of Halfway Creek. He was a drover from his early adult life, and his sons Jim, Bill and Sam all participated during their boyhood years, though eventually following different career paths. Mick's initiation into droving was in participation in movement of 1,000 cattle from North Queensland to Adelaide, and before his decision to establish himself on the Clarence, he gained much experience in long-distance droving. From his newly established base at Halfway Creek, Mick embarked on such trips, one as involving 500 head from the Urunga district to Dubbo via Taylor's Arm, Bellbrook and Menanduran. He quite frequently drove herds of fat cattle up the Dandara Creek route from Jackedgery to Glen Innes for G.W. Fitzgerald for entrainment to Sydney. Mick Kearney died in 1940 after a long life, during which he was the most important element in the development of the beef cattle industry. Fred Smith, whose home base was Newton Boyd and was of similar vintage to Mick Kearney, and his career path was almost identical. One of his sons, Laurie, who at 88 years of age now lives in quiet retirement in Junction Hill, recalls many expeditions which he accompanied with his father as a young man. In the late 1920s, a droving team comprised of Fred, Laurie and other brothers, Jack and with Bert Blanche, moved 1,100 Hereford Spies heifers from Gordon Brook Station to Maxwell in 2 mobs. These cattle were ultimately punted across the river to be entrained to Sydney, and Laurie recalls vividly the quality and size of the mob, and the fact that the route was through the main street of Coffs Harbour, a task which would now be fraught with considerable difficulty. A trip originally designed to deliver a mob of 500 bullocks to Corai Station near Narrabri was extended by the spreading influence of drought and kept Fred, Laurie and a cook on the road for 5 months. The search for feed on the livestock routes led them west of Berg, and then back to the original destination, where their arrival was signalled by drought-breaking rain. On the black soil of the treeless Galathra plain, the mob was immobilised, and the station manager, who could see the cattle, could not leave the homestead to approach the drovers. Laurie Smith led a full and colourful life in the Newton Boyd Valley, where he established a long grazing unit producing top Devon cross cattle, including during the war years. He and his wife conducted a restaurant, general store and service station at Newton Boyd, a welcome stopover point on the long trip to Glen Innes. They also acted in the capacity of postmaster, whilst at the same time operating the manual telephone exchange. The following picture is Laurie Smith. The Newton Boyd facility is so important to the focal point of the village life. Later passed through the ownership of Bill Closter, Bill Murden, Keith McIntyre and Ron McRae before it ultimately succumbed to the march of progress. That road to Glen Innes from Grafton is now seldom used apart from the few residents of Buckarumby and Newton Boyd. The Guida Highway has proved to be an economic winner, particularly as regards to interchange of livestock between the tablelands and the coastal plain. Ned Essex, his son Reg Essex and his grandson Ned were also prominent in droving, covering many years and three generations. Droving as an industry flourished during the 20s and 30s and remained a significant element even after the railway system was able to offer a quicker and cheaper alternative. Many of the buyers who purchased large numbers, particularly at annual sales, still showed a preference for walking their cattle home, so that even in the mid-50s, drovers were still sometimes required to undertake the long trips. In 1942, when I became involved as a junior clerk for Goldsboroughs, I came into individual contact with the whole team of drovers and sale yard staff. As pay clerk, it was my task to record the details for the work performed, and after submitting this to Claude Hawthorne to effect payment. Names. When recalling after the passage of 50 odd years also seemed to cause nostalgic reaction, even sadness that so few of them are still alive. I have tried to recall all such names hereunder so that it may revive some memories in those who read these pages. Stepper Clark was a well-known character whose nickname reflected a lameness from a leg injury which never really healed. Many a young drover was appalled at his treatment of this wound, which almost amounted to surgery with a pocket knife. Stepper occasionally undertook long trips, one which was to Weewar in a team comprising of Rex Thompson, Athol McCooey, Tom Butters and Len Kerr. He was a good reliable drover, but a poor counter. He addressed everyone as fella. Mountie Kelly, silent, neat dresser, introvert smoker of pre-rolled cigarettes. Jack Arundale, exceptional character, witty, good-humoured, great company on the road. He would add dignity to the evening meal by announcing that dessert will be served in the form of rice and golden syrup. Jim Orr mainly operated as a short strip driver. He was frequently engaged by Eli May to drive fat cattle to the May and Armstrong slaughtering premises. Billy Bean, with Harry Bennett's, brought many mobs of cattle to the Tancred's Abattoir in Lismore casino area during the early and mid-30s. He worked as a general drover until ultimately joining the tick staff.
Reg McCooey, a big man with a great sense of humour, with Tom Butters as his deputy. He served both Gordon Brook and Youghal Bar stations, bringing cattle slaughter to the railway trucking point in South Grafton. Originally he worked on Ramornie Station, where his brother Tom eventually became head stockman in the days when Ramornie and Newbold were under the very capable management of W.M. McHughes. Harry Rolls, a top horseman and a real character who took delight in exposing the weaknesses he perceived in others, especially the tall poppies of the cattle scene. He spent many years as a share farmer at Kangaroo Creek on a farm owned by the district coroner, F.M.V. Earl, later returning to droving. Bill Harrington, quiet, patient, and absolutely dedicated to tender care of cattle entrusted to him. One of the best drovers in the district has ever seen. Billy and Jack Golding were Bar Youghal graziers who were regularly engaged to bring mobs of cattle to Grafton from Youghal Bar Station and other producers of that area. Careful and caring with great expertise. Tiger Campbell, Joe Daly, Charlie Shannon, Bill Bellamy, Herb Power, Les Power, Taff Essex, Punty Andrews, George Martin, all great characters of the times. The feeling of having forgotten some of those would have been of those who were part of the droving scene is unavoidably sad. Now I make special mention of one who really stands out in my memory as the most unusual character. Ernest J. Wall, Ernie or EJ, was a remarkable personality whose characteristics did not fit the role of drover, although he was regarded as steady, careful, with good dogs and a real care for cattle. In terms of his gear, he was certainly unusual. He did not possess such basic equipment as saddlebags to carry his provisions, bedding or clothing. All these essential requisites were contained in a couple of sugar bags, so that on reaching camp he would empty out all his provisions by upending the bag, so that butter, sugar, meat, etc. became on a heap on the ground. At least on one occasion, a dog snatched a steak which was suffering from age and decay and headed off with EJ in pursuit. The recovered meat was restored into a protective rag which resembled an old singlet, and eventually it became his main course for dinner. Although his early history is not well known, he came to Grafton from the Tablelands. One attribute which intrigued most people was his obvious musical ability, which was demonstrated by singing tuneful ditties, but better emphasised by his renditions on the violin. This was probably his most prized possession, and it generally was produced after EJ was relaxing with kindred souls in the bar of the Royal Hotel after his return from the droving trip. I explained earlier in this work how the instruction of Dalgetty's to the engineering scene in 1948 produced great tension in the loyalties of producers was being put to the test. The drovers were not excluded from this drama because Claude Hawthorne expected them to remain available to him to the exclusion of Moy Dalgetty Intruder. The crowded bar at the Royal late in the evening of the day before Dalgetty's opening sale, EJ released a new hit number, In complete silence, with the absolute attention of all, EJ began to sing. I work for Dalgety and Co. I tell you boys I'm not slow. I get 10 bob a day and that ain't bad pay. So I work for Dalgety and Co. I work for Dalgety and Co. I get a few quid a week, enough for dog's meat, and they'll tell me I'll rise as I go. Before the evening ended, men who had never sung before were bellowing out EJ's hit song. Chapter 7. Inside the Selling Ring. The style of selling cattle at auction in Grafton was somewhat unusual in the eastern states, but no doubt reflecting the influence of Hawthorne brothers, who developed and refined the system, which was efficient and suited to local conditions. The cardinal element of this was the ring selling method, as distinct from the pen-by-pen system adopted by most other major selling centres. Grafton remains committed to the selling ring, even though this day, despite many attempts to adopt a more economical and quicker method, which has become almost universal. My own view is that the ring selling gives the agent the opportunity of attracting the maximum price for the benefit of both the vendor and the agent. The huge numbers handled by the annual sale required that pen selling be used particularly during the morning session on Wednesday, when the sale yards were filled and internal movements of stock were impossible. Another most important element which contributed to the uniqueness of Grafton style was the constant presence within the selling ring of highly skilled specialists whose basic skills were to ensure that the cattle were fully displayed to buyers and quickly dispatched into their receiving lane as soon as the auctioneer's hammer fell. The men developed extraordinary abilities as to assessing carcass weight and values, and it was this specially that they exercised significant influence on successful conduct of sale. To clarify this further, I should explain to readers that when each lot entered the ring and the auctioneer called for bids, the initial response was almost inevitably from the ringman, thus ensuring that the transaction got away to a quick start and concluded that with any loss of valuable time. Although his first bid may have lacked actual validity, most regular buyers trusted in the judgment of the starter and understood the purpose for which it was submitted. Very seldom was there an opening such bid which felt left unhonoured. Apart from the ability to infuse speed into the selling process, the ringman wielded considerable influence in achieving a satisfactory sale for the vendor by stimulating bidding to achieve a reserve price. Many a vendor who may have been battling to quit cattle in times of dry seasonal conditions or constrained market prices made personal contact with the saleman as regards to the minimum price he would accept. The result would be that bids on behalf of the vendor would raise the price to an acceptable level. The coordination between the yardman and the auctioneer was uncanny, and a glance exchanged from ring to rostrum conveyed a total explanation of the actual state of bidding. Throughout the long history of auctioneering, as summarised earlier in this work, there is always an assistant in the ring. Some became proficient, most were adequate, and few were exceptional to the point where they won wide acclaim. Of all of these men who acted in this capacity, there are only three upon whom I would bestow the accolade of champions. Throughout my career as an auctioneer, I have benefited enormously from their support and expertise, particularly when the going was tough. Each of these three were South Grafton born and bred, and from the earliest years they were closely involved in horses, cattle and sale yard scene. Ken Boxer Walters was a celebrity and a great character with a wild streak, whose short life packed with action and diversified experiences. He possessed a remarkably quick wit and seldom finished second. He possessed a remarkable wit and seldom finished second in a verbal joust. The following photo is a picture of Ken Boxer Walters. In the pre-war years, he was involved in rugby league with the South Grafton Wanderers, and for which club he was a tough and resourceful halfback. He represented the district in cup competitions, playing in such legendary stars as Frank Breesy and Rod Gill. He was a class performer who was given a trial in Sydney first grade with St George Club, but wasn't significantly motivated to conform to the total discipline of a city-type professionalism. The pre-war period, Boxer worked on casual basis for the Hawthorns, performing varied duties on the homestead and at the pig and calf sale yards. Like so many of that period, his income was minimal and his prospects dim. He joined the army in early 1942 and served in the Pacific region for 3.5 years. His army record indicated that he was a brave and dedicated soldier. Upon discharge in 1945, he tried to establish a career path, securing various positions, but repeatedly stumbling into restlessness. He was a surveyor's assistant for a short period, a casual drover, in one instance teaming with Rex Thompson to drive a mob of cattle to Kempsey from Jack Crotty. Later he left his beloved South Grafton to take an appointment in Maxwell, coaching the football team and working at Midco Abattoir. In 1947 he was working for the Department of Main Roads, replacing the Buckarumby Bridge, which had been destroyed by the flood of 1946. In 1948 he was given a permanent role on casual rates with Goldborough, Mort and Co. as ringman and the cattle sales. He became an assistant at C.K. Maxwell, who had entrenched himself in the position even though the advancing age was limited in his performance. Boxer also controlled the calf sale yards on Thursday, drafting yardings up to 700 to 800 calves during the boom year of dairying. At last, Boxer had found his niche in life. He developed extraordinary reflexes and a keen appraisal sense. He developed extraordinary reflexes and keen appraisal sense. He was to become something of a legend, especially in the cattle sale ring. He continued this role working for Goldburrows and Dalgetty's and ultimately Ross Alford until his death in 1986. Rex Thompson ranks, in my judgment, as probably the most complete cattleman of my time. In stating this, I am fully aware of many other outstanding candidates for whom this award, but his all-round performances and diversified abilities, in my opinion, are unchallenged. Rex is the son of late Bill Thompson, who conducted himself a butcher's shop in Skinner Street, South Grafton, for many years. He seemed instinctively drawn to horses and cattle and spent all his childhood years around the sale yards. His first job on leaving school was a 10 bob a day drover around town, but his abundant enthusiasm seemed to attract the patronage of powerful industry leaders, including Claude Hawthorne and Eli May. He soon graduated to longer droving trips and made the youngest ever to be placed in a team for older men on long trips on the road. His philosophy was simple: save every quid and invest in cattle, so that as his income improved from his droving and sale yards work, so did his equity in cattle. The following picture is a picture of Rex Thompson. Most important to this progress was the willingness of men of power and prominence to provide support, so that ever so gradually he accumulated land and stock, discharging each obligation before undertaking another debt. His record of financial integrity opened the doors to bank finance and private loans. Another very special event contributing to the progress was his ability to sustain his living expenses with income derived from his droving and sale yard work, enabling his equity to grow. Rex was in charge of many long trek deliveries of cattle from Grafton annual sale yards to western and southern New South Wales, but 3 or 4 trips to Scone in the 50s and 60s won him acclaim. Wally Buffier of Maitland was one of the biggest cattle dealers in New South Wales. He purchased countless thousands of cattle from Grafton over many years. He would mostly attend the annual sales in person, but his buyer, Stan Livermore, was constantly commissioned to act on his behalf. Having secured 1,000 head of bullock for himself and perhaps his associates, he would engage Rex to deliver the mob to Scone. The payment was on the basis of £1 per head. Never did Rex fail to deliver on the full number, and when considering the nature of the terrain, this was no mean feat. Once, however, his record seemed in danger. Descending a particular difficult slope, a bullock fell and ripped open his belly, from which part of the stomach and intestines protruded. Normally this would require a bullet and push on, but Rex, after bull dodging the animal, used the packing needle from the hair of the horse's tail to stitch the wound. The full number was delivered. Wally Buffier recounted the details of that performance for years. Rex Thompson eventually accumulated extensive pastoral holdings based on jackhagery and after closing down his breeding herd, concentrated on growing and fattening bullocks. Rex continued to make himself available to both Goldsborough and Mort, and to me as a sale ring specialist, and he was an outstanding performer, particularly if the going got tough. His ranks with boxer Walters and Kevin Mulligan as professionals in this very specialised category. Kevin Mulligan was a superb horseman, having a love for horses since his early years. Older residents of Cambridge Street area in South Grafton can recount observing this fair-headed boy performing astonishing feats of trick riding in nearby paddocks. The following photo is of Kevin Mulligan. Horses and cattle were to be dominant interests in his life. If it is not surprising that, as a lightweight, he had sought fame and fortune as a jockey and served part of an apprenticeship with New Zealand trainer J. Jameson of Randwick, leaving in 1939 to return home when weight became a problem. In terms of long distance droving, Kevin would rank well in front of his contemporaries, always prepared to go on the long haul to southern border regions or deep into western plains of New South Wales. In the early 50s, Kevin persuaded boxer Walters to join a team droving 600 fat cows from Thargoinda in Queensland to Tancred's Abattoir in Burke. Boxer was appointed cook, at which job he was less than successful. The trip involved 5 weeks, and on completion of the two found themselves stranded in floodwaters at Cunnamulla. Broke and dispirited, they escaped by train and returned home to South Grafton. Certainly his longest trip involved droving 1,500 head of cattle from Avon Downs in the Northern Territory to Augathella in Queensland. This mob was in 2 divisions and they were to move over 5 months. Kevin was a top-class rough rider and won distinction in many of the rodeo arenas and showgrounds in both New South Wales and Queensland. Certainly his highest attainments included the Australian Buck Jump Championship at the greatest of all rodeos in 1944 at Grafton, and while he defeated the American contingent of professional performers. In 1945 he gained the maximum point score again, winning the Australian Championship at Copmanhurst, at which the Duke of Gloucestershire presented the trophy. He added the Queensland Championship trophy to his collection at Killarney in 1951. In 1968, Kevin was appointed to Moyen Derby's Bellingen branch, where he successfully built a strong cattle connection based on the sale yards in that centre, and also in new selling centres established at Raleigh. As the dairying component gradually receded, the volume of cattle and calves also diminished to the point where regular sales were hard to sustain. When the Bellingen Shire decided in 1974 to close the sale yards, which were in fact very close to the business area, the branch was closed and the area serviced by Moyen Derby and The area was serviced by Moy and Darby's Dorigo office. Kevin worked a further 4 years in the New England area, based in Guyra for some time. Despite the beef depression of that period, the Guyra sale yards were reactivated. The regionalisation of selling centres virtually eliminated Guyra when Armidale and Glen Innes developed into important sale and venues for Guyra sale yards to be redundant. But it was his performance at the sale ring in tandem with Boxer Walters which won him universal acclaim. I cannot overemphasise the importance of contributions made by Rex, Boxer and Kevin to the industry in general, but especially their roles as troubadours, a title conveyed to Bill Bailey, Tart, editor of the Daily Examiner, when he first saw these men at work. Chapter 8. The Beef Recession of the Mid-70s. Cattle producers were in good heart in 1973. Prices, although not keeping pace with the inflationary spiral, were gradually improving and prospects seemed sound for further price escalation, especially as regards to export markets. As if to encourage producers to raise their expectations and increase production, Colonel Malcolm MacArthur, who was the chairman of the Australian Meat Board, issued a most remarkable industry release in May-June of 1973. He had completed a series of world tours assessing the potential of exports from Australia. Extracts from his report demonstrate how mistaken in assessing the world demand. It is now fairly certain Japan will seek 100,000 tonnes of beef in 1973. The enlarged EEC will in 1975-76 require an additional 300,000 tonnes. When we add the demand for places such as Chile, Peru, Yugoslavia, Iran, Greece, Sweden, Romania and the Far East, we have an almost unsatiable market. What of Russia and China? In mid-1974, the ominous signs of market instability were beginning to cause concern within the industry. In mid-1974, ominous signs of market instability were beginning to cause concern within the industry. At the big winter sales of April and May in that year, top steers were struggling to reach $100 mark, and secondary types were stalled at about $70 to $75. By December of that year, prime bullocks sold at about 45 cents to 48 cents per pound carcass weight, or about $330 per head, or about 50 cents per kilogram live weight. Within a few months, similar bullocks were selling for the equivalent of 1/3 of this rate. By August 1975, the weaner steers sold from $10 to $15 per head, with the heifers fetching as little as $5. There was now so many ways of avoiding the fact that cattlemen faced their worst crisis in memory. The market continued to be a free-fall manner, so that in some instances cash return for cattle consigned to sales failed to cover the carrier's costs. Producers with bank commitments or debts increased under high interest regime, while income virtually was negative. The government introduced a support measure known as the RED scheme to enable victims of the industry to secure work on approved undertakings. It was almost incredible to see young men possessing abundant experience and ability in land and cattle management, painting guideposts on gravel roadways. The desperate situation was exacerbated by rising costs and high inflation rate. The reaction to this circumstance ranged from absolute outrage on the part of the producers, mainly directed at government, to despondency and despair. As the fortunes of beef continued to become bleaker, elders quit the scene, closing their graft and branch and fading into history. The agency field was thus reduced to two, Moy and Darby and Ross Alford. In common with their producer clients, both firms were trading negatively. I can recall the feeling of frustration to repeatedly return from hard days selling to extremely restrained buyers to confront the reality that the end result was a loss. The crisis deepened during 1976 and reached its depth in 1977 when cattle markets almost ground to a halt. At this stage, my company was in deep trouble. Although we made substantial accumulations in the initial 10 years of trading, these funds by that stage had totally eroded our slim asset. Banking was our only reserve. All directors now provided our bankers with guarantees covering even the equities in our homes. All salaries were reduced, and every expense item came under closest review. Central to this critical crisis was the amount of book debts involving over $600,000, which really represented the short-term finance available to clients, mainly for the purchase of cattle in pre-depression period. Such advances, which incidentally were all unsecured, were and still are part of the functions of stock and station agency and represent good sound business to both borrower and lender. The lack of security is simply became the clients concerned possessed an A+ standing with the company and its management over the years, sometimes 2 or 3 generations. The problem caused by this policy of unsecured lending was then an affliction to all privately operated stock agents throughout Australia, yet it remains a fundamental feature of the industry. In the circumstances of 1977 in particular, our bank was tolerant as could be expected, but this limit of tolerance was eventually reached and we faced absolute defeat. We had consistently advised clients who had contracted these debts that we don't expect them to reduce or repay them by means of selling their cattle. Such sales would only repay a fraction of the debt, but would destroy the base of future recovery. The gospel message was simple. Use every effort to maximize both quality and numbers, so that when recovery comes from a sound platform, it is in place. With great pride, I'm able to say that in the ultimate, Moy and Darby received total payment for every dollar advanced and further, and no action by our company precipitated in financial destruction of a creditor or a client. In the early months of 1878, signs were emerging of a beef recovery, and gradually then our accelerating momentum the strength of the market was regained. Horse sales. From the beginning of white settlement in the Clarence Valley, horses formed the most important element in transport and agriculture. As station properties became into being, thoroughbred racing stock were the basis of interstation rivalry, involved the affluent squatters and their station staff. It was a relatively short period. Locally bred horses had won acclaim by winning many glamour events in metropolitan racing. A strong and constant demand developed from all classes of horse flesh for sport, stock, work, transportation, farming, and from military forces for remounts. There was also an international demand for Australian horses, including orders from the Indian governmental agencies. As mentioned earlier, the buying and selling of horses in the early days of the settlement contributed to the emergence of auctioneers and the middlemen in bringing buyer and seller together. Whereas the expanding dairy and beef cattle industries received most interest and attention in source from economic gain, it was more and more apparent that the horse sales attracted greater participation in combination of serious trading plus the enormous entertainment these periodic fixtures provided. In fact, when W.J. Hawthorne initiated the famous annual sales in 1892, which endured for almost 80 years, the emphasis on the horse component. Therefore, Hawthorne's annual horse sale, which traditionally held on 2 days following the 3-day cattle sale, attracted huge crowds from a wide area of adjoining coastal and New England districts. These sales conducted in an atmosphere of boisterous, rip-roaring fun with many patrons stimulated by refreshments provided by the adjacent Royal Hotel. The selling pace was necessarily frantic, so as to achieve the disposal of about 400 horses per day and individual transactions. Most of the yards were unbroken saddle-type ponies during the 30s. Many of these sold for a single bid of 5 bob, or today's term 50 cents. Drafts of ponies actually presented Cecil Hawthorne were more eagerly sought out, to sold up to £5. Cecil was one of the Hawthorne clan, but did not have a high profile in business. He was sometimes involved as a clerk, but his dominant interest was the breeding of the Hawthorne breed of ponies, which carried the Bonnie Charlie blood. These particular ponies were a highlight of the sale, not only because of the buyer interest, but because of the remarkable acrobatic performance of Rex Thompson and Kevin Mulligan, each then about 15 or 16 years old. Working in tandem, one would intercept the pony, and as it entered the ring in full flight, the other would grip onto the mane of the head, while the other would leap aboard and startle pony, who obviously previously had not felt the touch of a human hand. This stock display of horsemanship was also attracted crowd reaction, and when the last Hawthorne pony was sold, Cecil would take up a collection for the 2 performers. Another who demonstrated remarkable talent in handling the most cantankerous horses was Carl McLennan, and right through until he reached his senior years, he continued to fascinate the gallery with his particular style of horsemanship. On the Sunday morning of the following inaugural sales, held on the preceding Friday and Saturday, large crowd again assembled at the sale yards to be entertained by non-stop buck jumping. This was a day of reckoning for those who had purchased horses and now wished to find out if the performance matched the description provided by the vendor at the sale. All the crack horsemen were there in the hope of boosting their personal reputations and hopefully to earn a few bob for their efforts. The typical performer was Athol McCooey, who recalls having ridden 27 horses in one Sunday session and his reward was 14 shillings. His uncle Reg McCooey, as a young man, was involved, and a young man included Kevin Mulligan, Rex Thompson, Bob Mulweeney, as well as there was there to demonstrate their skills. I canvassed some of these old timers to the greatest horsemen of the Clarence, and this is an immediate reaction of stirring up of people, places and times. Athol McCooey's list recovered a long period. Athol McCooey's list covered a long period. Bob Adams, Chambine, his uncle Reg Essex, to which he added Kevin Mulligan, one of the other brigade. Kevin Mulligan includes himself Doug Meyer, whilst the other nominees bring back to memories such as renowned horsemen as Gordon Atwater, conqueror of Rocky, Ned, Eddie Rhodes, Thompson Estate, Stan Livermore, and the names keep coming back to fading memory. Travelling sires. During the 30s and in the period including the war years, the horse was the supreme, and breeding was all types of breeds of horses was catered for by large stallions whose owners travelled from farm to farm to inseminate mares. I recall the fascinating sight of Albie Delsling riding his pony and leading either of the two pony stallions, of which were owned by Carl McCallum, Baylock and Blue Isles. Albie was a man of formal manner and wore a bowler's hat and a starch white collar. He sported a jet black moustache, with local larrikins claimed he was embellished with local larrikins claiming was embellished with Kiwi boot polish. Ernie Bailey of Waterview was always on the track with his draft stallion, while Teddy Ling, the chanter, Tom Barnier, Marshall Law, Carl Swinghammer, Spearex, H.P. Bailey, Felt Yet, and B.J. Moran, Chilosis, all catered for the thoroughbred breeders. Visiting horse traders. During the 30s and 40s, Grafton was on the visiting list of itinerant horse traders who would deliver consignments of horses, mainly drafts, by railway, wagon or sail. These included Richard Blake, Athol Strong and Cecil Christie, who became well-known identities of the sale ring over these years. Claude Hawthorne, who seemed really to enjoy this part of his schedule, would invariably organise a special sale at 11 a.m. on Saturday to offer some 20 to 30 draft horses. These were always fine specimens, and the interests of the family generally resulted in a profitable clearance. These horses were mainly from western crop growing areas, which were gradually adopting mechanical methods so that horses were becoming redundant. The dealer would do a good deal with a wheat grower who acquired tractors to replace horse teams. Despite their showering appearance, many of these imported horses failed to perform under coastal farming conditions, where a horse was expected to work in a single harness with traces in shafts. Having been part of a team in the West and a hand-fed, many would not adapt to the different environment. It was also apparent that the changed climatic condition made mange a further handicap. Still, the farmers backed their judgment and continued to support these periodic sales until the post-war period. They too became convinced that the tractor was preferable. Athol Strong later turned his expert knowledge of horses to thoroughbred training and was very successful in the Brisbane scene. His son Neil continued for many years after Athol's death to produce many winners. Cecil Christie was a real horse expert and plausible salesman, always neatly attired. He almost conducted his own sale by involvement in the sale ring. He generally attended the annual horse sales in the mid-40s, always on the lookout for a horse he could make at a profit. Albert Strong came regularly to all horse sales in Grafton. He was an elderly gentleman whose specialty was quality ponies for both riding and sulky. He was a venerable, genuine fellow whose love for good ponies was apparent. He won a reputation as an honest, genuine trader. Chapter 10. 50 Years of Change. A study of the history would certainly disclose that in any 50-year period since the beginning of the civilization, revolutionary changes have taken place. In the 50 years of my involvement in the agency business, there have been many significant changes which may have had an impact on the commercial and domestic aspects of rural industry. I list, though not necessarily in order of importance, the changes and developments which I think have affected them in a major way the beef cattle industry. The opening of international markets to Australian beef, live weight selling, virtual elimination of bovine tuberculosis, feedlots and supplementary feeding, exit of the pastoral house and involvement in agency, the improved decimation of market information, the abandonment of stock transport by railways, the introduction and the development of motorised livestock transport. The importance of the feedlot system cannot be overemphasised. The huge numbers of cattle being prepared for the market in feedlots have established a solid floor price for suitable store cattle, particularly for weaners. The final closing down of railway involvement in livestock gave a new impetus to motorised transport, and in my opinion the section of the industry responded magnificently. The continuous upgrading of vehicles and general facilities have produced an effective, low-cost, efficient service. The advent of motorised transport. It would be difficult to imagine a more humble beginning than the livestock carrying industry, which first emerged in the mid-30s. Up to that time, farmers whose property had frontages to the rivers were serviced in all their needs by riverboats, while those who without access to water were dependent on spring carts, four-wheel trolleys, and other horse-drawn vehicles. Farm produce included corn, potato, cream, pigs, and calves intended for the market, delivered to riverside pickup points, while domestic requirements and mail were delivered on the return journey. Probably the first to establish a large comprehensive carrying business was George E. Yeager of Brushgrove. He was in his teens when he commenced a service which ultimately grew from 8 horse-drawn vehicles to a fleet of green and white transport motor lorries. He married Lily Jane Blanche in 1902, and this union produced 4 sons who were part of the business from childhood. In fact, John, the youngest, was summoned from school to drive a horse-drawn conveyance. He was so young and small at the time that a loop was attached to his strap and was used to affix him to the seat. When the pig and calf sales were established in South Grafton in 1906, Yeager carts travelled from farm to farm, physically lifting animals on board and retaining them to their rope nests. In 1936, the family decided to get into motorised transport, and the twins Lionel and Len and younger John became a team of which attained district-wide patronage as regular pig and calf carriers. Tom and the elder son, by this time, had left the family business and set up himself as a single general carrier. The business grew, as did the workload, which, apart from the pigs and calves on the market day, also involved heavily physically loading of potatoes and corn, as well as any commodity available to be carted. An interesting sidelight was the gaining of the C-Class licence by John's wife Lil, who was reported to be the first female to hold such a licence in New South Wales. She drove the calf run for many years and was the most efficient operator. My research indicates that the Yeagers were pioneers of livestock transport in the Clarence Valley. They employed several drivers over the long period of their involvement in the industry, especially during the war years when all 3 Yeager boys enlisted. Names for these drivers which come to mind include Garney Inman, also punt operator at Brushgrove, a cousin of Reed Jabber, Wilfred Hughes, Lance Daly and Jack Lambert. As an indication of the services provided to customers by Yeagers, I recall as junior clerk having to
as first priority immediately after the weekly calf sale. Prepare account sales for all calves reported by Jaegers. Enclose the proceeds in cash in each envelope, numbering as many as 70 and 80 individual farmers. These were taken by Mick Donahue, who was the delivery clerk at the calf yards on Quinn's bus to Cowpers, handed to the Jaegers and delivered to each customer on the cream pickup the next morning. G.O.E. Jaeger died in 1955 and the business was sold in 1957 to Clive and Ted Eggins. In 1951, Tom Jaeger had entered the livestock carrying business, and as an independent operator, and a year or so after his son George had operated a truck. But in the mid-50s, George purchased and equipped the first large single-deck trailers of the years leading up to the mid-60s. Operated the first of the local double-deck trailers, ultimately building his fleet to 2 doubles and 4 singles. George died in 1991 and his sons are carrying on the business in livestock transport, though now concentrating more on the transport of heavy machinery. Nonetheless, the humble beginning of his grandfather in the last century has endured, and in the name Jaeger for over 100 years, involving 4 generations. The introduction of single-deck trailers in the mid-50s was quite revolutionary, and this innovation involved A.R. Ray Ellis as the other participant with George Jaeger. These two competed vigorously for the available work. Ellis eventually transferred his headquarters to Tenterfield and is also active in the industry. It was about the same time that the Knights of Casino had launched into the semi-trailer transport scene. Milton Chard, known as most of his relations, friends and customers as Dave Milton Chard, was the epitome of total dedication. The son of George Chard, he operated a knowledge of Omara districts at a very early age, and this, together with the extensive knowledge of farming and livestock, equipped him to becoming a legendary figure in Omara, Clarence, Grafton areas. His entry into livestock transport began in 1935 when he purchased a 1924 model Dodge motor car, which he converted to a utility and began regular service to South Grafton sale yards. The only other stock transport then known was G.E. Jaeger, an intermittent and imitable Paddy Sullivan, whose business was later sold to F.C. Felch. Long hours and hard work were the fashionable ingredients for life in the era of Milton. In that era, and Milton was totally dedicated to achieving success. Before long, he became associated with Anderson Meat Company of Byron Bay. This function began to travel the back roads of lanes, buying calves on the scale at 1.5 pence per pound. His purchases were then carted by him to the main road pound, where Anderson's would accept delivery into a large transport. In 1939, he was appointed buyer for Brisbane Wholesale Meats, which processed pigs and calves at the Grafton Abattoir. In 1944 he became associated with Riverside Meat Company as buyer for pigs and calves. The arrangement endured until the retirement in 1967. Dave was more than a carrier or buyer. I am sure I have never met his equal as a judge of weight, quality and value. Scores of farmers relied entirely on his judgment, especially on his total integrity. He literally did their buying and selling of pigs so that mostly had no need to attend to the sales. A stickler for punctuality, he scheduled his trip to the sale yards in Grafton so that any clients who rang after his dawn departure would have their message relayed to him by his wife Delma, who consulted the schedule and contacted Dave en route. In times of seasonal flush, he carried enormous workload, and not surprisingly, he sometimes demonstrated shortness of temper, particularly if he encountered slovenly or careless behaviour. As a junior clerk and later as a young auctioneer, I received nothing but help from Dave Chard, whom I regarded as a real friend. He prospered gradually, accumulated a portfolio of quality land and holdings, which later transferred into the hands of family. From the converted utility in 1935 to the modern trucks of the 50s and 60s, Dave Chard spent 32 years and utilised 14 vehicles in a career which qualified him as a genuine pioneer of livestock carrying. Until his old boys were old enough to secure licences, he engaged several drivers, both casual and permanent, including Noel Jim Fuller, John Donahue, Morris Fuller, Earl Polson and Ron Egan. Dallas and Warwick quit the transport industry in the mid-70s, selling out to a partnership comprising of Graham Chandler and Ivan Bowling. The motorised way. When we see the fleets of gleaming, multicoloured, triple-deck trailers currently crisscrossing the highways of eastern Australia, together with an infinite variety of rigid transport, with lazy axles and bogey wheels, let us spare a thought for those who battled along in the pioneer stages of motorised stock transportation. Their choice of makes and models was mostly related to the critical shortage caused by the war, so that the composite fleet comprised mainly of old models with rebuilt engines with homemade crates. There was certainly no air conditioning and the suspensions gave little relief from the corrugation of gravel roads. This then is the pioneering age of motorised stock transport, which began to service pigs and calves in the mid-30s and graduated to conveying grown cattle in the late 40s and the mid-50s. I think it is appropriate to at least make mention of as many of these pioneer carriers as I can recall, so that their contribution should not be entirely forgotten. H.C. Cecil Gill, Great Marlow Run, D.B. Bruce, Bindle, Southgate, C.C. Clive, Wood, Carrs Creek, later carried on by son-in-law Tom McBay, S.D. Kelsall, Lawrence, drivers Harry Uden and Hector McFarlane, Arthur and Jack Lentfer, Arala River,
Ron Porter, Gamba McLean Harwood, AC Blue Warmals, Glenray, Jack Dean Coffs Harbour, Sutherland Brothers, Tully Morgan, Kevin Smart, Sealands, Arthur Long, Bill Joe Dries, Ivan Schmidt, Tommy Yeager, Gordon Hanna, Lawrence, Charlie Stevenson, Barrett's Creek, Frank Roach, Copmanhurst, Ellis Simpson, Nimboida, and Lance Marsh. Initially, many of these carriers serviced a closed clientele within a specified area. For example, Clive Wood operated in Carrs Creek, Cecil Gill in Great Marlow, and Bruce Bindle in Southgate. Ron Glasser, who purchased Bruce Bindle's business in 1950, recalls that in the year of addition to pigs and calves, he carted 8 to 10,000 bags of corn, 14 to 15,000 bags of potato onto rail from Southgate farmers. The charges of 1 shilling per bag for the corn and 1 shilling 6pence for the spuds. He started to convey Ron started to convey grown cattle in 1952 and later purchased 3 larger trucks. He recalls his first load of 8 bullocks from George Barnier's property at Coaldale. Ivan Smith, whose pig and calf territory was Waterview, was one of the first operators in grown cattle. He remembers the community ramp at Kangi, to which gentlemen in that area would drive their cattle for loading. The cost in those days was £12 per load to the sale yard. The Beedman trailer. The first semi-trailer transport of cattle appeared in the Beedman of Grafton District in 1946, operated by the late Reg Beedman and his son Reg Jr. This attracted some interest, but it was mainly regarded as a madcap, oversized truck, which would certainly jackknife and turn over with appalling results for the cattle and the crew. After all, the monstrosity was built in Beedman's backyard in Spring Street and was a product of much innovation and improvisation. When it finally stood ready to embark on its revolutionary role as a mass mover of cattle, it measured 22 feet 6 inches of wooden framework with steel supports fashioned and shaped by builders with power provided by a geriatric engine and appropriately reconditioned. The first and for some time the only customer was the late Esker King of Wave Hill Station, Fine Flour, who paid £9 5 shillings per load for conveying 14 fat bullocks to the sale yards in Abbott Street, South Grafton. Now it is well to understand that the road to Fine Flour through Mountain View, Whiteman Creek, Copmanhurst Village and Gordon Brook was in those days absolutely appalling and enough to shake apart any fragile mobile monster, particularly while it was carrying a load of 5 tons of disconnected fat bullocks, precariously contained in 2 compartments. To be at Wave Hill loading ramp at dawn required that the takeoff time be 2:30 a.m, which of course allowed some margin for mechanical and structural adjustments en route. The remarkable solution for the corrugated nature of the roads with the attendant sideways slide, which was employed by the Beedmans. Almost unbelievable, but true. A substantial tree would be felled on the road in the area of Mountain View and dragged by chains to Wave Hill behind the trailer to smooth the dreaded corrugations and make the return trip less hazardous. This is also intended to steady the ship as it bounced along empty on its forward journey. Many a startled resident of Copmanhurst, soundly sleeping in quiet solitude of the bush, awoke to the strange sounds of a roaring engine, swishing, thudding sound of a tree being dragged along behind. With chains and wire, good luck, innovative skill, and hard tension loading application, the Beedmans always seemed to maintain schedules of time. By the mid-1948, the old girl had had enough, and the replacement cost did not seem to indicate worthwhile profit. So the Beedmans' mass mover of cattle faded into memory. Felch Transport. Fred C. Felch came to Ulmarra from Woodburn in 1929, where he was engaged by the Clarence River Pioneer Dairy Co. Limited to operate a ferry boat cream run at £40 per month. He was appointed no doubt because few applicants could claim to possess the required qualifications which he held: engineers and captain's ticket. As with the popularity of the service grew, Coldstream became the flagship, and in 1933 India was purchased from the railway department for £32. This vessel was formerly used as a ferry linking Grafton and South Grafton before the opening of the bridge, at which stage India was submitted to tender. Now, in the dark days of the Depression, Fred steamed up the Coldstream River as far as Collett Island, while his son Kevin and India covered the south arm to Maclean. Each day the two vessels would rendezvous at Coldstream Bridge to transship cream and general cargo, which included ice, small goods, all farm requisites, potatoes, corn, pig, timber, and domestic supplies. In the devastating drought of 1936, always referred to by the old-timers as one of the worst in local history, broke, and a vengeance on in 11th of December, a fierce wind which accompanied the rain unroofed the dairy factory roof and many buildings, including houses in and around Ulmarra. A victim of this storm was the Coldstream, which sank at her mooring. The storm got very little publicity in the local press due to the enormous amount of space used to tell the dramatic story of King Edward's abdication. With the fleet now reduced to half, the Felch's family awaited the arrival of the North Coast Steam Navigation Company steamer, which a second-hand moorland truck costing £100 was en route to Ulmarra, having been ordered 2 weeks before. In 1938, the family had 2 trucks which they were fully engaged in servicing the cream supply to the factory. Meanwhile, Paddy Sullivan had emerged into the scene with his international truck with a homemade cabin. He was very engaged in supplying firewood to the factory boilers.
Paddy was a heavy, rotund character with immense strength and a love for the cup that cheers. By 1939-40, he had entered the livestock carrying business, and he engaged Kevin Phelps to accompany him in each weekly run to Grafton pig and cattle sales. Petrol rationing was a serious handicap, but Paddy reasoned that kerosene was a better option than charcoal, and at first try blew the engines up. After appropriate repairs, he adopted the charcoal system. By 1940 to 45 was universal to nearly all new motor engines. Paddy quit the scene in 1945, and the Phelps family filled the void and were prominent players in the initial period of large stock transport. Greg Phelps in 1954 purchased his own truck, and in 1959 stepped up to a modern single-deck trailer. He records his first loader in this vehicle, a Whittaker's brother, Broadmeadows Station, and at Newton Boyd. Greg is still active in the cattle transport industry. His fleet comprising of 3 double-decker units and a single deck unit. Pride and place is the LTD Ford 9000, pictured below. In 1989, vintage, and it cost $180,000. An interesting contrast in the photo taken in 1945 of the 1935 model Rio Speedwagon below. The charcoal burner can be seen immediately forward of the door, while in the backward stack of molasses drums, which were able to be filled at the Harwood Mill for 9 shillings each. The following picture is a picture of the coal stream enveloped in hyacinths. The 1935 picture featuring the Coldstream steamboat, used by Fred Felch to service the farmers of the Coldstream River, shows the little craft seemingly enveloped in hyacinths as it chugs its way past the cottage belonging to Les Gilbert, situation near the Brunner Bridge. Note the stack of timber on the forward deck was the fuel which powered the Coldstream. Fred Felch entered the contract to remove this hyacinths into the main Clarence River by 1936 and successfully completed the task, thus removing the menace of water transport for several years. Blitz wagons. Because factories were all engaged in production relating to war, vehicle production did not include commercial lorries or motor cars. In fact, it was not until 5 or 6 years after the war that normal factory production was gradually restored. Farmers or graziers, anxious to try the new idea of motorised transport of grown cattle, ventured into the scene by acquiring one of the snub-nosed army-coloured lorries, which were known as blitz buggies or blitz wagons. They were tough, rough and riding and cheap, and they were important factors in these early days of change. My first memory was Bob Davison of Copmanhurst and Don and Fred Whittaker of Broadmeadows arriving at the sale yard with 7 or 8 cows, or the equivalent number of young steers and heifers. They certainly were efficient and on the scene for many years. The Exodus from Buckarumbi, 1954. The drought in 1954 was a long and devastating period of serious loss in the beef industry in the Clarence Valley. All available transports were engaged in bringing loosened hay from Tamworth to sustain cattle, which were in a very weak condition and desperately short of water. The Turnbull family of Buckarumbi Station were in deep trouble, as all graziers whose high country was without water from Buckarumbi to Newton Boyd and beyond, cattle were forced into the river frontage. Needless to say, the available feed was hopelessly inadequate. Turnbulls decided to move the herd from Ebor, where seasonal conditions were tolerable. Good and family-owned properties could absorb the refugee cattle. So 1,100 heads were conveyed by a full fleet of trucks through the Gap Glen via Nimboida to Ebor. Considering basic quality of vehicles and atrocious state of the roads at the time, the adventure was in the nature of an epic achievement. The feminine touch. Mick Moy. In the period embracing the war of 1939 to 45, it was obvious that the sale yard was regarded as no place for women, despite the fact that many of the fairer sex performed vital roles in the beef industry, and they replaced their menfolk who were serving in the forces. There was very little evidence of their participation as far as attendance at the point of sale was concerned. Relying on memory, I suggest the pioneers of female bridgehead into the sale yard scene were really understanding people of considerable commitment and personal dedication. Mary McDougall of Marengo, Hernani, who, with her son Noel, away on active service, carried on the management of this extensive beef operation. She received great support from Bob Rhodes, who made an enormous contribution to the leading status of this station and its cattle. Likewise, Dot Howard, who took over management of Kamina, a property near Bayugal, where her husband Alan was in uniform. This station, now owned by David Munns, was at the time owned by B.T. Cook of Brisbane. I recall in 1943 seeing Dot riding behind a mob of Hereford bullocks en route to the annual sale. Enid Collett, later the wife of Frank Kinghorn, assumed control of Kengy properties, previously owned by her late father George Collett. Alma Dumpy, a sister of Ernst Useem and August Newman, all members of one Russian immigrant family who adopted several independent names, was one of the first women to appear regularly in the early to mid-40s. At the war's end, as if suddenly liberated from controversial restraints, women accepted their role and boldly took the steps in the public arena. As at first they seemed to appear in full dress uniform, hats, handbags and even gloves. Of course, their menfolk also conformed to the tradition and continued to wear neckties and hats. As if not to share in common protection against any suggestion of behavioural licence in daring to be seen in this domain of men, the ladies seemed to cluster together, so that in early photographs of the period in 1946 to 55 show the female gallery
as being high on the left of the selling box in the old Abbott Street sale yards. Others in this era who widened the bridgehead over the years were Elise Pipe, Ollie Tarrant, formerly Golding, Mrs. Eric Horde, Isabel Timmings, Daphne Waghorn, Ruby Franklin, Margaret Pocock, and Mays Dames, Merv Freeman, Fred Winters and Clary Child. Women are now prominent participants in wheeling and dealing in cattle and sale yards everywhere, and their presence and involvement are regarded as natural and welcome part of the scene. Chapter 11. Dummying Land. In 1908, the New South Wales government was under pressure to legislate a protective measure against the accumulation of lands by large squatters and wealthy land companies. New settlers and existing small landholders were finding it impossible to acquire farming and grazing property because of the dominating influence and the affluence of the establishment. This situation was being aggravated by the type of dirty tricks method employed by large station owners of taking up Crown land, small blocks of 40, 50 or 100 acres on river or creek frontages. They were generally scattered over a long distance and most significantly each encompassing a point of access to which cattle could obtain water. This pattern, which is so obvious in the old parish maps of the Upper Clarence, effectively blotted out thousands of acres without the available of stock water, were of no real value to the small settler. However, the squatter had the use of these water deficient lands without cost. The government response to this problem was contained in the Crown Land Consolidation Act of 1908, the main thrust of which was to preclude the transfer of all lands taken up from the Crown in 1908 onwards unless consent of the Minister of Lands was granted. The Act further restrained any one owner from acquiring or enlarging his holding beyond a home maintenance area. This situation thus established was the every contract of sale of restricted land contained a clause which read in effect, "This contract is subject to the consent of the Minister of Lands, for both parties shall use their endeavours to secure such consent. If such consent is not received after a stated period, the deposit paid herein shall be refunded to the purchaser, and this contract shall be at an end." This legislation failed to produce the benefits for which it was enacted, and the view of most graziers created more anomalies than originally existed. The restriction of expansion beyond the defined home maintenance area had an inhibiting influence on the reasonable aspirations of many graziers who, after years of successful operation, sought to acquire another parcel of land to achieve greater visibility, or in other cases make provision for sons and daughters who might wish to take their future on the land. Similarly, the affluent grazier and the pastoral company were restrained from enlarging operations to achieve worthwhile returns. Human integrity being what it is, methods were soon devised to circumvent the legislation. Thus, the system of Dummying was employed for many years and was used as a way which almost became quasi-legal. The method was simple enough. A stockman manager secretary would be used as a normal purchaser or dummy. The funds would be provided by the de facto purchaser. The acquired land in the name of the dummy would thus be subject to a mortgage in favour of the real purchaser, thus providing security akin to ownership. Large parcel holdings as well as expanded private grazing units were held under conditions made possible by this method, but as years rolled on, serious problems surfaced which brought stress and sometimes serious economic loss to those who eventually inherited the land and the mortgages. Whereas the price at the time may transfer and have been equivalent to say $5 an acre, 20 or 30 years later the value might have reached $50 per acre or more. The death of the dummy under the conditions could produce a situation where the beneficiaries of his will may not have been satisfied to discharge the mortgage below the current value of the subject land. The Crown Land Consolidation Act of 1908 was overridden by legislation to accommodate modern circumstances of the 1960s. Although it is now part of history, it did affect the lives and dreams of many in the rural communities and the developmental period of the beef industry. Chapter 12, Over the Bridge. When the Grafton Bridge was open to traffic, it became part of a new stock route that was used almost weekly to travel cattle to sale yards and abattoirs, and from sale in northside butchers and dairymen. In those days, vehicular traffic was light, and little, if any, inconvenience was caused by using the bridge for travelling stock, particularly as such movements were always in the early hours of the mornings. It was worth recalling the system employed to achieve an uneventful crossing without endangering vehicular traffic or bicycle riders. As the southbound mob reached the junction of Pound and Clarence Street, the agent involved would hurriedly head for South Grafton with his hand in the air and would stop traffic heading towards Grafton. The cattle would effect the crossing in about 15 minutes, and then everyone went happily on his way. Somehow I doubt that the present day patience and cooperation is of the same dimension. The police would become involved if requested, unless the mob was unusually large or if there were two or more mobs. They preferred to leave it to the agent to organise. The expert and experienced stockman, well mounted with good dogs, there were a few moments of drama, but I do recall particularly difficult and dangerous situation involving a mob of 60 bullocks owned by the late Frank Berry, of Lower Southgate. This mob was mustered from his paddocks on Sunday in 1950 for the sale in Grafton for the following Tuesday. These were wild, uneducated bullocks which had never been out of the paddocks in which they had spent all 5 or 6 years of their lives. From the beginning it was obvious that they resented being taken from their home, and in the first stage of the journey they tested the stockman to the limit. After spending Sunday night in the stockyards of their home property, The disgruntled mob was released and directed via bush country to School Lane at Southgate, to the dip yard at Grafton Cemetery. It was to spend the night there before crossing the bridge. The final destination was the sale yards, and with Frank Berry in charge, supported by Kevin Mulligan, David McCoy and a young Fred Morgan, it was not long before the Bullocks challenged the authority of their captors. A kilometre or so from home, the mob broke ranks and plunged into the long waterhole in Macmillan's adjoining property. 2 bullocks were drowned and perhaps trampled to death. A little further, and 2 or 3 escaped from custody and returned home. Despite the day of very difficult problems, the restless mob was safely enclosed within the cemetery dip yard at dusk. The driving team was strengthened for Tuesday morning with addition of Ray Kelly, whose role was to steady the levers over the bridge. Frank Berry did not participate in this final stage. The Bullocks were well stirred up after an unhappy second night in custody, but the journey over the bridge approach was without major incident. Then, with Kelly as the pathfinder, the crossing was underway. Real trouble was encountered as the mob gathered speed on the downhill grade in Bent Street, and despite furious riding in the stockman, it broke free and at the cross street and plunged the steep through Street Hill to the business area of South Grafton. 1 bullock crashed into Dr. Robinson's yard, another into the Prince Edward Theatre. Both were later put down and removed. Through Skinner Street and along the riverbank went the mob to be reassembled, eventually by extraordinary riding skills in Joseph Reed Timber Mill on the corner of Cowan and Ryan Streets, and ultimately into the security of the Abbott Street sale yards. Refund of purchase for condemnations. I cannot be sure when this system commenced, though I know it endured until the late 40s and early 50s. I refer to the practice by which, in event of a carcass being condemned, the purchaser received a full refund for the price from the vendor. The only conditions which applied were positive identification and certification, slaughter of the beast within 6 weeks of purchase. This system had no validity in law, but was honoured without question. There were no problems of identification in the certificate of condemnation, showing no visible brand, or branding distinct, or brand prefaced by the word like. The butcher or meat operator expected the agent to secure the refund. The agent or someone delegated by him was thus required to examine the hide physically in hope of identification. It was often my job, and I found it hard and dirty work, and I received generous help from Billy Andrews, who was in charge of that department at the abattoir. The system was eventually superseded by the Cattle Compensation Act, which funded a per head contribution by vendors. This fund provided compensation for all carcasses that found to be unfit for human consumption. Butcher's cattle to the north side. Every Tuesday morning at precisely 11 o'clock, a taxi would arrive at Abbott Street Sale Yards, and from it would alight Charles Emerson, Alex Roger, Herb Southgate and Jack Biffin. Each would take up a position quite separate from his travelling companions and proceed to purchase the requirements for the ensuing week. The procedure endured through the late 30s, early 40s and lasting into the early 50s. After completing their purchases, the four butchers would signal one another, rise as one, collect their invoices for the day's purchases, lodge a cheque for the purchases made the previous week, and re-enter a taxi and return at an appointed time. Each Wednesday morning, total purchases of these four butchers, plus cattle purchased on behalf of V.K. Holmes of Southgate, David Archer of Lawrence, Hector Mansfield of Junction Hill, together with dairy cattle produced by various Southgate Road or Car Creek dairy farmers, would be marked and amalgamated into a single mob and walked over the bridges to the respective destinations. Each lot would be drafted from the mob at roadside and placed in the appropriate paddock. The original drover in charge of this delivery was Merv Mulligan, followed by Merv Martin, Kevin Mulligan, Ned Kelly, and finally L.C. Kelly, Dooley Kelly. It is interesting to note the cost delivery applied to generally over the period. 5 shillings for each mob, a little more if the trip included Lawrence, 2 shillings per head from the farmers. It was a fairly good day if income reached about £3, which had to be shared, of course, with the offsider. Chapter 13. Slaughter Sheds. During the early 30s, health authorities were exerting pressure on local government councils to establish an inspection service for many hundreds of slaughterhouses through New South Wales. The perceived problems were the elimination of meat from diseased stock being sold to the public and the general standards of hygiene in the slaughtering premises. At that time, should a butcher suspect that a carcass was diseased, he was required to contact the local sergeant of police, who could, if he thought appropriate, condemn the carcass to an issue of certificate of condemnation. It was regarded by the health department as less than an adequate system, particularly as the police sergeant was in most cases unqualified. After deferring for some years, the pressure to rectify the situation was appointing a qualified meat inspector. The Grafton City Council eventually arranged a conference with the Rara and Commonwealth Shires and the South Grafton Council, at which it was agreed to share the cost of the meat inspection service. The appointee was my father, Francis John Moy, who took up the position in 1935 and was immediately instructed to devise a system to provide a suitable service of 17 privately operated slaughtering houses. As far as I can recall, these were the butchers, the locations of slaughtering houses, and the shops, together with the slaughtering men involved. I sometimes reflect on the wonder of the tremendous work performed by the slaughtermen in those days. particularly those who worked at the larger butchering concerns. Each day started at dawn with knocking the cattle in which had been yarded the evening before. This involved the use of a pith, a sharp chisel which shaped an instrument fixed to a pole. The beast below was felled, and a sharp downward thrust of the point behind the horn setting, thus severing the spinal cord. Then followed the dispatch of 6 or 8 grown cattle, 20 bobby calves and perhaps 50 sheep, and the loading of all this meat for 2 or 3 journeys to the shop. This work created even heavier workload. The dispersal of the offal, the feeding of up to 60 pigs, and filling of drums with tallow, the slacking of hides and skins, and finally the cleaning up of all the mess. In the fading dusk, the cattle for tomorrow's kill were yarded. Heavy, hard work in a poorly condition such as would not be tolerated by health or industrial authorities today. This system continued into the mid-60s, when the government finally enacted legislation requiring all slaughtering premises to meet certain minimum standards. This was virtually met at the end of the road, and its costs involved could not possibly be justified. May and Armstrong was the only butchery concern to upgrade facilities to abattoir standards, and it continued to operate for several years. Eventually, however, as standards escalated to meet new domestic and export requirements, this firm, now trading as Clarence River Retail Butchery, transferred its slaughtering and processing into the hands of the Grafton Abattoir. Chapter 14. The Emerson Dynasty. The only survivors of the family which were once so prominent in the butchering and parcel industries in Grafton District are Beth Emerson, the widow of Leslie, who lives quietly in Hay Street in South Grafton, and Molly Emerson, the widow of Rex, who now resides in Queensland. It is difficult to believe that such high-profile family of 5 boys and 1 girl should almost disappear from sight and memory in such a short time. Charles Emerson was presided over his family with firm, even strict authority, and by all appearance a quiet-spoken gentleman, yet in business and indeed matters of family, he was in complete command. He was personally involved in all phases of the business, even taking charge of the cash register in the shop to ensure absolute security. The Emerson name was first seen on an awning in Prince Street when C.I. Emerson bought the old established business conducted by Con Duggan. This was the early years of the century. Over the years, the family grew to comprise eventually Beryl and 5 brothers, Rex, Les, Vernon, Norman and Kay. The business thrived under careful management, and by the early 20s, the Emersons had the dominant butchering concern in the Clarence Valley. In fact, in 1924, the family were the proud owners of a gracious colonial 2-story residence set in extended lawn gardens situated at the corner of Duke and Fitzroy Streets, where Frank O'Loughlin now operates a service station, plus the area extending to Copmanhurst Shire Building. This homestead was formerly owned by the Anglican Bishop of Grafton,
and occupied by Bishop Druitt. The ultimate fate of this building was demolition in 1957 by the then owner W.T. Robinson to make way for the building of a picture theatre, a dream that was never realised. In 1928, the Emersons were the lessees of Wave Hill at Fineflower, which was in 1940 to pass to the hands of Esker King. On this property, 700 bullocks were fattened to supply the shops. It was 1928 that Talga Morgan joined the staff of the Emerson clan, commencing as assistant station hand to Les Emerson, who was in the charge of the Wave Hill operation. Talga spent his working life as an employee of the firm, his duties embracing all aspects of the business. He was regarded by many as one of the family. The Emerson interests included a property at Tullymorgan on which 3 dairy farms operated under share farmer arrangements. The bacon in the Prince Street shop was the main source of income with 2 other retail outlets also operating. One in Elmira, originally under control of Kay, and a shop in the main business of Prince Street under Urquhart's pharmacy under the control of Rex. The empire thus so carefully established was the flourishing enterprise. Apart from a very strong city-based clientele, the Emersons serviced an enormous country connection, and under the austere, careful superintendence of Charles Israel, the combined activities produced an apparent degree of affluence. During the war years, despite all the restraints on staff shortages, the business maintained its position, with Chappie McBride becoming a permanent part-time shopman. Kay had joined the army, and Rex had virtually replaced the old man as overall manager. He was cast in the same mould and exercised identical restraints. The small goods operation had blossomed into a very big income producer, with Saveloys and full range of small goods being distributors on a wholesale basis to many tablelands and coastal retailers. The first signs of weakening in the structure were beginning to appear in the later stage of the war years. Rex decided to quit and negotiated a deal whereby his share was to be the Tullymorgan properties. Les, who had been in the Brisbane beef trade during the war period, returned home and purchased a site at Prince Street, formerly a fish shop, and eventually established a successful butchery. He later sold out to Doug Raymond. Vernon had now emerged as the boss, while Norman was interested only in physical aspect of work. He was literally a slave to his job. It was Norman's fate to carry the Emerson flag at a Fitzroy Street shop until his retirement. The seeds of dissent were germinating, and financial health was in decline in the early 50s. The position continued to deteriorate until the later part of the decade. The Bacon and Prince Street shop, the headquarters and flagship of the Emerson dynasty, were consumed by fire. This is now occupied by Grafton Glass. In the final distribution of equity, Kay became owner of Fitzroy Street residence. Vernon took over ownership of the slaughterhouse property on Junction Road, now owned by CEO Austin and Son, and Norman, the Fitzroy Street shop. There are no direct survivors of the family. A cousin, A.L. Mick Emerson, became a permanent part of the family as a top salesman. Another to contribute significantly to the Emerson dynasty story was David Stokes, who was a specialist saveloy maker, and his recipe was his own, and he engaged the Emersons and other butchers to wield his special magic. Many a youngster was delighted to receive from old David a steaming hot starver as a sample. These usually sold at 1 penny, about 1 cent each retail. Chapter 15. Cattle ticks, tick dodgers, and the producers' revolt. The subtropical climate of northern rivers provided near ideal conditions for the cattle tick, or the use of the correct biological name, Buphilius annulatus australis. The damage to the beef industry was potentially enormous because of red border fever, and they can transmit to cattle with consequent high rates of mortality. Old hands fixed in time for the first appearance of ticks began being the days of Ramornie Meatworks in the First World War. They described the scene of the slaughtering floor being literally covered with blood-engorged ticks. There does not seem to be any historical records of ticks spreading throughout the valley from this infestation caused by Queensland cattle being brought to Ramornie for slaughter. In the late 20s or early 30s, cattle from Yugelbar Station en route to Hanging Rock Station, which was held in the same ownership, apparently distributed the ticks as they travelled through the fine flour Carnum areas where they flourished. Recognising the potential danger, the Department of Agriculture became involved, and after a couple of campaigns of spraying was less successful, the landowners were encouraged by cash subsidy to build plunge dips. The cement used in the construction of the dip itself was conveyed by bullock teams to isolated localities. The construction of each dip cost about £250. In 1932-33, the battle lines were becoming wider. Lismore confirmed that ticks were abounding as a result of cattle brought from Kangi, and the first infestations that in the Grafton area were recorded in 13 separate confirmations, and more significantly 9 outbreaks of the dreaded red water fever. In 1935, the first ticks at Cowper caused consternation. They followed several outbreaks in Ulmarra, Turkavia, Coldstream districts, so that within a few years a massive problem had taken shape. Grafton district was now a tick zone, and by 1939 the government had imposed an eradication program throughout the Clarence Valley, extending to Copmanhurst, Fine Flower and Bayugal area, west to the foothills of the range and south as far as the Arara River. The eradication policy was in place in Upper Clarence some years before it was imposed in Grafton Maclean area. This campaign was absolutely clear in its meaning. All the cattle must be subject to dipping in an arsenic solution every 14 days, no exceptions. If the muster failed to produce even one head that had previously been dipped and paint marked, that beast or its carcass had to be found. Whilst producers had enlarged holdings in the Upper Clarence, seemed to regulate their activities to accommodate these stringent regulations, the dairy farmers and small lot graziers of Grafton McLean district were outraged at the prospect of subjecting their dairy cows to plunge submersion in this arsenic solution. The dispute between farmers and government officials included the hapless tickies grown into a deep and vitriolic campaign of non-compliance. The farmers could not accept that a prescribed method of treatment was humane or necessary. The loss of production, the danger to their cows being injured or poisoned, the scalding effect of the arsenic on the udder, these things they would all not tolerate. In 1942, this confrontation literally dominated local news, and the Daily Examiner provided acres of newsprint space reporting the opposition to these views as between farmers, TIC department officers, and both federal and state governments. Clarence River Stock Owners League. The formation of a body to fight against the dictates of officialdom and was inevitable, and the CRSL was claimed to represent 1,000 stock owners. The executive comprised as the chairman Cyril T. Clarke, as the vice chairman Victor Jones, as the secretary Alf Nyland, as the treasurer Les Vaughan. The fundamental plank of the policy of this organisation was TIC inspectors should inspect all stock. If infested, such stock should be quarantined for 40 days and treated. We will never co-op with the dipping of clean stock. It is insisted upon. The departmental report for this time disclosed that in the 6 months period to September 1942, 160 farms were tick infested in the Clarence areas. Against this background of absolute defiance of the law, the stage was set for drama. The Upper Clarence representatives of the Board of Tick Control, a body established by governments to provide producer input into policy, was W. M. Mac Hughes, who was committed opponent of the Grafton Board member. W. T. Robinson. The verbal clashes involving these two community leaders were classic in claim and counterclaim, and sometimes in personal confrontation. When Robinson, who pursued the philosophy of the Clarence River Stock Owners League, made claims to the suffering, injury and death of stock subject to dipping, Hughes demolished the argument by quoting that of the 54,708 treatments over the prescribed period, only 5 head were lost. Robinson, a farmer himself and as well as being a hotelier and mayor of Grafton City, threw himself completely into this controversy. DJ Lowman, the prominent lawyer and highly respected citizen of Grafton, was the legal advisor to the league, but beyond his professional habits, he obviously shared the outrage felt by his stock owner clients. He vigorously defended legal actions instituted against farmers for breaching the law, and on occasion he clashed heatedly with the presiding magistrate and sometimes opposing legal counsel. Strike action. Neither federal nor state government would respond to the demands of the League, so predictably the question of strike action was canvassed and eventually adopted. Supplies of cream to the factories would cease forthwith, and this would force the authorities to relent. It seemed the only beneficiaries of this bold, challenging action were the pigs, whose diet became whole, full cream milk in quantities they could not absorb. The government rebuked the farmers, and references to loyalty and war effort were used to condemn the strike action. This militant attempt to force the authorities to yield was a failure. After a couple of days, the following figures were released, indicating the poor response of the farmers themselves. Grafton Factory. Only 2% of 9 farmers withheld supply. Olmara, 27% of 122 farmers. Lower Clarence, Foley's, 16%, 41 farmers. Local milk vendors resolved that their customers should not be asked to drink from cows immersed in filthy dips. No action, however, was taken to suspend deliveries. Entry denied. Many farmers refused to submit their herds to treatment, and authorities were compelled to enter the properties concerned, acting within the law, and take such stock to the nearest dip. All types of resistance ploys were used to prevent entry: locks and chains, human barriers, sometimes threats with use of pitchforks. In fact, one irate farmer used a pitchfork on a horse used by a tick officer, which was punished by a period in jail. All this drama was altogether devoid of humour. L.J. Eggins did not oppose entry, but acting on a well-laid plan, he securely nailed up a fence behind the invaders, and that they were incarcerated in the farm. 3 hours later, Inspector Baxter and 7 policemen from Grafton realised that the embarrassed tick officers and the cattle went off to the dip. Mrs. J. Furnace, a widow, spread the word that the tick officers would require a lot of men to remove her cattle, as she had organised a large resistance force to prevent entry. Acting on this information, a team of 7 tick officials and 10 police arrived at the gate and met no one but Mrs. Furnace, who laughed at laughing and at ridiculing this invasion army. A couple of well-known characters applied, "Send 'em" to the horses which tick men had just mounted. This produced a classic buck-jumping exhibition. Board of Inquiry. The Department of Agriculture in Sydney ultimately yielded to pressure and set up a Board of Inquiry to examine all aspects of eradication policy. This was designed to hear evidence from dozens of witnesses, to produce almost full-page daily coverage in the Daily Examiner as days rolled on. The government appointed W.R. Dovey KC to head the board. He was a man of immense legal status and possessed of a stentorian voice, and always equipped with a monocle, as if it to add an extra dimension of dignity. He was later to become a judge and vice chairman of the Australian Jockey Club. In the course of proceedings, it was inevitable that the chairman of the Clarence River Stock Owners League would appear to give evidence, and so Cyril T. Clarke entered the box without any comprehension as to the ordeal he was to endure. In the months leading up to the inquiry, many exaggerated and unprovable allegations were levelled at TIC authorities in general. One favourite aspiration was tit dodgers, ensured a community of their jobs were carrying live cattle ticks in a matchbox and infesting other clean cattle. Mr. Clarke had, in fact, referred to this as allegedly activity that public utterances include such comments as single tick being suspicious and the human element. Now under examination in the witness box, Clarke encountered furious interrogation by Dove and was of course no match for the legal eagle. In the matter of matchbox ticks, he proved vulnerable, and his general testimony on the overall tick question was made to look untenable. The ultimate finding from the Board of Inquiry does not appear to have been prominently reported, but the wheels of authority continued to turn and compliance regulations became universal. There remains only one unsolved mystery on who blew up the cattle tips in Calliope, Gillett Ridge and Sandy Crossing, and the identities of those who deposit old ploughs and ironworks into two dips that thwart the system. The names of these farmers were dealt with by the courts for breaches of regulations and better left in limbo for the limbo of forgotten things. Tick staff. I came upon the scene in 1942 at the height of the Tick War, and from the first sale days as a clerk, I was brought into contact with Tick staff who were applying the regulations governing the movement and treatment of cattle and horses. These were all men of senior years, mostly returned soldiers from the 1914 to 1918 war. These men were performing an unpopular job and often were targets of abuse and derision. Such targeting of the workforce was unjust and unfair in retrospect. I regard these men collectively and individually as amongst the best body of men I have encountered. It would not be possible to include every name of those who I worked with over the years, so I'm attempting to record these whose duties were mainly based on the old Abbott Street sale yards in the 40s. The boss of the district was C.B. Laughter, and the sale yard teams were Jim Latter Sr., Frank Mudgee, Pat Jarvis, Ken Brown, Bill Granger, Fred Hilgebrand, Jack Dalby, Alf Mudgee, Bill Summers, Len Kerr, Fred Yalden, Eric Collins, Jack Lund, and Jack Harrison. A name remembered by many is that of Bill Colborne, who was the secretary of the Tick Board and was forced to absorb a good deal of offensive comment over the counter and over the phone. Bill never lost his dignity. In later years, general surveillance and attention to isolated outbreaks was under the control of Bruce McNaughton and Colonel Nichol, with the field staff including Tom Hawthorne, Frank Benn, Laurie Stevenson, Bill Lewins, Ted Felton, and Don Worthing. Times change and constant war against tick is now waged against the use of poron chemicals, to which ticks have developed a large degree of resistance. Perhaps the stage will never be reached when the cattle tick is completely eradicated. The need for vigilance is as necessary as ever. The number of people who are now able to identify the cattle tick is diminishing, and some re-education in this matter would perhaps avert the future outbreak. Chapter 16. New sale yards. Lightweight selling. In 1966, the question of new modern sale yards to replace the Abbott Street facility began to receive the attention of local government. A meeting of delegates from Grafton City, Elmira Shire Council, Copmanhurst Shire Council and Nimboida Shire Council discussed a sale yards complex to be established and operated by a county council comprising the four authorities. Nimboida Shire would have nothing to do with such a composite body and offered to go alone if Grafton City would transfer its sale yard interests and the abattoir would sell the site, comprising of about 5 acres, opposite the abattoir complex. Eventually Nimboida Shire was given the responsibility, with the Shire clerk Tom Smith exerting enthusiastic pressure. The sale yards became a reality. A committee comprising of Mervyn Bultitude, Brian Murphy, Chester Shaw, John Schneider, Noel Austin, Don Page and Mick Moy was set up to ensure industry input into planning. Councillor Wallace Coward, opening the sale yards on the 17th of February 1970, remarked that at the time a mining share had the same value as a cow and calf. Time will surely prove that the cow and calf will be a far better investment, he said. Later that year, a set of Toledo scales was installed at the entrance of the selling ring, with a large clock-face scales within the adjacent office. This was a very basic system, requiring a triplicate docket to be inserted in the slot and pressing a lever after the cattle on the platform had ceased movement. The conversion of weight, which was recorded into pounds into kilograms, and the use of calculators to give aggregate and individual weights. With Percy Thompson pressing buttons and switches, George Harrison, the controller, rushing from scales to rostrum and weighing tickets in his hand, the system was made to work, but not to everyone's satisfaction. The buyers saw the system as a potential consignment business. If producers adopted this upgrade sale yard format, they expressed a lack of confidence in the weights, in some cases producing kill sheets to determine the scale weights were out of kilter with the carcass. Weights, and that is the carcass weights, and that this disparity was costing them money. They indicated that they would not in the future bid on sold live weight system. The Shire Council was concerned that this large investment was not being utilised, and despite its promise of agents, scales were virtually dormant for some years. The agent was not willing to expose his clients to probable loss by using a system that buyers had outlawed. The reluctance was even more pronounced as the market slumped into depression at that time. The ultimate solution of the impasse involved the cooperation of a young cattle buyer who achieved considerable prominence both locally and throughout northern New South Wales. Jeff Gillett. Jeff Gillett, having become a professional buyer with strong connections with corporate meat interests including Playfairs, Woolworths, Fannin and Scullion, Morix Meat, Jeff spent most of his days each week at the bigger selling centres in the Tablelands and central western New South Wales. One of his few attendances at Grafton Sale, he spoke to me of the big influence of live weight selling was having in other markets, and he urged me to get Grafton involved. The following photo is of Jeff Gillett. At this time, the market was in the first stage of recovery from the crippling recession. I had explained my fear of the implied boycott and most powerful buyers. He offered me a guarantee that he would use his buying strength to support the sale if I would organise a worthwhile yarding for live weight disposal. Yes, I contacted clients quickly and secured a good quantity selection of all weights, grades and cattle numbering 100 head. The vendors involved were Dudley Mulhern, David and Marina Hennessy, Richardson brother, Don Turnbull, Natala Investments, Ten Duckworth, Doug and Noel Tyler. The date was August 8, 1978, and it was not easy to secure prime cattle at that time of year. Jeff indicated the upper limits at which he would buy, and I made sure that the bidding reached these levels. After the few pens Jeff was left behind as bidding gained momentum, and he purchased only 4 or 5 lots, but the opposition crumbled and live weight selling was installed forever. As a matter of interest, prices in the sale were 43 cents. Cows were steers 43 cents, cows 39 cents, and yearlings 39.4 cents. In the 1982 Shire Council installed a system incorporated an automatic printer, an average calculator, and a year or so later the system was fully computerized with visual weight display. I'm absolutely convinced that the system of selling is the ultimate refinement in the auction system. I further consider that because of the weight being displayed to the buyer as each lot is being sold, the Grafton method is the best yet devised. Jeff continues to represent meat wholesale and retail firms as buyers, and has also expanded his own pastoral interests. Gerald Walter Fitzgerald, whose life ended suddenly in February 1949, was probably the most colourful and powerful personality ever seen in the Clarence River Valley. Indeed, it is difficult to imagine how he compressed so much activity into his daily routine
and still thrived on the enormous weight of responsibility. The following photo is G.W. Fitzgerald. G.W. was a very young man, took his first step into public life as an alderman of Amara Municipal Council, and with the passage of just a few years, he became one of the first chairmen of the Clarence River County Council, now Northern Rivers Electricity, while simultaneously serving as president of both Arara and Nimboida Shires. Added to this, he also attained leadership of the South Grafton Jockey Club and the Clarence Pastoral and Agricultural Society. From his earliest years, he was a cattleman, graduating from dairying and becoming the biggest individual beef producer and landowner in the valley. Before the abattoir was functioning, indeed before the rail link to Sydney, he was dealing in large mobs of cattle and moving them up the range to Glen Innes en route to the metropolitan like most successful men, Walter Fitzgerald worked hard during the 1914 to 18 period, and he often drove his cattle to Kempsey and trained them to Sydney, accompanying him on the rail journey, returned to Kempsey and rode home to Grafton. Those who knew him as a wealthy man of power and prominence probably would not have believed that as a young man on the way up, he was no stranger to long hours and hard work. He progressively enlarged his property holdings and encompassed dairy farms operated by share farmers, lower river fattening paddocks, steer growing country at Giacadri and Kenyi, holding paddocks near the sale yards, and high bush country providing flood refuge. He held a perfectly balanced steer growing and fattening portfolio of lands. In ordinary season conditions, GW would purchase 1,000 bullocks and steers at the annual sales. His district patterned repeatedly buying the type of cattle which he performed profitable in the past. On the Saturday preceding the opening of the inaugural, he would attend Nimboida sale and secure 200 or 300 of Devon 2-year-old steers from established breeders, including the Ellis family. By Wednesday afternoon, he had completed his order at the Grafton sale. I recall his outgoing personality, his laughter loud and long, and also his demonstrable strength when required. I also remember him that he always occupied the same lowest seat at the eastern or top entrance of the selling ring in the old Abbott Street sale yards. Finally, I always remember how his sudden death seemed to cause the whole district to pause to pay tribute. Frank Harvey. There are many who recall this gentle soul who provided cups of tea, sandwiches and biscuits at the pig and calf sales each week. In his very modest stall adjacent to the tiny office used by Carl McCallum, Frank would dispense greetings of goodwill to his clientele, which included farmers, carriers and sale yard staff. His leather cash bag, secured by a strap around his neck and shoulder, was never overloaded. His charges were modest, and as were his manners. On cold winter's morning, Frank was a welcome sight as he boiled up for the day.
I can't remember his ultimate fate. He simply faded into memory, without any fuss, of course. The payout office. It seems in retrospect that an old-fashioned system, but it worked. As the pig sale was in progress, the clerk, on filing for the first sheet with recorded sales, would send up to Carl McCullum his little old office nearby. This process continued through the sale. Carl would make the account sale and pay a cheque to each client who called in while the sale was in progress. It was a cosy little place, and there always seemed to be plenty of time for a conversation. Ross Alford. The next photo is a picture of Ross Alford. Having been part of the agency scene for 41 years, Ross Alford had become part of local history. He is the son of the late Cliff Alford, a legendary old-timer of Tenterfield District and prominent Dalgety auctioneer for many years. Ross was appointed to the infant branch of Dalgety's in 1949, later joined the Goldsboro Mort organisation, which still later merged with Elders. Following the merger, Ross broke free of the parcel house scene in 1971, became a partner with John Bartlett and Ted Vaughan in a private livestock agency. This firm, after Vaughan's retirement, became Bartlett and Alford. The going was tough at this time. The very low cattle prices made profits unattainable, and the depth of the recession in 1977. At the depth of this depression in 1977, Ross and his wife Lorna launched a new venture in their own agency, with Malcolm McLeod as auctioneer. The business grew and developed into a sound proposition, gaining strength as cattle prices gradually recovered. Peter McCrohan joined the firm in 1983, and on retirement of Ross in 1990, he acquired the business, and now it operates in his name. Ross developed a solid, loyal clientele as well as a wide circle of friends in his career. He and Lorna now live in retirement in South Grafton. Riverstone Meat Company. This company is a division of the VC organisation based in Britain. Entered the Grafton scene in 1938-39 as the Tancred grip on the available slaughtering space had been loosened. It was destined to become the most significant influence on beef, pig, cattle, calf markets, and in around Grafton for about 40 years. Jack Silver was the first representative to operate on Riverstone's behalf in 1941. The company appointed Bob Vincent as the representative with headquarters in Grafton. Jack Clow succeeded Vincent in 1944, and 1947 saw the arrival of Chester Shaw, whose term of office was now to endure for 32 years. The following photo is of Leo Fitzgerald. Leo Fitzgerald was appointed buyer for the company in 1955, thus reducing pleasure on Chester, enabling him to concentrate on performance of the regional structure he had developed, incorporating
the coastal area from Casino to Taree, plus adjacent tablelands. The core business at this company was to produce cattle, pigs and calves after being slaughtered and processed at the abattoir. They were consigned in carcass in refrigerated railway vans to suburban depots in Sydney for distribution to retail butcher shops. There were at various times many firms engaged in similar activity, but Riverstone attained a dominant status because of the large dimension of its throughput and strong market position. A turning point, 1959. Ever since Federation, the beef cattle industry was inhibited by a Commonwealth beef agreement with Britain, where Australia could sell surplus production only to Britain. These agreements had a duration period of 15 years, and the agreement became due for further extension in 1959. Blackjack McEwen, leader of the Country Party, now National Party, Minister for Trade in the Menzies government of that time, summarily dismissed the attempt to renew the arrangement for the first time. Australia became an international trader in beef. Riverstone Meat Company, with its worldwide organisation and skills attained over many years in international trading, was quick off the mark. Within a short time, specific orders for beef were contracted and supplied to many ports direct from Grafton Abattoir. By far, the most significant development was the opening of the United States hamburger meat market, involving thousands of tons of lean beef. Beneficially affected the whole of the Australian beef industry because it provided a lucrative floor price for all lower quality cuts of meat for which no real demand had previously existed. The gaining of this outlet continues to sustain a solid market floor price to this day. Another most important benefit from our entry into the world trading was the saving which resulted from altered processing and transport methods. Where previously meat was conveyed to the ultimate market in carcass form, new procedures involved boning out, thus greatly reducing freight costs in both weight and space. The railway system also refrigerated meat vans, which involved double handling, gave containers which are loaded on ship in metropolitan harbours. The Japanese trade for heavy bullocks, the Korean market and several smaller, though important customers of Australian beef were all beneficial results for the decision of 1959. In all these new developments, Chester Shaw projected his company into leadership. He quickly absorbed the new technical procedures and worked closely with abattoirs management to achieve compliance with complex conditions governing each contractor to supply. In these circumstances, Leo Fitzgerald carried the main responsibility of maintaining the flow of stock to meet the commitments. The following photos are of Chester Shaw and Eric Collins. Chester retired from Riverstone Meat in 1978 after serious deterioration in health, and his successor John
Mathewson had only started to get comfortable with the chair when Riverson suddenly resolved close to the coastal operations. Leo Fitzgerald, after 24 years with the company, was retired while John Mathewson was engaged by Gilbertsons as head buyer. Eric Collins was 72 years of age when he died as a result of an accident at the sale yards. Of small stature, Eric was physically strong and active at the right time, active right to the time of his death, and was a prominent person in the sale yard scene for many years. Being energetic and powerful, he adapted himself to changing circumstances, and he held a wide variety of positions, including worker on the construction of the Grafton Bridge, dairy farmer, milk vendor, tick staff, drover, livestock transport operator, and ultimately general hand and assistant ringman at the old Abbott Street sale yards. Eric was totally reliable and solid, steadying influence on me when as much as a younger person I encountered the stresses of running the big annual sales. He was often with me at the sale yards awaiting dawn so that the appropriate mobs of cattle could be placed within the complex. He was a good friend. Albert Edward Burt Thompson, despite the fact that he controlled one of the largest beef enterprises in the Clarence Valley, maintained a low profile in the grazing community. He was by nature a quiet, reserved character, yet he loved the company of a selected few who he gathered regularly for discussions. In fact, these meetings were held on a section of the plots in South Grafton at a point beside Brugge's Cafe, which is now occupied by Warren Newcomb. Participants included Clon Watkins and Martin Bellamy and Stephen Bellamy. The following photo is of Bert Thompson. On the death of his father, H.G.E. Thompson, in 1926, Bert assumed control of the estate, which spread over 35,000 acres, comprising Doobie, Kubbenja, and brickmakers and Main Creek. Upon these properties, some 4,000 Hereford breeders produced an annual disposal of about 500 fat cattle, which frequently were the top of the market. Bert operated his empire on a shoestring budget and relied mainly on casual staff paid on a per-day basis, or sometimes on a weekly rate. The times were tough, and the scale of pay was even tougher. Yet a legend of young horsemen spent some brief part of their working life with Thompson Estate. A country itself contained areas of steep mountain terrain and dense scrub. The number of bullocks, some as old as 15 years, escaped many a muster by seeking refuge in the scrub, which was inaccessible to horsemen. These cunning old animals defied skilled horsemen and took up the challenge, but mostly failed to head them off as they charged towards safety and freedom. When the tick eradication scheme was implemented in the early 40s, the regulations required a full 100% muster. These old warriors were stalked and shot and to ensure that they could not be host or dread of the dreaded cattle tick. Bert Thompson died in 1953 at the age of 53. The management and control of the estate was then the responsibility of his surviving sister Lorna, who, with Baldy Davison, her manager, gradually reduced the land and cattle holdings, and by 1976 the Thompson estate had been liquidated. Athol McCooey, a nephew of Thompson and long-time head stockman of Ramornie and Renegal, renowned horseman and drover, was himself a great horseman as well as an extremely wild youth. Like many in his generation, he emerged to be adolescent at the time of severe economic stress, and only basic education found it near impossible to find a career job. His first engagement was a farm at McPherson's Crossing in a simple contractual basis of no pay, keep only. After 18 months during which he received only a gift from his employer, a 5 shillings cheque and a day off for the show, he was enticed to leave for work on a farm at Corndale in the Richmond River for a greatly increased wage of 10 shillings. He was back home in South Grafton in 1942, where he had a brief army career before being declared medically unfit and discharged. He spent most of the war years in a foundry in Sydney, and naturally enough soon became a delivery boy using horse-drawn vehicles. After the war, Athol spent about 2 years of working for Thompson Estate, engaging in horse breaking and general station duties. A period on the floor at the abattoir caused work for Bill Carlton, and in 1948 back to Sydney, where he secured a steady job with Peters, from which the firm resigned. He resigned in 1970 and returned home. For about 12 months he succeeded Pat O'Malley as stockman at the abattoir, and further 12 months as head stockman at Ramornie Station, and finally he joined the tick staff before retiring. In the pre-war period, Athol became notorious in South Grafton for seemingly fearless feats of horsemanship, mostly outside the conventions of good behaviour and frowned upon by the constabulary in the persons of the Sergeant Givney and Sergeant Freebody. The instances recalled here are fairly typical of other young drovers of that era, including Boxer Walters, Kevin Mulligan and Rex Thompson. The sewerage system being installed throughout South Grafton brought several strangers to town as part of the workforce. All these workers were pick and shovel men, hard workers and hard drinkers. Athol was dealt with by a group of these, no doubt as a result of some provocation on his part, but briefly retired to patch up lacerations and bruising. The following morning he arrived at the scene where these men were working in the trenches. Athol, mounted on a top horse named Donk, and with a stock whip cracking, he hurtled back and forth across the trenches, reducing the workers to a state of considerable fear. His honour was restored. On another occasion, Athol journeyed to Grafton for a night out, fell foul of the police and spent a night in the lockup. Awakened by and released about 5:30 a.m, he suddenly recalled that he had been engaged by J.J. Shear to load a truck of bullocks at 6 a.m. at the railway for dispatch to Coffs Harbour Butcher. Without any form of transport, he walked, sometimes running over the bridge, but far too late. The train had departed. He was in real trouble. Shear would never understand nor excuse such behaviour, and he would expect the sack. The ingenuity produced by an answer onto his horse full of gallop and trucking yards that released the bullocks, turning them down towards Musk Valley Creek. Then the horse lathered in foam and the rider, apparently anguished and exhausted. Mr. Shear received an explanation that somebody had opened the gate during the night, releasing the bullocks. No need to worry about the bullocks themselves, Mr. Shear. They are secured in a square, but there wasn't time to recover the load in time. Instead of the sack, Athol won approval from the old man for his diligence and dedication. Chapter 17. Personalities past and present. Stuart Roy Hawthorne, known throughout the district as Roy, a nephew of the legendary Les and Claude dynasty, though a branch of the family somewhat unintegrated from the Hawthorne mainstream. He emerged from the Depression in the war period with no material gain but a sound knowledge of the cattle industry. He served New Guinea theatre of war on a discharge, faced the future of £300 and, more importantly, a determination to succeed. From this point, Roy had started on a career in which he attained enormous success, mainly as a dealer, cattle buyer, investor. His influence probably reached its highest point from the mid-50s to the early 80s. He shifted to a lower gear when leading to retirement. He was able, through his obvious ability in assessing weight, quality and values of stock in all classes, to secure the patronage of powerful elements in meat and stock industries, so that he bought and sold tens of thousands of cattle. He purchased and delivered on a train one consignment of 550 dairy heifers. For some time he presented for slaughter at Grafton Abattoir 500 cattle per week. Strength attracted support, and his height of his career, orders from all parts of Eastern Australia were directed to him. Fat bullocks, dairy heifers, calves, all classes of fat and store cattle were brought, sold and slaughtered over a long period. The result of all this activity made Roy financially strong and wins a place in local history as one of the biggest cattlemen in the district. His only real interests, other than family and work, were his rodeo and boxing sports, of which beneficiaries of his generous support. The magnificent rodeo complex in South Grafton, aptly called Hawthorne Park, is largely a direct monument to dedicated work and financial support. It must be conceded that he also had an extraordinary ability to attract others to his team. He simply used to infuse the same enthusiasm he felt. Trevor McKim, John Bartlett and his brother Tom and dozens of others were recruited into his workforce. Even the carriers who transported the stock to the rodeo events gave services free. Roy was the kingpin rodeo scene for many years. The following photo is a photo from left to right of Harry Bennett's Roy Hawthorne, Billy Bennett's Hugh Redman, and at the back, left to right, Charlie Conroy, Tom Boland, Eric Horde, and Kath Winters. He found time to establish a youth club which concentrated on teaching young men and boys the art of self-defence, again sustaining this with his money. He served the cattle industry for 18 years as a board member on the Clarence River Meat Society until the abattoirs was sold to Gilbertsons. Jack Golding, without a doubt the best known character of the Upper Clarence, Jack possessed a rare brand of philosophy which reflected a life of 89 years, which, with the exception of 3 years in which he served in a machine gun unit in the AIF, was spent in the valleys and hills of Bayougal. He was forced into early manhood by the nature of the times, and he learned all the skills necessary for survival in the Australian bush. The following picture is Jack Golding. Bullock driver, stockman, drover, even dairy farmer for a brief period, and ultimately a breeder and fattener of top quality Hereford cattle. But what distinguished him from many others who travelled the same road in similar times and circumstances was the natural dry humour, the love of the environment in which he lived, the affinity with his cattle, the horses and dogs, and his genuine love of friendship for his family and legion of friends. Can anyone recall ever hearing a word spoken in denigration of Jack Golding? We will never see his like again. Brian Naven, a well-known on the Clarence as a property owner and cattleman, and previously a top livestock auctioneer based in Dorrigo. He was also a dealer in cattle and horses, and eventually was a leading real estate agent in the early boom years in Coffs Harbour. In 1937, he conducted a clearance sale at Deervale near Dorrigo in conjunction with Cyril A. Shee, who was also a licensed agent in the district. Athol George Molini, champion jockey of 40s and 50s and born in Lower Clarence Creek. His father, H. Moley, sold the property on September 12, 1928. The advertisement for sale reading portions 62, 71, 130 and 131 in the parish of Bardsley. The auctioneers were W. J. Hawthorne and Sons. Jack Hamilton. He certainly was one of the best known characters of the Upper Clarence,
particularly in Copmanhurst, Fineflower, Bayugal and Lionsville districts. After all, he was a vital communication link between the settlers in those regions and the commercial and business centres of Grafton and beyond. He brought them mail, goods and general provisions, plus the news of the day and the latest gossip and possibly scandals. The following picture is a picture of Jack Hamilton in the seat of his passenger coach. In the period of 1910 to 25, Jack Hamilton established and operated facilities for transport and travel with a passenger service based on a livery stable and overnight accommodation at Fineflower. Here was the place to change horses, freshen up and exercise weary bodies which had endured the rough going since leaving Copmanhurst before that. Grafton. Mrs. Hamilton, who operated the post office and telephone exchange, also found time to provide hearty meals costing 1 shilling and 6pence, plus a particular brand of hospitality exclusive to the Australian bush. The next photo is wool from Gordon Brook in Jack Hamilton's truck, 1928. The Hamilton motor fleet grew from Leyland truck purchased in 1928 to a smaller freight unit and a large Buick motor car, which Jack himself drove, carrying the Royal Mail and smaller items, especially ordered by his clients and purchased in Grafton. Jack O'Shea, who mostly drove the Leland, had an amazing capacity to remember the wide variety of special orders he was required to fill in the town. It is said that he made no notes, but he was never known to forget an order. Jack Hamilton had a particular clientele to which he provided very specialised personalised service: the rum drinkers. He would invariably list the willing services of Leo Abrams and Gerards of someone especially dedicated by him to fill several bottles from a cask of genuine overproof rum, which they say had the glorious odour of strength and body. On the trip from town, he would hand each client this eagerly awaited stimulant. I am told in some cases the cork came off at the moment of delivery on the side of the road. I am further led to believe that when Jack reached Lionsville, the end of his run, Mrs. Ben, who operated the hotel there, would reload him with more of the same to distribute on the return journey, often the recipients of the forward journey. Jack loved to yarn, and he had passionate addiction to horse racing. He would lock himself away with the form guide on Saturday afternoons and concentrate on starting prices, telephone betting and rum. It was absolutely compulsory that everyone who passed his home at Christmas time stopped for a drink and a chat. In fact, this same tradition of hospitality has been carried through to contemporary times by his daughter Marge Hoggetts, who later celebrated her 80th birthday. She and her husband Parky maintained the telephone and post office until 1985, when modern technology regulated the manual personalised service to history. John Rogan, small and wiry, tough and as teak, direct to the point, straight and honest, with strict standards of business morality. All this plus a bristling moustache and sharp authoritarian voice, a typical sergeant major. In November 1914, John Rogan went to war as a member of the Light Horse. He served at Gallipoli in the Middle East and was involved in fierce combat. Whilst on board a troop ship in the Indian Ocean en route to Australia, while an Anzac Leave heard of the war's end, Sergeant Major was retained on duty for a further 6 months, and on eventual discharge, he returned to his beloved Fine Flower. He secured 1,400 acres, state forestry blocks with axe and cross-cut saw, cleared the lot, and on March 12, 1919, the land grant was issued to him. Work was his obsession, and he sustained himself by improving his holding and working on a casual basis with Gordon Brook and Malara stations. In 1923, John established a dairy herd of mainly AIS cattle, and he continued to build up production in 1940. He was amongst the district's leading producers. He closed the enterprise in 1953 using Devon and Hereford bulls in AIS females. He established a good herd of beef cattle. John Rogan was a great character, a superb horseman, an exemplary citizen. He loved a yarn with his fellows of the land, and he had a keen attachment to OP rum, which no doubt braced him in hard times through which he passed. John passed from the scene in 1978 at the age of 96, and 7 days, and his children George and Joyce carried the enterprise with notable success. In recent years they introduced the Angus blood to the herd, and the rate of improvement in type and quality of the Rogan cattle continued. It is an interesting fact that Jack Hamilton and John Rogan, as young men, both worked as station hands at Malara Station, owned at that time by Sandy Stewart. This property is now the property of Bob Burke and is situated on the Rocky River near Drake. Malara is also the name of the village, which is the stopping point on the old mail run from Lionsville to Tenterfield. Osman Delap McGee, a great old-timer with a deep and rich sense of humour. He was O.D. McKee and known throughout the Upper Clarence as O.B. He was a lifelong citizen of Smith's Creek, where as a young man he leased a property at the head of the creek, which belonged to his uncle Tom Gerard. O.B. later purchased the holding from Uncle Tom bequeathed to him the exact purchase price in his will. O.B. started as a cow cocky and continued milking his dairy herd until during the war of 1939 to 45. Then he introduced a Fred Rose Devon bull and established the foundation of a beef herd. He gradually expanded his property interests along Smith's Creek to include Lemon Gully. He also acquired a paddock at Wombat. The following photo is a photo of O.B. McKee. In those days, most beef producers restricted their sales to twice yearly, once to sell stores at the annual sale in the autumn and further sale of fats and surplus store stock in July-August. OB was the organiser of the composite mob, which gathered numbers as it moved from the head of Smith's Creek through Copmanhurst, Eatonsville, to the overnight resting paddocks at the 4 Mile on the Glen Innes Road, then next morning to the sale yards. He would arrange for each of the participating stock owners to join the mob at travelling stock reserves en route, so that the growing number would eventually include cattle belonging to Ted Sabin, Hector Morrison, Alfred Wedlock, Carrie Savage, plus a few farmers in Eatonsville Sealands farming areas. Most of the owners became drovers for the trip, and each occasion became a fun-filled expedition, without any loss, of course, of strict attention to the care of their cattle. At the end of the day, when the cattle had been converted into cash, OB and his merry men would finalise the financial results of their venture and enjoy a few convivial drinks at the Royal Hotel. OB was one of the most popular characters of his time and was particularly close friend of the client of mine in early stages of my career. He not only gave me his total support, but very discreetly introduced me to many of his friends, and do likewise. Ken Aspinall, a member of the South Grafton old established families. Ken Aspinall was a dynamic character of enormous energy with widely diverse skills. It is really hard to imagine that any person could combine so many specialities into a relatively short life. He was a barber, a milk vendor, a dairy farmer, trainer, driver of trotting horses, clown in rodeo rinks, owner, trainer, rider of high jump horses. Kenny, also known as the Barber, travelled to the show circuits with his horses, and a prominent performer at the Royal Show, especially with jumpers, hinker and skipper. The RAS regularly paid him £5 to take a simulated fall into the water to entertain the patrons. As a trotting enthusiast, he would be seen competing at local shows. In the days when competitors were allowed to ride the saddle, it was trotting events where there were Ken gaining his share of ribbons. He was equally at home in the gig. Probably the greatest professional success was a well-organised coup at Harold Park in 1961, when his grand old performer Terramain won at lucrative odds. Ken Aspinall was extremely popular in an extremely popular South Grafton identity. He was indeed a great personality and one of the best all-round horsemen in the Clarence Valley. Gordon Harrison, a tough, experienced and resourceful character, whose particular abilities were harnessed when pressure was really on in the times of the big store cattle sales. Graduating from dairy to beef grazing, Gordon was most active and efficient in drafting, handling and recording movements of cattle within the sale yards. Ray Kelly, a remarkable town cowboy who suffered from defective eyesight, which no doubt was responsible for a limited educational standard. He nevertheless a capable and reliable drover, as well as being a top-class rider, always well mounted on a smart pony with the best of the gear. Ray was a happy soul who never came victim to the stress or pressure. The highlight of his rodeo performances was his victory over Lapinus Torpedo, an international rodeo at the International Rodeo in February 1944, described in the Daily Examiner report as a thrill long to be remembered. Despite his disabilities, Ray was adept at leatherwork and was awarded winning floral gardener and successful greyhound owner and trainer. The Kelly Gang, sons of the imitable Bert Kelly, comprising of Dooley, Ned and Tiny, all worked at the sale yards before leaving school, each in his own way demonstrating particular abilities, and conversely they contributed significantly to the functioning of the sale yards over many years. Many of the names come to mind of those that were regular members of the sale yards, including Ron Baldy Fisher, Don Worthing, Max Kinnear, and Cecil Collins. Albert Stanley Livermore. I have always regarded Stanley Livermore as the most unforgettable character I encountered over the last 50 years in agency. Despite his conviction, I find it difficult to explain just why it was in specific terms that created this impression. A tall, lanky figure, very typically Australian, an enormous sense of humour, a great appreciation of the battler. Stan was always part of the horse and cattle scene. In fact, he was indeed in championship class as a horseman. As a young man in the 30s, he won the Australian Championship camp drafting at the Royal Easter Show, riding Gordon Brook gelding stocks. He worked as an employee of the Tancred brothers, as general abattoir hand, stockman, calf and cattle buyer, until following the sale of the abattoir in 1937, he continued as a buyer for the dairy company, though his career prospects were not bright. The following photo is Stan Livermore. In the Daily Examiner of the 1st of July 1941, an advertisement proclaimed a change in direction. Notice to dairy farmers and stock owners, Stan Livermore advises that from day to day I will be operating on my own account. His specialised knowledge of livestock had provided him with new opportunities, and soon emerged as the predominant powerful influence in the cattle market. He operated on all markets for the Sydney Meat Preserving Company and T.A. Field and Proprietary Limited, and he also purchased large numbers of store cattle for his brother Ivan, who was an emerging dealer and was later to become one of Australia's largest cattle producers and a beef baron. Stan also gained a buying order from Wally Buffier, a prominent trader in cattle in the Upper Hunter, an order which endured for many years and involved many thousands of store cattle. As years went by, buying orders were placed in his hands by Peel River Meat Company, VJO Gorman, Casco Meats, and several local butchers. Apart from executing all these buying orders, which collectively represent countless thousands of cattle and calves over the 50 years. Stan was a dealer in his own right, buying and selling large numbers of store cattle. He concentrated mainly on buying from adjacent tablelands districts, although he operated extensively in the Richmond River districts, from which areas he purchased daily dairy heifers. Stan loved to relax with a few mates at the same spot of his favourite bar at his chosen hotel after a hard day at sales. He was one of the best when embellishing and sometimes exaggerating events and happenings of the day. He also could reach deep into his memory and recall outrageous happenings of the past relating to the personalities of the present. If I had an appointment to be at his place at 5 a.m., as frequently happened, to travel the long winding road to Glen-Innes, he never failed to appear, however indisposed he may have been as a result of the indulgence of the previous evening. Inevitably, oilskin would be draped over his arm, whatever the weather, and a cigarette would be glowing from the gloom. I referred to his sense of humour with often laconic and the Gary Cooper style. It would become evident when faced with a difficult vendor from whom he sought to buy cattle. What's your price, Stan? Would open their discussion. £16.10. The reply, a price well above the market value. A slow rubbing of tobacco as a fresh cigarette was prepared. Well, I can't handle them at that money, but I know a cove who will pay that if you could see them. The vendors anxiously would make contact with this generous buyer, would inquire on how they could be contacted. The trouble is the poor bastard's blind, Stan replied. Stan is a fellow who enjoyed company with his own home, and he thoroughly enjoyed a sing-along. His rendition of old songs was a delight to hear, and particularly his favourite, Forever and Ever, and he gloried in success achieved by his brother Ivan, and constantly quoted him in all manners relating to cattle and marketing trends. Often he would open a conversation with a chuckle and the introductory observation, "Hey, you wouldn't read about this." Then he would unfold a detailed account of some person's personal breeding or historical background, or revelation of some alleged family secret, or embellishment account of someone's embarrassment. Stan Livermore was a master of bush-telling, a compassionate, likeable fellow, and certainly an unforgettable character. Chapter 18. Station Managers over the years. It is appropriate to place on record those exceptional cattlemen who manage Clarence River Station properties, mostly on behalf of absentee owners. These men carried heavy burdens of responsibility in matters of herd management and improvement, land clearing, fencing and staff control.
They were more than station owners. More than the station owners, had to contend with droughts, rabbits, ticks, and market instability. The station manager was a man of prestige, with an important status. Of the golden olden days of cattle industry, only 3 ex-managers survive: Ozzie West, Alan Rogan, and Norrie Robinson. Ozzie West now lives in retirement in Copmanhurst, not very far from his place of birth at Eatonsville. It was at the river crossing here that he began to know many of the graziers from upriver holdings who were impressed by his natural ability in handling cattle. Prominent Bareugal grazier JJT Jack Moorhead quickly recognised the potential of young Ozzie and soon installed him as general hand on the property. This offered a career path which led to 34 years employment, including 26 years as manager. After leaving the Moorhead property in 1958, he managed the Copmanhurst interests of Davison Estate for another 13 years. The fact that Ozzie West was an outstanding successful cattleman is legend throughout the northern region. It could be assumed that his skills were forced in the era of Depression, where cattle prices were at such a low level that viability was barely attainable. Certainty in his capacity for work was extraordinary, as he set about a program of improvements which involved rabbit eradication, fencing and clearing. At times he controlled up to 20 casual workers, many of them from Aboriginal community of Bareugal. Above all, however, he established and maintained a Hereford herd which ranked as equal to the best in the valley. Fencing costs in those days provide an interesting comparison with today's costs. A contract with a fencing team involved the erection of a 4-wire fence using 6x4-inch posts, owner to place online. These posts would be 22 inches in the ground and 9 feet apart. Contract price for splitting posts and labour is £32 per mile, plus cost of wire £13 per mile. Total cost to owner £45 per mile. In current terms, that's $54 per kilometre in 1982. In the 20s and 30s, this kilometre of fence would have been absorbed in the proceeds of about 10 or 11 weaners at the equivalent of $5 to $6 per head. In the kilometre day, the same kilometre today would cost $3,570 and would represent proceeds from exactly the same amount of weaners. An interesting comparison. In the late 30s, the herd was of a very high standard of quality, and the property was in very good order. Jack Moorhead became engaged in the profitable sideline. The Melbourne Metropolitan Board of Works owned and controlled an area of 100,000 acres, which absorbed the treated effluent from the sewage plants, in which it subdivided into hundreds of small grazing paddocks. It was decided to utilise this land as bullock fattening enterprise, and to this end Dalgety and Company was commissioned to purchase 3 and 4-year-old bullocks. Mr. Sam Berry of Dalgety's Moree branch was placed in charge of this order, which absorbed many thousands of bullocks over the years. Apart from Jack Moorhead, other graziers
to participate as suppliers include the Widdis brothers of Main Camp, who at that time leased Heifer Station from Jack Morrissey of Uglebar. The Bullocks purchased the service. This order was there required to the top. The Bullocks purchased to this service. This order were required to be top quality Herefords. At various times, Moorhead entrained mobs of 250 to 400 head to maintain the supply, which he was required to purchase from sales at Tabulum, Tenterfield, and other northern markets. This trade produced good quality earnings at the time when the industry was struggling to obtain viability, and ended abruptly when the alleged health-threatening element in the beef was discovered. Aussie's management methods. Aussie held strong to certain management practices which certainly worked for him and which still in fairly common use by district graziers. Firstly, he paid particular attention to seeking herd replacements. Likewise, he selected his herd size with utmost care and special emphasis on clearly defined markings, eye, setting, and pigmentation. He was aligned with the philosophy of both Gordon Bergen and George Corey, former manager of Gordon Brook, when that station held 60,000 acres and carried 11,000 cattle. That heifers be joined at 3 years. It was held that the system avoided calving problems, prevented the loss of size and scale in the breeding herd, and increased the calving percentage. Additionally, the residual value of the calf for cows was significantly improved. The following picture is of Aussie West. Moorhead Herefords were easily identifiable, not only by the Plimsoll brand and tipped horns, but their docility. He weaned the calves and locked them up overnight, and moved the next day to weaner squares and tailing paddocks, which had been locked up in preparation. Over a period of 10 days, the calves moved from paddock to paddock, always with a horseman in the lead. Aussie believed that the theory that the cattle should never be allowed to run away from the horseman, but should be held together by a dog for some time and left standing. Aussie referred to another top cattleman, Reg Essex, who managed the Main Creek property by Claude Hawthorne. He had exceptional dogs and used them to educate and quieten the cattle under his control. Hereford was the dominant breed in the Clarence Valley during the years leading up to the 1939-45 war and beyond. Jack Moorhead, Claude Hines, Gordon Brook, Ramoni Newbold were all probably the most successful in terms of size and quality of that period. The manager of Ramoni and Newbold stations, WML Mac-Hughes, which with his foreman Tom McCoy established a constantly improved one of the best Hereford circuits in the district. The annual disposal of up to 600 Ramoni steer weaners was a highlight to the Hawthorne annual sales over many years. Gordon Brook Station flourished under the management of George Corey and until his resignation in 1929. His place was filled by a flamboyant character, George Bergen, who was an excellent horseman beside his heavy build, and he won several camp drafting awards throughout the valley. Upon his retirement, management rested for a short time with Harry Du Bois until the war. Sid Field Jr. took over the management of this. After the war, Sid Field Jr. took over the management of this historic property. Young men migrate southward. In 1929, two young drovers accompanied by Rouseabout Cook, left their hometown of Warwick in Queensland and drove a mob of store bullocks to a place they had never heard of, with a name they had difficulty pronouncing, Yugelbar Station. Within a week they encountered upper reaches of the Clarence River and a watercourse they would follow for the full course of their journey down through the border ranges into the fertile valleys of Benalbo and Tabulum to the rich flats and plains station, the northern extremity of Yugelbar. The names would eventually be well known in the rural community of the Clarence. David Middleton and Dick Coonan. They fell in love with the district and resolved to stay. Both spent there the rest of their lives as stockmen in the Clarence and achieved the distinction of reaching top position in their trade. Station manager David Middleton was appointed manager of Yugelbar in 1944, succeeding Jack Radcliffe. He had previously been head of stockman of the Plains Station. Managers of the Yugelbar Station. In 1896 ED, Ogilvy died, and Yugelbar Station was never quite the same again. The dynasty he had tried so hard to perpetuate by a complex will of some 36 clauses disintegrated as family feuds and bitterness enveloped his successors. Following the First World War, the New South Wales government resumed a large area of the total holding, reducing the size of Yugelbar from 98,000 acres to 40,000 acres. It now contains about 29,000 acres. By 1925, the effects of the divided control on the financial demands of the family were apparent. The days of Yugelbar were at an end. The following year, it was sold for £90,000 to the Morrissey family, who owned Hanging Rock Station. Captain John Morrissey and his two sons, Pat and Frank, became well known in the beef industry of the Clarence for the ensuing 20 years. Tom Benson was installed as manager. Jack Radcliffe was the next appointment, to this position being replaced after David Middleton in 1944. Cosgorey in 1955, Alan Rogan in 1964 to 1989, Clive Wiley briefly in 1989, and the present incumbent Peter Rogan, son of Alan. Each of these managers possessed a different style and skills, and each had to perform in very different circumstances. I was always impressed with the performance of Alan Rogan, not only as a competent manager, but because of the quality of the citizenship, particularly in the field of Aboriginal relationships. The native people trusted him and returned his trust by counselling and advising him on whenever problems arose.
He always was available to present their complaints or requests to appropriate authorities, and most importantly, he found time to sit and confer with them on a basis of equality. He is still thought by Aboriginal communities as their advocate and friend. Yugabar passed into the hands of the late Sam Horden in 1948 and remains in the ownership of the family of the same interest and union in marriage of the Horden-Meyer families. Norrie Robinson. Charles Norris Robinson was now living in retirement in Grafton, was appointed the manager of Hanging Rock Station in 1958, succeeding Dick Cohen, who was accidentally killed that year. At the time, the station was owned by the Grahams, a wealthy pastoral family whose interests were centred in the Cootamundra Harden districts. The Graham name was widely known for the purebred Angus cattle and large wool fat lambs produced in southern tablelands of New South Wales. In the late 30s, with their home base in the grip of a serious drought, James Graham sought and secured a agreement on the land Hanging Rock for the Angus cattle. As time went by, he became to appreciate the quality and capacity of this property, which he later purchased on behalf of his family interests. Jim Graham became a familiar figure at Grafton on his periodic visits to Hanging Rock, and especially annual sales. Later, his son Jock took over the responsibility of Grafton interests. Norrie Robinson had worked as a stockman in Hanging Rock since 1947. He resigned in 1953 to take a position with Murphy, returning to take the station management role 6 years later. Following the sale of Hanging Rock to Carlisle Henderson and Nigel Cardo in 1963, Norrie spent 12 months with the new owners before taking a job with the Public Works Department in the extension of the water supply to Yamba. After 8 months, Norrie responded to an invitation from Jock Graham to the position on the family property Argyle at Hayden, where he spent 2 years. Returning to Grafton, Norrie worked in the Nimboida Shire Road maintenance for some years before his appointment as controller in the sale yards. He carried out these duties until his retirement. The Moyen Derby team. In regards to the Dalgety NZI organisation in 1966, both John Muldoon and Brian Darby immediately signified their wishes to take the plunge with me. Alan Turner of Dorrigo was quick to follow. This photo is of Brian Darby. Subsequent appointments over the years comprised of John Pankhurst, who succeeded me, and as managing director, James Muldoon, who really founded the company's real estate business, John Moy, who established the rural merchandising division, Noel Slattery, whose responsibility became the Coffs Harbour Ballingen area, and Anthony Cummings, the auctioneer. This photo is of John Moy. The following photos are top left, Anthony Cummins, top right, Noel Slattery. Middle left, John Muldoon. Middle right, John Pankhurst. Bottom left, John Muldoon. Bottom right, Alan Turner. I regard this as an exceptional team of wide experience and outstanding abilities. They will particularly maintain high standards in this area, while all those who participate in the years recorded in this work. Chapter 19. Sketches and photographs of characters of today and yesteryear. Prominent Saleyard personalities as portrayed in sketches by Frank Foster of the Country Life in 1939. The following picture is the legendary Reg McCoy, superb horseman and horsebreaker, drover and jovial character. The next photo is Jack Davy, known as Colonel behind sometimes rebuffed countenance, a shrewd and calculating brain. The next photo is a genuine old-timer, A.H. Smith, Burt, of Dalmorton. The next sketch is some more of the sketches by Frank Foster. The next sketch are civic and sporting personalities. The following photo is Cyril Herborn, now a youthful 98, is the sole survivor of the original 33rd Battalion AIF and from the First World War. God rest his soul. He is one of the most loyal clients and good friends, having exclusively supported me with livestock business from Kangaroo Creek property for over 50 years. In the final analysis, this association is the ultimate reward. Chapter 20. Will all be ruined, said Hanrahan. I conclude this work with a reproduction of a poem by the renowned Australian poet John O'Brien, who in real life was parish priest Father Hatrigan. The poem, taken from his book Around the Boree Log, is a reminder to me of rather pessimistic conversations which seemed always to take place as dairy farmers and the salo call to signal the start of clearing sales. Said Harahan. Well, we'll all be ruined, said Harahan, in essence from forlorn. For outside the church ere mass begun, one frosty Sunday morn, the congregation stood about, coat collars to the ears, and talk of stock and crops and drought, as it had done for years. It's look and crook, said Daniel Crook. Bedad, it's crook, me lad. For many since the banks were broke, has seasons been so bad. 'Tis dry all right, says young O'Neill, with much astute remark. He squatted down upon his heel and chewed a piece of bark. And so around the chorus rang, it's keepin' dry, no doubt. We'll all be ruined, said Harahan, before the year is out. The crops are done, you'll have to work to save one bag of grain. From here, way out back of Burke, there's singing out for rain. They're singing out for rain, he said. All the tanks are dry. The congregation scratched his head and gazed around the sky. There won't be grass in any case, enough to feed an ass. There's not a blade on Casey's place. As I come down to Mass. If rain don't come this month, said Dan, and cleared his throat to speak, we'll all be ruined, said Hanrahan, if rain don't come this week. A heavy silence seemed to steal on all at this remark, and each man squatted on his heel and chewed a piece of bark. We want an inch of rain, we do, O'Neill observed of last, but Crook maintained we want to put the danger past. If we don't get 3 inches, man, or 4 to break the drought, we'll all be ruined, said Hanrahan, before the year is out. Oh, in God's good time down came the rain, and all that afternoon the iron roof and window pane is drummed a homely tune. And through the night it pattered still, and light-sown, gladsome elves on dripping sprout and window sills keep talking to themselves. It pelted all day long, a singing at its work, till every heart took up a song way out to the back of Burke, and every creek a banker ran and dams filled over top. We'll all be ruined, said Hanrahan, if this rain doesn't stop. And stop it did in God's good time, and spring came in to fold a mantle over the hills sublime of green and pink and gold. And the days went by on dancing feet, with harvest hopes immense, and laughing eyes beheld the wheat nodding over the fence. And oh, the smiles on every face as happy lad and lass through grass knee deep on Casey's place were riding down to Mass, while round the church enclosed genteel discoursed the men of mark, and each man squatted on his heel and chewed his piece of bark. There'll be bushfires for sure, me man, there will be without a doubt. We'll be ruined, said Hanrahan, before this year is out. Mick Moore acknowledges with thanks the permission granted to reproduce this article for the publishers of Around the Borrelog, Angus and Robertson Bay Books.